That's my tailor. That's George, my tailor. Holy, turned it up too loud. I want to know too, but I have to ask John what the lyrics are. If I can get my head around the lyrics, I'm ready for it. How does it go? Okay, I'll just make it up as I go along. You want to play it?
Love the road and sound. I'm not ready to go yet, okay? I'm not ready. You gotta wait. I got shit to do. I'm in the middle of something, all right? Just hold on.
Watch your mouth or don't come in here.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah, people, come on, we're adults here. You know what? What is the point?
Yeah, we're adults here. I got a fucking Burger King fucking thing on my head. We're all fucking adults here, guys. People in my chat, 2 words. What are they? 2 words. Let me see the chat flood. Let me see the chat flood. 2 words. Okay, next caller. Please. Let's get into the meat and potatoes, which translate in American to dick and balls.
I got flip-flops. These are my flip-flops. Yeah, I really like my flip-flops because I can put them on. Because look, watch me put them on. I can put them on all by myself. Watch me put them on. Look, are you watching? Look, these are my flip-flops.
Thanksgiving Day. I remember it clearly. It was Thanksgiving Day. I was inserting myself in somebody else's fucking business as a cash grab, and you know. This channel is harsh reality. Karen Yak se jodió la sucia vida. Amen.
This is Jonathan Leibovitz. I have cheeseburgers. I'm gonna put cheese on them. I'm gonna make sure that I have my hamburgers because I'm a big boy now and I can make the hamburgers. My mom lets me use the stove now.
And I'm just like, wow, I like receipts, and they brought receipts. Like they had evidence to back up everything they said. And I'm like, okay, well, there's got to be another side to this, right? Like this can't. No, this is too fantastic.
Yeah, because you're not going to just jump to the conclusion that there's a conspiracy amongst cops to cover up a murder. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, cops and just like soccer moms and shit. Like that's what made it even crazier. Like,
yeah, get it, Betty. Yeah,
did you have a close relationship with your mom?
Get it, Betty.
Oh, of course, I still do.
Yeah.
My older sister was kind of she was more of the prissy girl that like
that is the best shit fucking
shopping
ever.
for dresses with mommy. I was the tomboy that like playing with
Shout out to Cherry for just being easily the most faithful and loyal supporter that I've ever had. That someone could have that tenacity with loyalty. And I'm really blessed to have someone like Cherry be part of this channel and in my life. So it means a lot. And yes, I named him after Mr. T and Rocky. Say, woman. Say, woman. Say, woman. Since your old man ain't got no heart, why don't you come down to my apartment tonight and I'll show you a real man. Oh my God, I'm so in love with this little dude. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and wrap this one up. I love you guys very, 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 very much. And we will do this again very soon, my friends. Oh, say bye. Say bye. Oh, I love you too. Give me a kiss. Oh, I love you. Bye, guys.
Karen
good morning, people. And I think we are underway. Let's just get right into it. Let's do that right now, shall we?
Investigation into this case. Everyone said yes or not affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here? Right, so Mr. Fuller, we're going to send you folks all back.
All right, so the court, please. Jurors, follow me.
All right, thank you, everybody.
And we're back to the fucking fan. Awesome. So I wonder how long this is going to take. This is going to be interesting. Because when we left off Friday, we know that the jury reached a point where they thought they were deadlocked. The Commonwealth wasn't having it, and Judge Bev wasn't having it, even though Karen Reed's defense team thought that would be something that they would be willing to take. Because I would assume that a hung jury, a mistrial, whatever is better than a conviction. So they were willing to take that, I think. But we'll see what happens here. So I don't know what the situation is. I'm not going to pretend to know what's going on inside that deliberation room. I'm going to be honest about that. I have no idea. And I'm not going to lie. Like I'm not worried. Honestly, I don't see how there would be a guilty verdict. I just can't imagine how there would be a guilty verdict at all. But I gotta know. I gotta say that I mean, if there's so many assholes out there, that that seem intelligent, like you look at somebody like Plevin. Plevin could have played that shit to get on that jury. You know what I mean? Plevin could have played that shit to get on that jury. Canceled Karen could have played that shit to get on that jury. They know how to pretend to be intelligent. You know what I'm saying? So that's the kind of thing that goes that I tend to overthink. Is if somebody, but I can't imagine more than two people doing that. I just can't even imagine. I mean, the chances of that would be astronomical, I think. But it is a possibility that there are people on that jury that were totally adamant already from the start about Karen Reed's guilt and just said whatever they needed to do to play the game and get on that jury. Now, because I again, like I said, I can't imagine someone after sitting through that trial and logically thinking that there was evidence to condemn Karen Reed. Anything that makes her seem like a murderer, nothing does. The only thing that I could imagine that might have hurt Karen Reed in any way are her visible reactions. But again, I don't see how that could have hurt considering the evidence or the lack thereof. To me, when I saw her, and I've said it many times, when I saw Karen Reed's reactions, those were the actions of someone of an innocent person. I don't see someone being I don't see someone being innocent and watching law enforcement professional after law enforcement professional or first responding professionals sit up there and lie and not react to it. I just don't see that. So I mean, this is the only thing that I can imagine that would have looked bad to the jury. Honestly. So and please bear in mind with me here, folks. I'm just I'm thinking out loud and trying to make sense of this deadlock that took place Friday. And so I'm just trying to, like I said, I'm thinking out loud, trying to make sense of it. And I just don't see anybody with any type of conviction when it comes to believing in justice. I don't see anyone who watched this sham of a trial this entire time feel as though they saw enough evidence to determine that Karen Reed is guilty. It makes no sense. And if they are voting Karen Reed to be guilty, they're doing it based on their opinions and not the facts that are being shown. They're basing it on what they think of Karen and how she sat there. That's the only thing that I can imagine, because they're definitely not doing it based on the evidence or lack thereof, as I said. So I'm a little confused, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. All we can do is wait. We have no control over this.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. I think we got a super cat.
Masaka. Thank you, Masaka. Good morning, sir. Just got here, but the vibes are positive. Yes, the vibes are positive. The vibes are very positive. I was watching Tom a little bit, as I normally do when I wake up on these days, on these court days. First thing I do before I even get out of bed is I turn on my TV, put it on YouTube, and I watch Tom, and then I'll go in the chat for a second and say hello, and then I'll get on with the beginning of my day. And the vibes are very positive. And yeah, what's going to happen is you got to understand, folks, it's not a big shocker, that, I mean, you got to understand there's going to be people, there's so many more people coming out there to support Karen Reed, right? People coming out from all over the country. And they're coming out to support Karen Reed, and it's great, but you got to understand that that's gonna, there's gonna be people that are gonna come out who think that she's guilty too. They're gonna be obnoxious, they're gonna be loud, and that's just gonna happen. And that happened Friday, and all that matters is how you handle people like this. That's all that it boils down to. Doesn't matter what they do. You can't control them, and they have freedom of speech just as anybody else does. That's the one thing I agree with Krusty Panties on when she said that. She's exercising her First Amendment right as much as anybody else, and she has the right to do that. She absolutely has the right to do that. All that matters is how you handle it. I thought that Rita was setting the perfect example and doing a great job of being in a position of leadership where everybody there really looked up to her and respected her, and she handled that role very, very well. And everyone has conducted themselves in a very classy, fantastic way, and I think it's beautiful. And I'm proud to be on this side of things, mostly just because of that.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. I think we got a super chat.
Susie, thank you so much. Hi all. Been watching this channel from Australia for the past 10 weeks. Need bed before 4 a.m. Is today the day to free Karen Reed? I sure hope so. And good day. Yeah, we love that you're watching from Australia. That is fantastic. That is absolutely fantastic. Yeah, so I mean, this is exactly what we predicted, folks. Those of us who have been following this case since pre-trial, you know, and then those of you who've been following before that, this is this is what we all expected. We knew that this case was so insane that it would get worldwide attention. I didn't think it would take this long, but it's great. And now that worldwide attention is there, it's very important that people continue to conduct themselves as they have been. It's going to get a little crazier. It's going to get a little thicker, but you know, that's all. This is what we all expected. So yeah. Now, yeah, sorry, I'm gonna be looking at chat here and there, and as we do, we just improvise these things, man. Like, I don't know how long this is gonna take, and I don't know what I'm gonna talk about or what I'm gonna do while we're live, just waiting. But I'm really grateful to you guys for being here and choosing this channel to be the one where you hang out and just kind of wait. All right, right on, Mazza Media. Right on. I just got an idea. So let me just do something here. Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, give me a second. I'll do that. I could try anyway. They might not be uploaded to YouTube yet, but sorry, I'm just looking for something here. Yeah, I don't see anything actually uploaded to YouTube yet. So we're just gonna have to check out the website here. Okay, yeah, see, that's live. Sorry. I'm just looking for like a video. I don't see what everyone's talking about, if I'm being honest. So, yeah, looks like it's not going to happen, at least until it drops like as a video. It probably showed live, but I don't think I can rewind it. You can't rewind the live TV. So, yeah, I can't do anything about that. Talking about the court TV stuff that everyone's talking about in chat. I guess people are talking about in chat. Yeah. I'm gonna do something just kind of on the fly here. Give me 1 second. I did this all wrong. Sorry, guys, I'm doing something right here that I just got an idea, so I'm just gonna. Oh my god, dude! I can't computer for shit. This is more complicated than I expected it to be. Okay, there we go. This is like such a pain. I'm almost done here. All right. I gotta just do one more here. I made this more complicated than it needed to be. Okay. Yeah, that's not gonna work. this on one more. No, I think that's it. I think that's all I need to do. Okay. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Thanks for hanging in there with me. All right, so did I miss a couple super chats? I'm sorry. Will's t-shirt drawer, thank you. Listening at work with one earpiece in. Shh. Right on. Salvatore, thank you. I love the fact that you don't know what the fuck you're doing, but you always seem to get by. I love you, brother. Yeah, I don't. I've never known what the fuck I'm doing. I've been doing this so long that I've learned to be okay with not knowing what the fuck I'm doing and not giving a shit. So I appreciate you guys. Chaos coordinator, thank you. The jury instructions weren't clear. I think a juror is holding out for DUI, but maybe doesn't realize the vehicle strike is included in the lessers. Yeah. I mean, but I feel like that would be pretty quick to clear up, you know? Like, I got confused over that for a minute there, but then, like, you know, once we just looked at it, discussed it for a minute, that was it. You know what I mean? Yeah. So yeah. All right. In the meantime, we'll try to find something. You know what's really fucked up is like I get ideas for like what I'm gonna do in the meantime, like when we're just killing time here. And then I forget them. I just totally forget them. Oh, you know what? I just remembered one actually. So I'm gonna go over this actually. I want to go over oh, but where which one is it? Which one is it? Ah, so yeah, what I'm trying to find is uh Plevin's mock closing arguments, like where he wore a tie and shit. I never went over that. I've been meaning to go over that for like weeks, and I never did. And I don't know where it is. I can't find it. It's driving me crazy. So if anybody knows where that is, let me know. Oh, cool, man. Sean just sent a Cash App. Thanks, buddy. 1776, because today is the day for freedom. Free Karen Reed. Totally. I love that. Thank you. Yes. George would approve of that message. See what my shirt says? Y'all can't see it, but it's pretty clear. Like, George does not approve of what's happening. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to find. I want to find the Plevin where he's a fucking attorney, dude. Like like I'm really in the mood to giggle at this fool, dude. I mean, because at this point, it's like, dude, I have to hear what people are saying in regards to like Karen Reed being guilty, you know, like what? I mean, I guess I could just here, we'll just play this for now.
But people that do it all the time, their body is
He's talking
acclimated
about
to it,
drinking.
Kevin believes that Karen may have had a couple more drinks at home, and that may explain some of the blood alcohol going on on that testing. I'm not, it's so hard to say because the blood alcohol testing, which ended up, they have to extrapolate backwards to estimate what she was like earlier, and so that comes up with a pretty wide range. But I think it's also
okay. My man just said they have to extrapolate backwards. That's okay. You see what he does right here? You see what this fucking asshole does right here? He says they have to extrapolate backwards. No, dickhead. What they did was he's trying to act like they used a fucking a blood alcohol test with a flux capacitor. You know what I mean? Like, no, bro. Like, I mean, right. That's what I'm saying. Microdot's caught that shit. Like, they had to fucking. You mean they fucking guessed? They estimated. That's not. You can't even convict on that. Like, if I was a fucking, I would assume if I was like a first year defense attorney, like public defender, I would be like, what? You guessed the blood alcohol level of what it was based on her blood alcohol level now. You just kind of guessed at what it was a couple of hours ago. What kind of shit is that? What kind of shit is that? And then this guy, he uses words like excapulate. Like, shut up, dude. Like, you're sitting here acting like this is some sort of science. There's no science to that. That's just guessing. The law does not allow for guessing. You can't guess evidence, bro. It doesn't work that way.
it's also consistent with the number of drinks that she actually had, and knowing Karen's habits from Natalie. Karen drinks every day, strawberry and vodka.
Perfect example of a plevinism right there.
At about 5 p.m. So she probably had been drinking before she met John at CJ McCarthy's.
Well, I've always said that was my belief, because most people, before they go out pregame, they grab a drink before, because it saves them money.
That's not most people, bro. That's not most people, Twattendoffer. That's fucking alcoholics. Okay? That is alcoholics, bro. Like, what is she talking about? I mean, I guess that she's talking about herself. Because no, Twattendoffer, most people don't pregame when they, like, college kids do that shit. College kids, but fucking college kids and alcoholics do that shit. Not regular people who are like, oh, we're going to go get a drink. We're going to go get a couple of drinks. What are you talking about?
I mean, I think that's the philosophy, right? Like, if you want to have a couple of drinks out and you have one already, plus you might be looser, you feel more comfortable or whatever. I see people do it all the time. And that's my philosophy on that glass that's on the bumper. Is I could see them just getting in this rage or fight. He's got his glass that he took.
Your philosophy? Your philosophy? Who are you, fucking Socrates? Your philosophy on what happened? You're a fucking FBI agent and you're philosophizing on what fucking happened in a crime? Like, don't you mean speculate? What? If you're philosophizing?
He took from the waterfall and he sees there's liquid or alcohol in her glass and she's going to be driving. And I could just see, this is totally a theory of mine. So,
okay, well, there you go. You're theorizing. That's a better word.
Some sense of factual basis, because we know there's a secondary glass in the bumper. And maybe could this have even been part of the fight? You know, how drunk, you know, how people, I mean, you just never know.
All right.
So
and him grabbing that glass out. So I agree with you.
What is your theory? What?
To see, this is totally a theory of mine. So, and he sees him just getting in this rage on that glass. I see people do it all the time. And that's my philosophy on that glass that's on the bumper. Is I could see them just getting in this rage or fight. He's got his glass that he took from the waterfall and he sees there's liquid or alcohol in her glass and she's going to be driving. And I could just see, this is totally a theory of mine.
What? So, what's the theory?
It has some sense of factual basis, because we know there's a secondary glass in the bumper. And
What?
and maybe could this have even been part of the fight? You know,
What the
how
fuck?
drunk, you know how
Mhm.
people, I mean, you just never know.
Right.
And him grabbing that glass out. So I agree with you. I think it's very possible she drank before that she ever went out that night. I think
What the
that's
fuck are you
very
talking about?
reasonable now that we know her lifestyle. I mean, she's out with her lawyers, and I'm not even talking about the video when I'm talking about all the other pictures we've seen, and they're not drinking, you know, a beer. They're having martinis. You know, dirty martinis. That's solid alcohol. So, and she's got one right in front of her. And then, of course, I know that movie or that video has been in controversy,
Okay,
but
thank
I
you.
think it's
Appreciate it.
absolutely real. I'm actually working
Yeah.
on a project today. You know, my counterpart, Ashley Bamfield, who I very much respect, she's been a journalist.
You see what I'm okay. You see why I don't like Ashley Banfield, y'all? You see what I'm talking about? Like, maybe she's handled this case okay, you know? But man, I don't trust Ashley Banfield for a second. Not even a little bit. Like every other case that she's ever covered that I followed, I'm like, man, this lady fucking sucks. Like, that's what I always end up just looking at Banfield and going, this lady fucking sucks. Every time.
Journalist for decades. She was in like the war zone type journalism. She is a very, very smart woman. And I really respect it and look up to her. And she really was trying to get down to the truth. She sent me the metadata that her expert looked at. So I'm going to compare that to the metadata that I have from, I believe, the original metadata, and look at that. So that's one of my projects today, and then also give it to someone that I know is in that industry that can, you know, look at it. But I can certainly look at it and see if it's the same metadata. And I think that is the bottom line. And
what the fuck is
Kevin,
she
I'll draw
talking
the
about?
analogy to the experts that testified for the defense. You know, garbage in, garbage out. If you don't look at everything, if you just take what is given you, a few reports, and then you make a scientific finding without looking at the science of DNA and embedded particles on the taillight, how can you be taken seriously? It's just absurd to me. And make a scientific finding without looking at the science of DNA and embedded particles on the taillight, how can you be taken seriously? It's just absurd.
Okay, see, I love that she's saying that. She's like, the DNA, they tested the DNA, but they didn't though. Chantel Caesar, thank you so much. June 23rd on Xplevin posted his closing arguments. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'll check that out. Thank you. Like this is what's so funny. The thing is these people are like DNA, but they just want to act like the chain of custody was just on point, and that Proctor was on point the whole time, even though I've heard both of them say, were there mistakes made in this investigation? Absolutely, but so what? That doesn't mean she's innocent. No, like it kind of does. It kind of does. I mean, that along with so many other things absolutely does. Albert Nurda, thank you so much. Yep, exactly. Coffenoffer, all you are doing is garbage in, garbage out. Nobody has any idea what you're talking about. Lots of words, no sense. Right. That's what she just did for like ever. She just went from talking about a theory that she had, never explained the theory, gave some bullshit about a cup that he had with liquid in it. She had a cup. Shit ends up on the bumper. What? What are you talking about? She made absolutely zero sense and then goes right into like, it's absurd to me. The DNA, What DNA? The DNA found on the glass that was collected in the Sally Port where there's footage missing from the Sally Port, where there's fresh snow in the perfect shape of the SUV when they pull the SUV in, that clearly fell off that very SUV when they first pulled it in, and then cut the video. Like, they clearly cut that video up. But we're supposed to sit there and be like, oh my God, the DNA. Dude, none of it's valid. That's the whole point. This is the point that these two idiots just insist on ignoring, is the fact that we don't know how they got that DNA. We have no idea. There's too much doubt. We have no clue how this DNA was collected. We have no idea how this DNA was got on the stuff that they're talking about, like the taillight, the shirt, I mean, dude, these people sat there on the stand talking about that they tested a shirt, but they didn't test a shirt. Lolly's so stupid that before he even put the investigator on the stand, it's like he knew what was wrong with the investigation and tried to get in front of it. His whole presentation, his whole prosecution was him trying to get in front of the mistakes that the investigators made. That was the whole basis of his prosecution, the whole basis of him presenting his case. It was fucking insane. I've never seen anything like it. And so he calls up the DNA lab lady, the lady from the DNA lab who does the testing, who supposedly tested the shirt, which I love. She supposedly tested the shirt, and they're like, and the whole time we're sitting there going, oh my God, well, they tested the shirt. We thought that they tested the shirt, and it came back. And we even said, those of us with common sense, we're like, it doesn't matter what they found on the shirt, because the shirt wasn't even entered into evidence for weeks. It wasn't even logged into evidence for weeks. And we saw it laying on the floor. We saw pictures of his shirt laying on the floor in the hospital. And then it wasn't logged into evidence for weeks after that photo was taken. So give me a fucking break. Come on. Those of us with common sense are going, well, that right there is doubt. Anything could have happened. Anything. And the lead investigators in this case are shady as fuck. And they didn't even conduct a thorough investigation. They didn't eliminate any other suspects. They did not interview people, some people at all, some people for days, sometimes weeks later, sometimes months later, that were at the location of the crime scene. Like, that makes no sense. So here we are, and we're sitting there acting like there's some sort of tug of war over the logic of DNA here. But the problem is that there's no rope in this tug of war, because that rope would be the credibility of how that DNA was collected, how it was handled. That's what it would boil down to. There is not even a rope for the tug of war. There's no basis. So it makes no sense. I mean, think about that shit. You're sitting there yelling DNA, and then what happens is Lally puts this DNA lab technician, the one who actually tests the DNA, and he puts her on the stand first, and then what she says is that they sent her a Q-tip. She has no idea what that Q-tip swabbed. She testifies on the stand in open court under oath. I don't even know what that Q-tip swabbed. All I know is they sent me a Q-tip to test. I tested it. There came out no canine DNA. Right? And so Lally has to put the investigators who collected the so-called DNA off that Q-tip on the stand after her, which is ridiculous. It's one of the stupidest things you can think of. Like what you do, I've never seen a case. I have never seen a trial where they didn't put the lead investigators on the stand first, or at least one of the first witnesses. I have never seen a trial where they put the lead investigators as the last witnesses to testify in the prosecution. Like when it comes to the prosecution presenting their case, the last witnesses they put on the stand are the lead investigators. I've never seen that before. That's crazy. Like there's literally like no, I can't imagine any logical juror. I can't see any juror being any less ignorant than Plevin or Twattendoffer. You know, I can't see them being any less ignorant if they're saying that she's guilty. I can't. Yeah, this is crazy to me. Thank you, Albert. Crazy how cops don't go inside. They accepted hearsay over a dead body on a lawn of a home he was invited to and dropped off at. Right.
Absurd to me. It's
absurd.
So I want to throw another theory about the glass of the bumper by you, and this is not something.
Well, obviously, Andrea Vickers, that there are jurors saying that she's guilty. What I'm saying, though, is that those jurors have to be as retarded as you who are saying it. And it can't be more than two. The chances of that would be astronomical. The chances of there being more than one is slim. And the chances of them just being somebody who sat through that entire trial and not knowing anything about this case, the chances of them not knowing anything about this case and sitting through that entire trial and then coming to the point to where they're saying that she's guilty, they have to be retarded. They have to be just as retarded as you, Andrea Vickers. Easily. Just as fucking dumb. No, I am speculating. Of course, everybody here knows that. Captain Obvious. How the fuck do I know what's going on in the jury room? I'm not claiming to know what the fuck's going on in the jury room. I'm speculating based on logic. Logic dictates that there's can't be more than two people that think the same way that you do, because if you look at this chat, you're the only asshole in here saying she's guilty because you're retarded. I mean, I don't know how else to explain that. I couldn't be any more plain about it. Like, there's literally nobody else in here except you that Will is extrapolating. Exactly. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. I'm in an echo chamber. I love the projection. It's so much fun. Beth RN, thank you so much. Do you know of Sandra Birchmore, another Canton victim? I do know of her, and we are going to be discussing her when this is all over. I'm going to be doing a lot of talking about Sandra Birchmore. Thank you so much. Jager Girl, thank you. On the 911 call, you hear Jen stating John got out of the car hours ago while she appears to be whispering. We went over that a long time ago. We did go over that. We know we couldn't really make out what she was saying. It's not clear enough to really make out what she's saying, except at one point she says, "Are you coming out?" And that's when we know she made a call to Nicole Albert, her sister. Oh, okay. Sorry, Groovy Cheryl. Bev totally caused this mess for jury by babying them with her whiny voice, short days, etc., like a mom trying to be kids' best friend instead of being a parent. I'm not sure I totally agree with that. I think it was important for her to, I mean, I don't see how being nice to the jury, keeping them well rested, basically doing everything that they need, because at a time like this, if she wants them to deliberate, I mean, she could be like, I've been very, very fair with this jury. And she has been. She's been good to the jury, at least. She's been really shitty to the defense and pretty snarky to Lolly from time to time, but she also babied him quite a bit, in my opinion. But the jury, I think it's good that she was nice to the jury. That's me personally. That's my opinion. I think that it was good that she was nice to the jury, and you want the jury to be comfortable that way. Also, you know, as much as you know, you want them to be comfortable so that so that they are attentive and listen to all the facts. You also want them to be comfortable because they might have to deliberate for a long time, and to give them a lot of leeway on scheduling and things like that, I would assume is going to be helpful to when you have to kind of put the hammer down and be like, listen, sorry, you're going to have to get back in there and come to a decision. A woman's life is on the line right now. You know, justice for a police officer is on the line right now. You know, these people have loved ones, you know, so you're going to have to go in there and make a decision. And so I kind of agree with her for doing that. Do you think we will find out what FBI been doing or their intentions once Karen is free? Yeah. I mean, if they do anything, we'll find out about it. Sure. I mean, every other time that Josh Levy has, you know, brought the hammer down on some other corruption, he holds a press conference. We will definitely get a press conference if this happens.
Not something that I'm advocating. It's just something that I was spinning around in my head. So going back to Karen backing out into John's Traverse in the driveway, you know, a lot of us go back and forth as to whether or not she did this on purpose and what's the evidence of that. And I had actually heard from Natalie that it was Karen's cousin, who's a lawyer, not part of the defense team, but she's a lawyer in Florida, who had been going over the discovery material maybe last year or last spring. Maybe even last summer, because that's when they first sent that video to Court TV. And that's when it was the cousin that first noticed that Karen's SUV made contact with John's Traverse, right? And so the theory about that's where they damaged the taillight, maybe didn't even happen until last summer, but we don't know for sure. You know, there's always things that get spread around. And seeing that Karen told Jen on the phone that she cracked her taillight, she was aware before she left the house that her taillight was cracked. So that makes it a little more likely that she did back into it on purpose, but she didn't hit it very hard. So leads me to wonder if she had it in her head, I've got to back into something back into something in order to cover up this damage, to give another explanation for it. But she was a little sheepish about it initially, so she didn't back very hard into John's Traverse. Could she have backed into something else after she left John's house that could have put glass on the bumper? I'm not sure what, since it sounds like taillights have plastic. So I don't
I wasn't even listening to him right there. Sorry, guys. Albert, thank you. Guilty thinkers Where is 3 3/4 of a gallon of blood loss? Fright, where are the 3 liters? Karen really had the ability to muddy the scene and dispose of the blood alone. Definitely not. Right. And the thing is, the blood never even came up in trial, which I'd like to hear answers for. I would like to hear answers for that. But that never happened. Just Joe, thank you. McMahon pointed out dead cop outside, cop inside, normal to be concerned for safety and go in the house. I mean, I don't really understand your super chat there, but I think what you're talking about is if you're talking about what I think you are, then I agree with you. I think it's insane that first responders did not ask or even insist to look around inside the home to make sure everyone else was okay. That's something standard. I mean, if you watch the show Cops growing up, you've seen this. You know, anytime you see cops with body cam footage, whenever they're in a situation like that, answering to a call, they say, do you care if I take a look inside, make sure everybody's okay? That never happened that night. So that's fishy as in and of itself. Jen, thank you so much. Thank you for all the tireless work you put into this case. You're absolutely awesome. We'll continue to follow you even after the case is over. Right on. I hope you do. After this, we're going to discuss and we're going to work definitely on bringing more awareness to the Sandra Birchmore case. And then come October, unless there's more delays, but come October, we're going to be going over the Sarah Boone trial, which should be very, very interesting. So I hope you guys hang out for that.
I don't know. Is it possible she backed into something else or did something else to try to damage that taillight?
Thank you.
An idea.
Oh, Sam's.
So, having watched that video, I don't know how many times, way too many times. I don't know. It just looks so accidental because it's such a slight tap. I mean, I can't even see any snow that is lodged on that back window coming off at all. I mean, I can't even see the car move, quite frankly. I just see a slight.
I mean, that tells you everything you need to know right there. Twattendoffer is saying that she can't even see the car move, frankly, but we saw the car move. Everyone here saw the car move. What are you talking about? So the fact that she is saying that she can't see the car move tells me everything that I need to know about her. That she actually makes it a point. Either she's lying about not being able to see the car move, or she's lying to herself about not being able to see the car move. Or she's just choosing not to see the car move. And I believe this happens a lot. I believe this is something that, like I said, they're choosing to ignore the entire concept of chain of custody. Every single person who thinks that Karen Read is guilty and that there's all this solid evidence against her completely dismisses the idea of chain of custody as if it's not even a thing. Like, it's crazy. Like it's perfectly normal to not log evidence. Like, it's perfectly normal to not rope off a crime scene. Like, it's perfectly normal to use red Solo cups from a neighbor to collect blood evidence. And like, it's perfectly normal to store them in shopping bags. All of these things are apparently just perfectly okay ways to handle this evidence that they think is so solid and is going to exonerate Karen Read in some or is going to convict Karen Read in some way. It makes no sense. It's the stupid shit. It's just the stupidest shit in the world. Like, everything about this case and it's how it was handled is wrong. That's why we're here. That's why I consistently have more people watching this channel than I ever have. That's why. Because people are seeing this. People are going, I'm not fucking crazy. I know what I'm looking at here. I'm not fucking crazy, and I refuse to be gaslit into believing that I am crazy because I'm using my common sense. I'm using my eyes and my common sense. You know what I mean? And it's crazy because like it's easy to get gaslit. Like if you're a Court TV fan, someone who has always loved Court TV, and then you started following this case, and then you've done your own research on this case, and now you're watching Court TV, you're going, what the fuck? It's a difficult thing to process. It's a difficult thing to process. If you were always an Ikadmel fan and you're following this case and you're you were looking at the evidence and common sense is dictating your opinion, and then you're watching someone like Ikadmel go act the way that he's acting, it's hard for you to process. It's a hard thing to fucking sit there and deal with. And so many of us are dealing with this right now. If you're a fucking Jennifer Coffendorfer fan, somebody who's always followed her and listened to her, followed her tweets, and then you following this case and you're letting your common sense dictate your opinion, and now you're hearing her talk the way she is. It's if it's not heartbreaking, it's fucking confusing. You know what I mean?
Like town. And remember, she's still drunk. At least if you believe the numbers that were given by the scientists. So I think it's an accident personally. I just don't. Oh, good. You're going to show it. I don't.
Yeah, I agree with you, Megan. Thank you.
She was smart enough to think that would do it. But, she's conniving. I'd put nothing past her. But
how much snow would you say is on the ground right here, Jen? Just looking at this video. Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to.
No. I mean, it looks like a few inches. I mean, I'm looking at it on the tire. See,
right.
Look at the fucking taillight, dude. Look at the fucking taillight right now. Look at it right now. Look at all the red on the taillight. It's not even illuminated, dude. And you're going to tell me that those pieces that were shown in the courtroom, pulled out by fucking Tully, that were the size of fucking Australia, came from that taillight right there. And that they fell off that car hours before this footage right here that we're looking at happened. You see what I'm saying? This is my point. Look at the fucking taillight right now. Take a good look at it. There is not 42 pieces with a fucking the taillight that we're seeing, the picture in the Sally Port. There is not nearly that much of the taillight missing right now. And I'm going to be gaslit by these idiots. And I mean fucking morons, people. Look at these two. They're fucking retarded. And I'm going to be gaslight by the likes of them, by the likes of Krusty Panties, by the likes of Canceled Karen, by the likes of just dumb fucking idiots to believe that that my eyes are lying. That's going to happen. I mean, people. That's where my mind is. You know what I mean? That's where it's been this whole fucking time. I can't. It's not in my fucking DNA to allow myself to have lies hammered into my head so much to where I ignore what my eyes and common sense are constantly telling me when I follow this case. It just I can't do it. I feel sorry for those who can. I feel sorry for those who allow themselves to be subject to this kind of fucking brainwashing by stupids. Fucking stupids. B Harmony, thank you so much. Guarino ruined the car console, so no useful data could be extracted. In my opinion, this was done purposely. Why wouldn't you think it's done purposely? And I agree with you, B Harmony, and thank you. Why wouldn't we think that it was done purposely? Considering everything else that we know about this case, considering all of the facts about this case, all of the shady shit that has taken place in regards to the investigation of this case. Why wouldn't we think that was done purposely? I mean, clearly. Why in the fuck would Guarino write a report saying that no data could be extracted from the vehicles from I mean, whatever they called it, I forgot what it's called, but whatever indicates the reverse camera, all of these things that would indicate like an alert that something would be behind. All of these things, for some reason, could not be extracted, right? Guarino's job was, it was worded in the same fucking paragraph, probably even the same run-on sentence. Something to the effect of, I could not extract any data. No data could be recovered from the blah, blah, blah system from Karen Reed's vehicle. And I conclude that Karen Reed is the victim, or that John O'Keefe is the victim of vehicular homicide. What? Your job is only to make that assessment based on the data that you recover. You just said that you couldn't recover the data, but you conclude that John O'Keefe is the victim of vehicular homicide. How? How exactly? But you see what I'm saying? I'm not going to be gaslit to think that I'm crazy or paranoid for asking logical questions like this. It's insane.
The reason you can't always judge snow, and I came from snow, you came from snow, there's drifting that occurs depending on wind. So look at that tire, see how high that is. John O'Keefe was near that curb. So there's a lot of drifting. I've already talked about the undulation of the driveway. So you get drifting. So snow is going to be higher in some areas than others.
Okay, Megan, good point.
Let's see this.
I'll go ahead and do that. All right. Sorry, I was checking some responses to messages. I'm not seeing the tag. Jesus Christ, man. Like, I'm just going through Twitter and I'm just seeing unrelated shit that's just so fucking weird. I mean, right. And the other thing that trips me out, man, is like, how are you how do these people just ignore the fact that there's a federal investigation into Michael Morrissey's office as to how he handled this investigation? That there's such a probe into Michael Morrissey's office that the feds conducted their own independent investigation into John O'Keefe's death, basically to uncover that they did a faulty investigation. Not just because it's not that they interfered with the John O'Keefe investigation. They don't have jurisdiction. They did it simply to prove that Karen Reed was being framed. They suspected Karen Reed was being framed, and they went in and conducted an investigation themselves. Can we see the Sallyport video from shaming of Jay and dissect all the wrong together on your channel? Yes. Can we please do the impression of Matt McKay that you do? And he testified it was hilarious, and I think we did laugh today. These things have to come naturally. But I'm glad you liked it. Thank you. So yeah, I'm gonna try to find that Sallyport video. I mean, here's some stuff from. Let's look at some stuff from here's Sean McDonough, right? Like, it's intact. The lower piece, right? Sean McDonough explains this perfectly. I mean, look at how much this video jumps. Dude, look, this shit, that is not the tail light. There's no way that that's the same tail light from the Sallyport. There's just no way. Yeah, it kind of explains it here. Like, yeah, there's just no way that these pieces, like, it just didn't happen. Like, that is not the same tail light from when Karen Reed is driving away. It's just not. Thank you, Frank Flippus. Watch this dash cam of car pulling out of 34 URL in chat. Yeah, I can't click on it unless you got a wrench, dude. But thank you. All right, hold on. All right. Let's see. Go to chat with a police captain. Yesterday, he agrees 100% not guilty. Thank you. Lena on me. Thank you so much. I ended a relationship with a local DA investigator. He wanted us to go out drinking and have me drive. I was a paralegal. He said he couldn't afford to lose his job. Know your worth. Free Karen Reed. Yeah, good point. Thank you. Okay, so here's what Sleuthy sent me here. So hold on a second. Yeah, like that's I mean, that's what you could see is what that tail light looks like intact, right? And then what Sleuthy wrote here was his arm broke, though 2 layers, and then was scraped by the dimples once on the 3rd layer. Right. It's just fascinating, dude. This is people are just fucking crazy, bro. Yeah, it's 3 layers. Right. Let's see. Let's see what this says right here.
No one, not Trooper Paul, not anyone, any point in time ever said that Mr. O'Keefe's arm was out like this at the time that he struck and that he did a pirouette and then flew 30 feet.
So it looks like his arm was more kind of like this. If I can try to get that.
You're indicating out by his side, correct?
I mean,
no one, not Trooper Paul, not anyone, any point in time ever said that Mr. O'Keefe's arm was out like this at the time that he struck and he did a pirouette and then flew 30 feet.
That's exactly what he said.
It looks like his arm was more kind of like this. If I can try to get that.
And he went into a spin, hit the curb.
Correct? Yes.
No one, not Trooper Paul, not anyone, any point in time ever said that Mr. O'Keefe's arm was out like this at the time that he struck and that he did a pirouette and then flew 30 feet.
So it looks like his arm was more kind of like this. If I can try to get that.
More like this. If I can just kind of like. Oh, so I guess Nerdy Addict is out there now. That's just great. Yeah, let's watch this here real quick.
Of 34 Fairview in the early morning hours of January 29, 2022, correct?
I'm familiar with that. At that point, I saw a Ford Edge on the side of the road. in front of the Albert's house.
The eyewitness indicated that the Ford Edge was placed there sometime between 2:30 in the morning and 3:30 in the morning, correct?
I'm familiar with that.
All right. As the supervising investigator, did you do anything to investigate the circumstances of that Ford Edge being placed in front of 34 Fairview sometime?
Absolutely, Brent.
Yes.
What did you do?
Well, we determined the veracity of that statement, and we want to make sure that the person who gave it is consistent and accurate and had a good vantage point of it.
We have marking lights. We have 2 plow lights that are situated at the corners of the trucks, and it's up high. It illuminates very well. It's almost driving with the spotlight.
It also appears that the person observed this vehicle from a distance.
I had to go around the vehicle and as to not hit the vehicle.
All right.
And also the identification of a Ford Edge seemed highly suggestive the way that I had read the account of it. If
told him it was a Ford Edge.
You didn't tell him first that it was a small SUV?
No, told him it was a Ford Edge. Showed me what was a Ford Edge. But I had already told him it was a Ford Edge.
Now, do you know sort of the difference between if you were to see a Ford Edge at nighttime in a snowstorm, the difference between a Ford Edge and a Jeep Cherokee?
Yes,
From what you saw, was this light or dark?
light.
Did you find out anybody in the Albert family, for instance, on the Ford Edge?
I don't recall off the top of my head if somebody.
Did the Alberts own the Ford Edge?
I don't know as I sit here.
The Alberts never had cars that were parked out front, and it just stuck out as weird.
An investigation into the reliability of that witness was conducted.
Because I was being courteous to the Albert family.
So you just decided, and that investigation is
Oh my God. Megan says, bloodstains don't add up. No way he was standing for a good amount of time. He didn't call for help, yell, walk to a house. I posted his clothes lined up together, DMed, and tagged. User stay positive 3. Okay, thank you. I'll check again. Yeah, I'm not getting any notifications at all. As far as that goes. And I see people are getting their interactions with canceled Karen. That's always fun. She loves the attention, folks, and I love to give it to her. Yeah. Now, Megan, in regards to your comment, you're saying bloodstains don't add up. No way he was standing for a good amount of time. Yeah, we know that. Because he was only in the house for a very brief period of time. His Apple Health data says that he was only in the house for a little bit. No, I don't think people will riot. I think people will will express themselves, but I don't think people will riot. I don't think that people will cross the boundaries of the law or put anyone in danger or themselves in danger. I don't think that'll happen. These people have conducted themselves fantastically this entire time. So I don't think that'll happen. I think these people are the epitome of an example of what protesters should be. Considering, I mean, you look at the other protests that have been happening the last couple of years, and you know, these people and this crowd, this amount of people behaving the way that they do, and it's the vibe is absolutely positive. This is much different, you know. Love glare smile. Appreciate you. Thank you. Good morning. Ready for not guilty verdict. I'm still stuck on the Steve Scanian connection. He broke the story facts, yet he's nowhere to be seen, heard from. Where in the world is Steve Scanlon? I don't know who Steve Scanlon is. Who's Steve Scanlon? The name sounds familiar, but I'm terrible with names, and like shit, I'll even cover somebody and I'll fucking forget who they are. That happens to me all the time. Oh, that's right. Okay, now I remember. The guy that told Yannetti about the beating in the house. The initial gotcha. I mean, I wouldn't blame the guy for hiding out. You know what I mean? Like I wouldn't blame the guy for laying low. That's for sure. Oh, okay. So there's Megan's. Here we go. I mean, right. Now the blood that's found on him here, like that's not 3 liters of blood. That's not 3 liters of blood. That's for sure. I mean, what that looks like is that blood ended up on him. It's not soaked. You know what I mean? So, and the majority of the blood is on the back of his head here. So it's coming from the back of his head that would drip down right here. That's what I think, but not much, but enough for him to be laying on the ground. It's a spread, but it's not soaked. And then there's some here on his shirt, but there seems to be more here on his shirt than there is under his hoodie, which is fascinating to me. Good morning, Scott. It's good to see you, buddy. Okay. Now we're just going to go over stuff on Twitter here. What? Fenway Park doesn't allow political messaging. That's bizarre. All right, let's see what Turtle Boy was saying. This is a little old. It's not from today. but I haven't seen this yet.
We'll
so.
go right to the 67-yard mark, the 70-yard mark, and if he goes over there outside the buffer zone, he can't come, so he can't go to where the protesters are. They kick me like this. This is fucking madness. And Krusty, if I went over there, she would have to leave because I have an order on her. But so she brings Lindsay with her, so I can't kick her. Like that would trigger the order against Lindsay. Absolutely fucking insane.
Why do they try so hard to stop you from?
Because they're fucking insane. Because they're losers. Lindsay cannot move on with her fucking life because she's obsessed with me. Because I didn't want her stink ass. And Krusty Candy's just had the heart on for me the last 4 years. I don't know what her deal is. I didn't even hook up with her. She's disgusting. And she can't move on with her fucking life. It's fucking bizarre. Their obsession with me.
Do you have any desire to ever encounter this?
No, God, no. Ew. Disgusting. Disgusting. I don't want that nasty hoe. Get her home. Get her out of here. She just needs to move on with her life. Find some new guy to send to jail and fucking life. Never go away, but she can't. She cannot move on with her life.
Yeah, I don't understand that. Like, if you're just like, you're so fucking traumatized, right? Then just fucking stay the fuck away from this dude and anything he's doing. You know, like, I don't understand that you're showing up to the same places he's going to be at when you gotta same places he's going to be at. You don't have any real interest in it other than him, and you show up there, but you're you have a fucking protective order against the guy. Like, stay the fuck away from where he's going to be at. I want to see that shit. I want to hear that shit. This is relevant to what I was talking about here. At least it seems like it. So this is Andrea Burkhart. I haven't watched her much, but she seems pretty well grounded. She seems like a really sharp person. So I've watched her a few times.
Other and hear each other's perspectives, and through that we can validate each other and recognize, no, we're not crazy, no, we're not bad people, no, we're not hurting anybody by looking for the truth. That's not what's going on here. And it's okay to not be gaslit. It's okay to not be manipulated.
Yeah.
Just refuse. Say, no, I'm not going to let people guilt me into not talking about a case or not giving my sincere opinion. I'm not going to let people try to intimidate me into not having a sincere opinion about what I see. When all of us have our eyes on this and we're all seeing the same thing, yeah, that's very validating. It's very validating. And the counterpoint to that may give you some insight into why people who aren't seeing it that way are using the techniques that they're using.
Yeah.
Because they aren't validated.
Right.
And when you're not validated, what happens? You get angry. You lash out.
Yeah.
You have all this cognitive dissonance going on where you have to come up with increasingly bizarre explanations to defend your worldview and your interpretation.
That's fucking awesome, dude. I feel way more validated now. Thanks, Andrea Burkhart. All right, let's watch this.
Turn your back, turn your back, turn your back. Turn your back, we're people. They're looking to instigate. Please ignore that. Please ignore.
Okay, so you see these, this is leadership right here, man. That's great. That's leadership. And everyone plays a role in leadership here, which is what I love. Everybody has the same mindset. You know, watching everybody, because I met this person walking down here. I met her. She's one of the first people I met when I got there. And like, look at all of these people are in a position of where they all respect each other. So anybody who takes a role of leadership in something like that, they, you know, everyone respects. You know what I mean? It's great because all of them can each take a role in leadership here. It's everyone is just of the mindset of we're here to be supportive and we're not here to do anything else but be supportive. And it's great. It's absolutely great. And what they're doing is saying, okay, here come the trolls. Here come the non-supporters, and just ignore them. Turn your back on them. Just ignore them. They're here to rile you up. They're here to cause trouble. Just ignore them. And it's beautiful. They did it in an organized, very, very smooth fashion. They got ahead of them, told everybody in the crowd, like, hey, these people who are coming through, just ignore them. The person right before her did that, and she's doing it right now, which is fantastic.
Ignore them. They're looking. For supporting a murderer. Shame on you! Shame on you! Don't put your shame on you! Free Gary! Free Gary! Free Gary! Free Gary! Turn your back, turn your back, turn your back. Turn your back, we're people. They're looking to instigate. Please ignore that. Please ignore them. They're looking.
Do not engage. I mean, these women are the worst, bro. Like, I just want to be like, oye, mijita, ¿qué te pasa? ¿Qué te pasa, mijita? ¿Qué te hicieron? ¿Qué te hicieron, mijita? Te rompió tu corazoncito. ¿Qué pasó? ¿Qué pasó? ¿Qué te hicieron? Like, what the fuck, dude? These poor ladies, bro. Like, what happened to them? You know? I mean, it's none of my business, and I don't really want to know, but I'm saying, like, what happened? You know? Who did you wrong, sweetheart? Like, somebody hurt these people, bro. You know? Somebody hurt these people, like, real bad. You know what I mean? I don't. Jersey, Colorado 27. Thank you. Benzos and Dollar Store Wine give you those four. Oh man, absolutely true. Thank you. I can't. Like, bro, who crushed their little souls, bro? Did they have souls to begin with? You know, what happened? Like, because I mean, listen, man, I believe all babies, bro. All babies are pure and innocent and soulful. And, you know, when you're born, everybody's born. Somehow, like, something happens where your soul fucking depletes when you become one of these people. I don't think people are born like this, bro. You know what I mean? I don't think people are born with that kind of contempt for the world. You know, shit happens to you, and then you're just like, just hateful and shitty, you know, because you just decide to be that way. And you don't realize you decide to be that way. Like, it takes some change. Like, I used to be the kind of person, listen, I used to be the kind of person, this is a fact. I used to be the kind of person that used to blame the whole world for my problems. Be like, oh, that's just my bad luck. God, the world fucking hates me. The universe hates me. And I got, you know, and then like I got to a point in my life where it was just like rock fucking bottom, you know? And it was just like, I knew that if I continued feeling this way, feeling sorry for myself, not taking any accountability for my actions, not deciding, like, literally there's nobody has any control over my shit but me, you know? Like, it's totally up to me, you know? Like, and it was like, all right, well, like, to the point where like I had no more room to feel sorry for myself. Like, I was gonna die for if there was any more feeling sorry for myself moving forward. It's a fact. And so, like, in order to survive another day and keep going, I had to like change things, which is what the glare thing is, right? That's how I came up with the glare, like long before I had a YouTube channel. Like, it's I had to decide, you know, like I used to suffer from depression and anxiety. Now I struggle with it because this shit doesn't go away. Here's the thing about that. Depression, anxiety, it's a real thing. Like, no doubt about it. It's a real fucking thing. And there's no cure for it. Like, it's never, ever going to away. It's something that's there, and you're just going to have to learn to fucking live with it. Now, you can either let it run you, and then you feel sorry for yourself and all of the fucking, you know, all of the casualties that come with that, where you alienate people by your shitty behavior and your fucking sense of entitlement because the world is so bad and it just doesn't fucking understand you, right? So you could fucking do that, but that's, yeah, that why me bullshit. Like, I can't even fucking relate to that anymore, you know? And then, like, I realized, I was like, okay, what do I need to do? What do I need to do? And this is just for me, and I'm not saying this to be preachy or nothing. Some people ask me, where did you get the glare name? This is how. I hit rock bottom. Like, you ask anybody that's known me for fucking like 20 fucking years, there'll be people that'll say, oh man, no, Will's a good dude. He's always been a good dude, but you know, but there'll be other people that'll be like, dude, Will was a piece of shit. Fair enough. That's fair. That is fucking fair. You know? And I've made mistakes that of a piece of shit would make, you know, but the thing was, is like, I was aware afterwards to have enough like remorse, you know, and be like, fuck, you know, like cringe moments, you know what I mean? Where you're just like, I can't believe I fucking said that shit, or I can't believe I fucking acted like that, you know? And then what happens is you naturally start justifying yourself because you want to, I mean, in order to go on living with yourself and looking in the fucking mirror, what do? You naturally justify your shit to yourself, you know? And then you got to be like ready. If you want to like change, you got to be ready to like not do that shit. You got to be ready to look yourself in the mirror and be like, okay, it's done. You did that. You acted like that. What did you lack? What did you not do? Well, I failed to be grateful for things. Like, gratitude is the most fucking amazing ingredient to add to your life and your way of thinking. I promise you that. Again, I'm not trying to be preachy. I'm just saying this is a fact. Just like eating healthy and exercising is good for you, I'm telling you that it's indisputable. Gratitude and having gratitude and expressing gratitude, genuinely feeling grateful for things is a fucking is like the ease. It's the best way to deal For me anyway, for me. So there's gratitude, logic, awareness, acceptance, accountability, rationality, empathy, resilience. This is the things that I knew that I needed to actually hyper focus on in order to be a happier person. Someone who I could be happy living within myself. And your depression and your anxiety is just something that has to be managed. And that's up to you to find your way to manage it. If you struggle with or suffer from anxiety and depression, that's a very personal thing. And with everybody, it's different. I'm telling you what works for me, and that's what I chose to do. I'm not trying to tell anybody else what to do with their shit. Like, do whatever you do, but I'm telling you, it's never going to go away. So I'm looking at court. It's not back on just yet, but I'll have it ready. Oh, jury question coming in. Okay. I'll get it ready here. But I'm telling you, like, these are people who are too fucking scared to look at themselves and be self-aware. Self-awareness is if you're incapable of self-awareness, or at least attempting to be self-aware, making a genuine effort to be self-aware, dude, you're gonna be a fucking clueless fucking motherfucker that people are gonna look at and go, dude, are you seriously saying that shit out loud right now? And they're gonna say that shit a lot to you. You know, like, I promise you that. And, you know, when you look at these people, dude, like, you could see that this is the one thing that they all have in common, is a complete and total lack of self-awareness. Everything is someone else's fault, pointing the fingers. Look. Because this person, there's a negative vibe. You know? Look what this person did to me. Look at this person's doing to me. Look at how this person's actions are making me feel. Blah, 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 blah. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Worry about your own shit. Like, seriously. Turtle boy, dude. Like, and they don't even hear themselves. Like, everything always comes back to Turtle Boy. Give me a fucking sound argument as to Karen Reed's guilt. Do it. Give me a 10-minute explanation and leave Turtle Boy out of it. I dare you. I challenge any of you motherfuckers to do that shit. I challenge any motherfucker that thinks that Karen Reed is guilty to not give me some spewing about Turtle Boy when they try to engage with me about an argument. Engage with me in an argument, excuse me, about the Karen Reed trial. I would love to hear. Try and leave Turtle Boy out of it. I challenge you to do that. You know how pathetic you sound? It's ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you know, accountability is something that just lacks. You know, accountability just fucking lacks. Everybody wants to point fingers at somebody else and blame somebody else for their fucking problems. Thank you so much. Shame on you, sir. I love that handle. I asked her on the chat Friday why she changed her mind. She blocked me, douchebag. Who are you talking about? Asked who on chat. Tanit, thank you so much. I know mental health is hard to talk about, especially when you're dealing with it. I appreciate you being so transparent today. I loved your channel, Free Care and Read. Yeah, I'm very transparent about my mental health, man. Like, you know, it's a fucking thing. You know, it's I've learned that it's nothing to be embarrassed about. You know, and I definitely refuse to use it as an excuse for my behavior. You know, I you know what I mean? Like, I just fucking refuse to do it. Like everything that you can think of that is considered an emotional disorder for a child to have, I fucking had it, you know, and it lingers into your fucking adulthood, man. It just does. You just learn how to fucking deal with the world as you get older. I'm such a late bloomer. Dude, like I couldn't handle doing this, having a YouTube channel with this many followers. I couldn't handle doing this 10 years ago. 10 years ago, I would have been the biggest piece of shit doing the wrong shit and handling this wrong, and I would never had any growth. I just wouldn't have, you know? Court's coming back on.
Good question.
Here we go.
You are unmuted.
We're back on the record on the Karen Reed, Your Honor. We've got a question from the jury.
All right. So, Mr. Lally, I'd like to hear from the Commonwealth first about doing thorough deliberations.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last one.
I'd like to hear from the Commonwealth first about your view on whether the jury has conducted due and thorough deliberations.
Your Honor, while I understand that they have been at this for a while, I would submit that they have not.
They're
and I would ask the
deadlocked.
court not to make such a finding. Reasons for that, Your Honor, this jury
deadlocked
heard,
again.
I believe, about 29 days or so of testimony, 657 different exhibits marked as evidence, 74 different witnesses who testified before them. And while I believe they've been out for somewhere in the vicinity of 22 or 23 hours, what I would submit to the court based on all of that, as well as the complexity of the issues presented to them, they really haven't even had 1 hour of deliberation equivalent to 1 day of testimony to each of the days of testimony that they've heard. So while they have been at it for a while, I would submit that based on the evidence and testimony and witnesses and the complexity of issues in this case, I would submit that they have not done a thorough deliberation up to this point.
Ms. Giannetti?
Our view is that it's time for Tui Rodriguez, Your Honor. They've come back now twice, indicating essentially that they're hopelessly deadlocked. The content of this latest message is that they have been over all the evidence. Previous message said they did an exhaustive review. This time they said that they have fundamental disagreements about what the evidence means, and it's a matter of opinion. It's not a matter of lack of understanding. This court, when you sent it out, encouraged them not to take a straw vote, encouraged them to go over all the evidence in a very methodical manner. I think all indications are that they've done that, and this is what Tui Rodriguez is for. We asked the court to get it.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
let's
think
see.
this has been an extraordinary jury. I've never
That's a
seen
good
a
argument,
vote
I
like
mean.
this, reporting to be at an impasse. I do find that they're now, with the additional time that they went out without coming back Friday saying that they were deadlocked, is due and thorough deliberation. So I'm going to give Tui Rodriguez.
That's it.
So
It's
are they
over,
ready to
guys.
come in, Jody?
Here we go, guys. This is gonna be it.
Right, Charlie?
Oh, you popped. You're gonna be famous.
Here it is. Here it is.
Stop!
This is Ken.
So why don't I take a recess?
All right.
And then Nancy.
Okay, we're gonna have a recess. Danette, thank you so much. The jury is done with this mess. Let them go home. Yeah, but you know, we wanted a not guilty verdict. We're not getting a not guilty verdict, people. So if the jury's deadlocked, it is not a not guilty verdict. It's not a guilty verdict either. So that's good news. The good news is that there's not going to be a guilty verdict. Okay. So, and again, I trust Karen Reed's defense team. We've been trusting Karen Reed's defense team this entire time. We have no reason to believe that Karen Reed's defense team is going to make bad decisions, because they have done nothing but make sound, amazing decisions and handle this defense in a stellar manner this entire time. And now all of a sudden, because we don't fully understand what's going on, we're going to lose faith in their defense? I don't think so. I'm not losing faith in Karen Reed's defense just yet. So I'd like to see how this turns out, what this is going to mean. Again, this could be a chess move by the defense here by saying, hey, we feel like the jury has done enough. And it's important what Yannetti just explained here. Yannetti just explained that it's not a question of that they don't understand the evidence. They just have different opinions on the evidence. So, and that's where they're at. They fully understand the evidence. The people who think that Karen Reed is guilty or that there is enough evidence to convict Karen Reed, those people feel that that's it. Now, how they could feel that way is beyond me. I have no idea, because I would imagine, based on what we're hearing right now, these people went over the evidence meticulously. They went over every single piece, and there are people going, how can you sit here and say that convicts Karen Reed, that damns her and says that she is absolutely guilty beyond a reasonable doubt? All this, and this. Well, then when I look at this, I see doubt. I have doubts, so I cannot in good conscience convict her. Well, I don't have any doubt. I feel like that's sufficient. That tells me everything I need to know. That's what's going on in that jury room. Now, as to how many people there are, who knows? How many people feel this way versus how many people feel that way, I don't know. But regardless, Judge Beverly Canoni, fundamental disagreement. Thank you, Kelly R. Appreciate you. She has granted, Judge Beverly Canoni has granted Tui Rodriguez, which I don't fully know what that means. Tui is a blast to the jury to say, go consider your fellow jurors' opinions. Okay, so let me go ahead and do that real quick. Give me 1 second. Okay. When jurors cannot agree, our Constitution and laws provide that in a criminal case, the principal way for deciding questions of fact is the verdict of a jury. In most cases, and perhaps strictly speaking, in all cases, absolute certainty cannot be attained or expected. The verdict to which each juror agrees must, of course, be his or her own verdict, the result of his or her own convictions, and not merely an acquiescence. I don't know that word. Sorry. In the conclusion of the other jurors. Still, in order to bring 6 minds to a unanimous result, you must examine the issues you have to decide the candor and with a proper regard and respect for each other's opinions. You should consider that it is desirable that the case be decided. You should consider that you have been selected in the same manner and from the same source as any future jury would be. There is no reason to suppose that the case will ever be submitted to 6 persons who are more intelligent, more impartial, or more competent to decide it than you are, or that more or clearer evidence will be produced on one side or the other. With all this in mind, it is your duty to decide this case if you can do so conscientiously. So what do they mean by 6 minds coming to a unanimous result? Yeah, it's not 6 in Massachusetts. That's what I mean. Like, let me try this. Okay. All right, I think I pulled up what Chasing pulled up. It says if they are still unable to reach a unanimous verdict, the next step for the judge would be to issue what's known as the Tui Rodriguez instructions. It's really a blast to the jury to say, consider the other side of the person opposite you and see if you cannot reach a conclusion that's unanimous. So does that mean that they're still going to deliberate based on that instruction? Okay, gotcha. All right, so now we got to wait some more. But see, I like this. I like this. To me, that's good. A 6 is for civil. I got you. Thank you. Well, that's interesting, right? I think it says a lot that the Commonwealth is like, no, we don't want that. That's it. So I'm wondering if they know that the majority of people feel, and I mean, because again, logic dictates that there's not enough evidence. There's no reliable evidence that can't be just I mean there's no evidence that isn't just filled with doubt, right? There's no actual evidence that isn't totally filled with doubt. So I mean, I would assume that there's no more than 2 jurors, as I speculated earlier, no more than 2 jurors that are sorry, I just got a text here. No more than 2 jurors that feel that Karen Reed is guilty is what my speculation is. Yeah. So Annie just sent me something. Basically a tweet from, I don't know who this is. What is her handle there? Okay, it's for Anjanette Levy from Law and Crime. Just posted that jury is still deadlocked in Massachusetts versus Karen Reed. Judge Canoni says she's never seen a note like the one she's just received. She's going to give the Tui Rodriguez instruction. And then somebody commented saying, didn't Judge Canoni just have a hung jury in a prior trial of hers? It can't be that astonishing. It's a great point. What did she mean by I've never seen a note like this? Did she actually say that? Hold on. Let's watch that again.
We're back on the record on the Karen Reed, Your Honor. We've got a question from the jury.
All right, so Mr. Lally, I'd like to hear from the Commonwealth first about doing thorough deliberations.
Thank you,
I'm
Cash.
sorry, I didn't hear the last one.
I'd like to hear from the Commonwealth first about your view on whether the jury has conducted due and thorough deliberations.
Your Honor, while I understand that they have been at this for a while, I would
Thank you,
submit that
Amber.
they have not, and I would ask the court not to make such a finding. Reasons for that, Your Honor, this jury heard, I believe, about 29 days or so of testimony, 657 different exhibits marked as evidence, 74 different witnesses who testified before them. And while I believe they've been out for somewhere in the vicinity of 22 or 23 hours, what I would submit to the court based on all of that, as well as the complexity of the issues presented to them, they really haven't even had 1 hour of deliberation equivalent to 1 day of testimony to each of the days of testimony that they've heard. So while they have been at it for a while, I would submit that based on the evidence and testimony.
We're back. Let's see what happens here.
Court is in session. Please be seated.
All right, so jurors, I am in receipt of your note. Judge Canoni, despite our commitment to the duty entrusted to us, we find ourselves deeply divided by fundamental differences in our opinions and state of mind.
Jesus.
The divergence in our views are not rooted in a lack of understanding or effort, but deeply held convictions that each of us carry, ultimately leading to a point where consensus is unattainable. We recognize the weight of this admission and the implications it holds. So, Mr. Foreman and members of the jury, I have an instruction for you. Our Constitution and laws provide that in a criminal case, the principal method for deciding questions of fact is the verdict of a jury. In most cases, and perhaps strictly speaking in all cases, absolute certainty cannot be attained, nor is it expected. The verdict to which each juror agrees must, of course, be his or her own verdict, the result of his or her own convictions, and not merely an acquiescence in the conclusions of the other jurors. Still, in order to bring 12 minds to a unanimous result, you must examine the issues you have to decide with candor and with a proper regard and respect for each other's opinions. You should consider that it is desirable that this case be decided. You have been selected in the same manner and from the same source as any future jury would be selected.
Isn't that what I read
There is no
first
reason to
with
suppose
12?
that this case will ever be submitted to 12 persons who are more intelligent, more impartial, or more competent to decide it than you are, or that more or clearer evidence will be produced at another trial. With all this in mind, it is your duty to decide this case if you can do so conscientiously.
That's what I just read.
In order to make a decision more attainable, the law always imposes the burden of proof on the Commonwealth to establish every essential element of each indictment beyond a reasonable doubt. If
you are left with a reasonable doubt as to any essential element of any indictment, then the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be found not guilty on that indictment. In conferring together, you ought to give proper respect to each other's opinions and listen with an open mind to each other's arguments. Where there is disagreement, those jurors who would find the defendant not guilty should consider whether the doubt in their own minds is a reasonable one. If it makes no impression upon the minds of the other jurors, who are equally honest and equally intelligent, who have heard the same evidence with the same attention, who have an equal desire to arrive at the truth, and who have taken the same oath as jurors. At the same time, those jurors who would find the defendant guilty ought seriously to ask themselves whether they may not reasonably doubt the correctness of their judgment if it is not shared by other members of the jury. They should ask themselves whether they should distrust the weight or sufficiency of the evidence if it has failed to convince the minds of their fellow jurors beyond a reasonable doubt. I will now ask you, Mr. Foreman, and members of the jury to return to your deliberations with these instructions in mind. And as with my final instructions and the supplemental instructions I sent in, I will send in a copy of this charge as well. All right, so may that be marked, Madam Court Reporter, please. All right, so thank you. We'll send you folks back out to deliver.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, follow me. Well, I mean, like, well, no, I mean, all she's doing is she just read the TUI instructions to the jury, so they still got to go back in there.
You are muted.
All she did was execute the decision that she made. So we're just waiting again. So, I mean, yeah, like, that's all that happened there. Everybody's like, fuck you, Bev. Like, chill. All she's doing is exactly what she said she was about to do. So, those of you who are confused, such as I'm a baffled here. So if you're a baffled, what's happening right now is the judge or the jury is deadlocked. They are deeply disagreeing here. So the Tui Rodriguez instructions mean that once they reach this deadlock decision, she encourages them to go back in there, and those who feel strongly in one way versus those who feel strongly the other way talk to each other and try to convince each other of why they feel this way. Basically talk it out. And try a little harder to reach a unanimous decision here. So that's all. I mean, I'm the fact that the defense pushed for this, again, I trust the defense. I trust what they've been doing. All of us here believe that Karen is absolutely innocent. And so I trust Karen Reed's defense to be doing the right thing here and pushing for the right things here. So I'm not panicking just yet. Maris Whitaker, thank you so much. Can you analyze the jury note for us? Very curious of the verbiage they used. Okay, yeah, we could do that. Let's go over that one more time.
Our commitment to the duty and treaty.
Court is in session. Please be seated.
All right. So, jurors, I am in receipt of your note. Judge Canoni, despite our commitment to the duty entrusted to us, we find ourselves deeply divided by fundamental differences in our opinions and state of mind.
Deeply divided in our opinions. Let's hear that one more time.
Despite our commitment to the duty entrusted to us, we find ourselves deeply divided by fundamental differences in our opinions and state of mind.
Deeply divided in our fundamental opinions and our state of mind. Huh. I wonder what's going on in there, man. Like, are they just going at it? Are they just fighting? Are they just being like, dude, you're fucking crazy? Because I'm telling you, if I'm a juror and there's somebody in there saying that she's guilty, I'm going, are you fucking stupid? Are you blind, deaf, dumb, all these things? Are you fucking stupid? Did you see these people sitting on the stand lying one after the other? How can you look at any of the evidence that the prosecution claims to have presented here as evidence, as convictable evidence, which is not even a word, excuse me, but whatever. I mean, how can you do that without having any doubts in that evidence? I don't understand. So JC says, can they deliver a verdict for some charges and be deadlocked on another? Or do they have to agree on all charges at the same time? I don't think they have to agree on all charges at the same time. But I mean, I feel like in that note, they would have specified that it was one charge. I feel like we would know by now that it's one charge that they're deadlocked on. So that's a great question too, JC, because I'm curious about that myself. So let's hear the rest of that note.
The divergence in our views are not rooted in a lack of understanding or effort, but deeply held convictions that each of us carry, ultimately leading to a point where consensus is unattainable. We recognize the weight of this admission, and the implications in our views are not in our opinions and state of mind.
Hold on, I gotta pour my coffee, and then we'll hear that one more time. Hold on. Tanette says, so what, if anything, do you think about this? I need this to not be guilty, to be not guilty or dismissed. To me, I think Judge Bev is intimidating the jury. I don't think so at all. I don't think she's intimidating them at all. I like that she's doing what she's doing. This particular thing right now, I like how she's handling it. Because those of us, if put it this way, Tanette, if you feel like she is not guilty and the case should be dismissed, or it should be a not guilty verdict, then she's doing the only thing that could be done to get there, which is get the jury back in that deliberation room and come to a unanimous decision of not guilty. Otherwise, they're deadlocked, and you're looking at either a mistrial or a dismissal. And I don't think that she's going to call a dismissal. I don't think that she's going to dismiss the case. So the best chance that Karen Reed has right now of getting a not guilty verdict is them going back in that room and coming to that decision. So that's what I think about that. Tanette. Thank you. Appreciate it.
The divergence in our views are not rooted in a lack of understanding or effort, but deeply held convictions that each of us carry, ultimately leading to a point where consensus is unattainable.
Okay. So that's interesting. Let's hear that one more time.
Rooted in a lack of understanding and state of mind. The divergence in our views are not rooted in a lack of understanding or effort, but deeply held convictions that each of us carry, ultimately leading to a point where consensus is unattainable.
Deeply held convictions. So it's not a matter of not reviewing the evidence. It's not a matter of not understanding the evidence. It's not a matter of not making an effort to understand the evidence. They have fundamental differences, deep convictions, which tells me that their beliefs are what's driving them to come to these conclusions. Their beliefs. I don't want to hear that shit. See, that's where I have a problem with this jury. I don't give a fuck what your convictions are. Your convictions should only be that of someone deeply interested in justice and the law. And justice has to be blind. I don't give a fuck about what your convictions are of is she guilty because you don't like the fact that she fucking hauled off and got mad at somebody at the fucking in Aruba. Like if you're basing your guilty verdict, your opinion on her guilt on stupid shit like, well, I don't like the fact that she was texting Higgins behind his back. You cannot draw your guilty verdict based on that. That's not evidence. That's an attempt to prove motive, which failed because it showed that Higgins had more motive than she did. That right there is doubt in that evidence. If I could present to you, well, okay, you feel that she's guilty because she was texting Higgins because she didn't appreciate John and she was texting Higgins behind his back. Okay, well, I submit to you that Higgins was acting crazy. Higgins coaxed him to go to the house. Higgins was playing grab ass with Brian Albert. Higgins is an insecure douchebag. Higgins doesn't know how to talk to women, so the only way he could deal with that frustration is to lash out on through fucking roid-raged fucking violence. Well, you don't know that. Well, you don't know that Karen Reed fucking reversed her car. Plus, the fact that the experts are saying, some independent expert is saying that he never even got hit by a car. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would have a field day with somebody like this. So that's basically what Judge Bev is encouraging to happen right now. So before you all start, like, I get it. Man, I'm not a fan of Judge Bev. I'm not a fan at all. But I'm telling you right now, this decision right here is the best chance of you coming to a not guilty verdict, because what she's doing right now is encouraging someone like me, or hopefully somebody not like me, but somebody with the kind of convictions that I have, to convince somebody, hey, listen, that's not evidence. You cannot, what if you're wrong? You cannot convict somebody on that. If you have to question the validity of any of the evidence that is being used against Karen Reed, then you cannot say that she is beyond a reasonable doubt guilty. That is not our responsibility here. That is a violation of our responsibility here. It is a perversion of the power that we have here to assume that she's guilty because of our convictions on how we feel about fundamental things. Bullshit. That's not how this works. That's not how the law works. So what she's doing right now is encouraging this conversation to hopefully take place in that deliberation room.
We recognize the weight of this admission and the implications it holds. So, Mr. Foreman and members of the jury, I have an instruction for you. Our Constitution and laws provide that in a criminal case, the principal method for deciding questions of fact is the verdict of a jury. In most cases, and perhaps strictly speaking in all cases, absolute certainty cannot be attained, nor is it expected. The verdict to which each juror agrees must, of course, be his or her own verdict, the result of his or her own convictions, and not merely an acquiescence in the conclusions of the other jurors. Still, in order to bring 12 minds to a unanimous result, you must examine the issues you have to decide with candor and with a proper regard and respect for each other's opinions. You should consider that it is desirable that this case be decided. You have been selected.
Okay. All right. All right. So Turtle Boy says, juror number 7 took a deep breath and looked up at the ceiling when Judge Canoni instructed them to go back and deliberate. Either she's really frustrated with one or more of the other jurors who is holding out with guilty, or she is the lone guilty vote. She is acting noticeably different from all the other jurors who are not showing any emotions. Before that, he posted, juror number 7 appears to be crying. All 11 other jurors look frustrated. Huh. Interesting. Wow. I mean, this is fucking crazy, dude. Well, you don't know that. You know, I mean, that's Turtle Boy's observations in the courtroom, which are extremely helpful, but understand that Turtle Boy's not in that deliberation room. You know, he doesn't know definitively what's happening in there. So, you know what I mean? Like we don't know definitively what's happening in there. Just that's Turtle Boy kind of guessing based on what he's seeing as far as the reactions of the jurors when Judge Bev gives them the instructions. So, you know, there's no jury polling in Massachusetts, as I understand it. Right. No, and I mean Turtle Boy, he worded it correctly. I'm saying like, and if you're gonna like go based on what Turtle Boy's saying, like listen carefully to what he's saying. He's saying, either juror number 7 is really frustrated with one or more of the other jurors who is holding out with guilty, or she is the lone guilty vote. But she is acting noticeably. So that's just an assessment based on who he's, I mean, but that could just be that one person. It could be the only person who seems to be visibly reacting. Could be more than that, but you just don't see them reacting. You know what I mean? So, dude, that shit sounds pretty good. Dude, I can't wait for this fucking trial to be over. I have like personal shit that I need to do, like, which is part of the reason why I couldn't go to Boston this second time. Like, I have shit that I have to do and I want to get it done. Now, like, it's at my discretion as to when I do it, but it's like, fuck. I need to get it done. I mean, right. The shit is like a movie. I mean, apparently there's already a Hollywood movie in the works. Apparently there already is. Apparently they've already approached Turtle Boy for his story. And I know how that works. But now, what's up, Boston Bridget? What are those? What are those? So that's gonna be interesting, man. That's gonna be interesting because I'm interested to know what type of, because I feel like that would be the best way to tell the Karen Reed, John O'Keefe case story, would be to do it from the perspective of the person who was following it. Much like the Zodiac. Remember the Zodiac thing? The movie Zodiac, it's based on the book, but and that book was a bestseller. I remember all the goth kids and metal kids were reading that book when I was in middle school and high school. But yeah, the you know, it was from the perspective of the guy, the cartoonist who was following the case, who worked for the newspaper. He ended up writing a book. So I could see that. I could see that movie being made from the perspective of Turtle Boy, which would be fascinating, considering the fact that he did so much investigating into this case. Yeah, Zodiac is an awesome movie. I mean, it's David Fincher. David Fincher is just fantastic. Oh, I won't even be in it. Yeah, I'm not a significant enough character for the film. Like at best, I'd be the guy that's like in the last Spider-Man movie, James Jonah Jameson just showing up and talking shit, rah, 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 just for a minute here and a minute there. That would be the extent of it. I mean, James Jonah Jameson, what do you think? You think they'll put me in the movie? What do you think?
You serious?
Fuck you too, man. Jesus. Could have just said no. Whatever. Anyway. Let's look at some more Twitter stuff. Hold on. What is this? No, that's not even. All right, shut up. Oh, wait.
I think we got a super chat. Super fan. I think we got a super chat. Super fan. Super chat. Super fan. I think we got a super chat. I think we got.
Steve C, 1994 Morning Glare chat verdict today. Hopefully. Looks like it's gonna get there to a point. I mean, I don't know how long they have. You know what I mean? Like, what are they gonna do? Like, how long does Bev? Is there a deadline? You know what I mean? Does Bev go? You know, like you only have like 10 more minutes to come to a decision. You know what I mean? You have the end till the end of the day. What? V. Louise Arthur, thank you so much. Will, you are very significant. Member for 3 months. Thank you. Appreciate that. That's nice. That's nice. Will, you are very significant. That's a very sweet thing to say. No doxing here, folks. We don't do that shit. It's your one warning. We do not dox here. No, ARCA is not federal government, but ARCA was contracted by the FBI to conduct their independent investigation. Salvatore, it's that I hit him. That's messed up. That's a good theory too. I mean, that's what everybody's hanging on. I hit him. The problem is that, like, I mean, if you're just deadlocked because you think that that's just a solid admission, but I mean, when the science dictates that she did not hit him, you know what I mean? Like, that's where I'd be at. Like, if I'm having that argument, if I'm a juror and I'm having that argument with somebody who's sitting there going, well, I mean, I can't get past her saying I hit him. Well, first of all, the people who claim that they heard her say that were proven to be liars on the stand. That's A right there. The fact that I just don't hold any credibility to anything that those people were saying. Right, Salvatore, I know you agree with me, but I'm saying I'm just piggybacking off of it here. And so if I'm sitting there convincing another juror of this, and I'm saying there's that, and then on top of the fact that the science just dictates that she couldn't have hit him. None of it makes sense. You know, that's too much doubt for me to go, okay, well, she hit him. I mean, if they're saying that she was drunk and she had all that to drink, well, then she doesn't fucking know whether she hit him or not. There's doubt in her statement right there. If you're sitting here and you're saying that there's an admission of guilt here, right? Well, look at even her admission of guilt isn't credible. she was not of sound mind. If someone writes a statement with a confession, it says that normally it states, I blah, 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 am who is of sound mind, blah, blah, blah. You know, they have to state that. They have to state that, right? So, I mean, if I'm on the jury, I'm going to go, well, she wasn't of sound mind, and I'm not even sure she said that shit. You know? I have doubts. That right there means that I cannot convict her based on that. I have doubts. You're sitting here telling me, yeah, but if you're sitting there telling me, yeah, but I had him, and I'm just explaining to you, and you're considering that and going, ooh, well, then, yeah, I mean, that's a good point. Once you go, that's a good point. That means that you have doubt. That means that you, as a juror, like myself, cannot convict her if you have doubts in that evidence. Jen Dalgos, what is doxing? Will, love your channel. You're awesome. And I love you. Mediocre trial. Exactly. Doxing is putting someone's personal information out. You know, I'm not cool with that. Verdict on evidence, not emotions. Fix it, jury. Right. Agreed, Dan F. Agreed. I don't want to fucking, yeah, that makes me feel uneasy. Because again, look, I talked about how I saw that jury myself, and they seemed like a bunch of smart people. They seemed like, you know, I had no concerns. But this right here makes me have doubts. So when you hear me talk about the jury and what I saw, I'm judging them based on reactions. I'm judging them based on how attentive they seem. But that doesn't mean that I know exactly what they're thinking. Because right now, some of them are thinking with their convictions and their emotions. If they're making decisions based on their convictions, I don't want to hear that shit. They should only have strong convictions on justice. That's it. They should have strong convictions on how the justice system works. That's the only things they should have strong convictions about in that room. Yeah, I mean, if you've ever followed a fucking trial before for anything other than the drama, then you know this is how it works. You know that they cannot, logically come to a not guilty or logically come to a guilty verdict. Christine, thank you so much. Feels like I have been watching a bad Lifetime movie from the 80s. I agree. They didn't have Lifetime in the 80s, though. But I feel you. Movie of the week. Like a bad movie of the week. Ryan O'Rourke, thank you so much. I think someone got to Juror 7. She was the closest to the witness stand per Fall River Reporter. I don't know about that. It's too early to tell that somebody got to a juror. It's just too early to tell. I'm not going to entertain those type of theories right now. That somebody got to one of the jurors, you know? I mean, I sure shit wouldn't put it past the McAlberts at this point, but it doesn't mean that that's where my mind is. Diane Gavin, thank you so much. Principle over personality. Right. I agree. Thank you. Well, no, Fall River Reporter, that's Jess Machado, and she's solid. She's super solid. So, I mean, but I guarantee you that Jess Machado is not saying that's not what the person who super chatted says. They're just saying something about juror number 7, but they're not. But Jess Machado did not say. I guarantee you, she did not say that someone got to juror number 7. Guarantee. Jess would not report that irresponsibly. Like I said, for that reason is why I wouldn't put it past them. But we don't have any evidence that they did that yet. You know what I mean? It's right in front of me, Cherry. Calm the fuck down. Pearl DeVer, thank you so much. I need the C word shouting loudly for Jen McCabe. Oh, wow.
Shut your fucking mouth! No problem, Charlie. Shut the fuck up, you cunt! Shut it!
Oi, cunt!
You're a little cunt.
You're a magnificent cunt.
There you go. There's just so many memes and gifs that I'm just like, okay. Like, I'm just trying to find like video footage of something that's significant as to what's happening that we haven't really watched yet. I mean, there's just a lot of footage of Karen Reed like walking to the courthouse and, you know. Let me check something else here. Fuzzy for Truth, thank you. Jen M had no problem shouting the C word in Canton traffic last Sunday. Wow, really? Okay. Jam Cracker, thank you so much. Hi, Will. Please no Church Watch song. Thanks for being here. How about a reminder that this ain't over when this is over? Cue the knock knock FBI open up sound and happy birthday to Cherry. Agreed. Yes, I agree. Andrew, thank you so much. In the opening of reading of the Tully instructions, Bev said there will be no way to be 100% certain, and if there is any doubt, the benefit goes to Karen. That should help the holdouts. Okay, so all right, so that's a good thing right there. I didn't catch that. Did she really say that? Let's listen to that one more time. All right, here we go. Let's listen to that real quick.
Our Constitution and laws provide that in a criminal case, the principal method for deciding questions of fact is the verdict of a jury. In most cases, and perhaps strictly speaking in all cases, absolute certainty cannot be attained, nor is it expected. The verdict to which each juror agrees must, of course, be his or her own verdict, the result of his or her own convictions, and not merely an acquiescence in the conclusions of the other jurors. Still, in order to bring 12 minds to a unanimous result, you must examine the issues you have to decide with candor and with a proper regard and respect for each other's opinions. You should consider that it is desirable that this case be decided. You have been selected in the same manner and from the same source as any future jury would be selected. There is no reason to suppose that this case will ever be submitted to 12 persons who are more intelligent, more impartial, or more competent to decide it than you are, or that more or clearer evidence will be produced at another trial. With all this in mind, it is your duty to decide this case if you can do so conscientiously. In order to make a decision more attainable, the law always imposes the burden of proof on the Commonwealth to establish every essential element of each indictment beyond a reasonable doubt. If you are left with a reasonable doubt as to any essential element of any indictment, then the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be found not guilty on that indictment. Any essential element of any indictment, then the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be found not guilty. Always imposes the burden of proof on the Commonwealth. In order to make a decision more attainable, the law always imposes the burden of proof on the Commonwealth to establish every essential element of each indictment beyond a reasonable doubt. If you are left with a reasonable doubt as to any essential element of any indictment, then the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be found not guilty on that indictment.
Okay, so that's it right there. That's what they were talking about in that super chat. So what that dictates right now is basically what I was explaining. So they have to go back there, and that person who is so sure that she's guilty, they have to reevaluate their decision to find out if there's any doubt. If there's any doubt in their decision whatsoever, then they have to consider her not guilty. The burden of proof is on the Commonwealth. It is just that simple. So that is just to reiterate to them, listen, if you have any doubt in your conclusion, and the other juries who have these doubts and have already considered this and are like, she's not guilty, if they can explain that to them and go, hey, listen, you there's no way that you could tell me that there's not doubt involved. And in the way that I just illustrated so colorfully earlier as to if I was back there in the jury, then that's it right there. That's it. So basically there's the chance that the people who believe that Karen Read is guilty, they have to reevaluate their assessment to find out if they have any doubt. If they have any doubt, then they have to consider her not guilty. It's just that simple. So there's still a lot of hope here, folks. There's still a lot of hope. All right. So we're back live again. So we're just going to wait. Well, that's what she did. That's what she did, Tammy. She gave the jury instructions like, maybe you don't understand. So this is good. To me, this is due process doing exactly what it should be doing. It is exhausting itself. Judge Bev is ensuring that due process is being exhausted before they can reach a verdict here. This is the final decision. This is it. So it's important. Like, it comes down to this jury. So I'm glad that Judge Bev is putting it like that to the jury. This is the one time that I'm supporting a decision from Judge Bev. Thank you so much, Jam Cracker. Hi, will please read my previous super chat. Thanks. Didn't I? Did I not? Oh man, the chat's going so fast it's hard to scroll up. There's Andrews, there's Jam Cracker. Okay, did I not read it before? Yeah, you did. Oh yeah, gotcha. Okay. I missed yours, Matt Fritz. I don't think so. Maybe I did. I don't know. Let me see. Okay, there we go. Basically, the jurors who believe in guilty should consider the jurors who believe in not guilty as reasonable doubt. There must be a lawyer on this jury based on their note. I don't know if I could draw the conclusion that there's a lawyer on that jury. Right, but I think they all have to unanimously come to the conclusion that there's reasonable doubt. I mean, right. I mean, that's possible. You know, could be the cop, could be. I mean, the foreman obviously wrote that. So I'm assuming that they elected a foreman who was well qualified. So it's not far fetched at all to think that there is a lawyer on there. Sure. But it could have just been a well-educated person, you know. It doesn't mean that they're a lawyer, but it's not far-fetched at all, not even a little bit, to think that there is a lawyer. You don't know that. You don't know that there's two lawyers on that jury. Nobody knows definitely what these people's anything about these people who are on that jury. You're not supposed to know. Again, you don't even know that there's an ex-cop on that jury. You don't even know that. Nobody knows who's on that jury and what they do for a living. Nobody knows definitively who's on that jury and what they know, like what they do for a living. Nobody knows. Okay, so she chose the four person and juror number one. I've heard different things. I don't know. I don't know if Judge. So most people are saying Bev picked the foreman. So if that's the case, then Bev picked the foreman. Of course, the lawyers know. I'm saying we don't know. You know what I mean? Like, we don't know. No, Petty Patty, I disagree. Could be. I mean, you might be right. But I'm saying, like, can't sit here and be like, definitely based on the language used by the. No, man, they could have been a fucking paralegal. Could have been somebody whose dad was a fucking lawyer. And then they fucking could have been somebody who started going to law school and decided to be a fucking doctor. You know what I mean? Like, you don't know who's who or what they do for a living on that jury, dude. Nobody here does. Stop it. Wow, from Brazil, huh? Right on. Yeah, man, let's do that. Type where you're at. Like, don't give me your fucking address. Just type where you're at in the country or in the world. I'd love to know where everybody's watching from. Kelly R, thank you so much. Supreme Court says courthouse open for jury selection. Okay, thank you. Shannon McMahon, thank you. Will should play Will in the movie. Appreciate that, Shannon.
FBI, open up!
Yes. Oh my god. That was for the super chat earlier. It's no good from the elephant without the element of surprise. Wow. Okay, hold on. I got to go through these. New Hampshire, Ohio, Massachusetts, Canada, Florida. Wow. Paris. Wow. Boston, Kentucky, Quincy, Massachusetts, South Shore, Massachusetts, Glenpool, Oklahoma, Nova Scotia, Canada, Albuquerque, Southeast Wisconsin, watching from Maine, England, Norfolk, Massachusetts, Worcester, Massachusetts, Sydney, Australia, Ohio, Quebec. Wow. Sweden. Wow. Reading, UK, New Zealand, Colorado, South Carolina, Montana, Australia, more Australia. I love it. This is wild, man. Boca Raton, Florida. Boca Raton. You guys know what Boca Raton means? Fucking rat's mouth. That's literally the English translation for Boca Raton. Fucking rat's mouth. But it's actually a nice place. For Florida, it's actually one of the nicer places. Venice, Florida, South Africa, Chicago. I'm going to Chicago in October, actually. Rhode Island, Yorkshire, Jersey, Cape Cod, South Africa, brew. West Virginia. I spent some time in West Virginia as a kid. Montana. Okay, Petty Patty. Tennessee. That's where I'm at. New York. Connecticut. More South Africa. I love it. Word is the anti-Karen crew left. Oh, did they? Good for them. They don't have the patience for this shit. They don't believe in anything. Braintree. A lot of locals, man. A lot of people from wow, Scotland, huh? Mars. Right on. Hell yeah, dude. Dallas, Texas. Pittsburgh. Wow. Liz Reed says work. Puerto Rico. I love it. Yo, fellas, Boricua in the house. Yo, fellas, Boricua, Boricua, Boricua. Memphis, Tennessee. Memphis, Tennessee. Remember Andy Kaufman? My name's I'm Jerry Lawler, and I'm from Memphis, Tennessee. Jerry Lawler, Memphis, Tennessee. I wrestle women, Jerry Lawler. I wrestle women. That shit was crazy. Like, I saw this whole documentary on that shit one time, and I was like, what the fuck? And then way later, the that Man on the Moon movie came out. Yeah, like Andy Kaufman trolled pro wrestling. It was great. It's great. Oh, from the jury room? That's nice. Iceland, huh? Wow. Boricua. Mesa, Arizona. Dedham, right on. Yeah, a lot of locals, man. I love it. Ireland. Okay. Right on. Cape Cod. Utah. Utah. Give me two. What's that from? What's that from? What's that from? Mrs. Sloppy, huh? Illinois. Carver. There it is. Got it. All right, let's check this out. All right, let's do this.
Live, I'm Julia Janae in for Ted Rollins. This morning, we are following that breaking news out of Dedham, Massachusetts, deadlocked for the second time. That's what the jury is telling the court in the case against Karen Reed. We've paused the deliberation clock, 22 hours and 36 minutes. It's day 5 of deliberation, and we are here watching.
Yeah, we did that Friday, but thank you.
That
Appreciate it.
ceiling fan, waiting for movement from the court because we know the judge is going to bring in the jury to talk to them again. again, still with us here in studio, Julie Grant sticking around, Court TV anchor. And Julie, you were just telling the viewers before the break about why what the judge is going to say now is different from what she told them on Friday. Because on Friday, she basically said, we know you've been working hard. Take a lunch break, clear your head, and keep working. Very short, to the point. And now she's going to say something very different.
Exactly, Julia. So it was too soon for the dynamite charge, right? You've seen it. We've seen it here on Court TV in many jurisdictions. It's known as the Allen charge. That was the case on point. And many jurisdictions refer to it as such in Massachusetts. As you know, Julia, it's Tui Rodriguez. And so the dynamite charge is meant to spark unanimity in that jury room, because we want the jury to reach a unanimous decision. That is the goal in every criminal trial, the way our system's set up. And when there is deadlocking, as indicated on Friday, it was so early, as the judge said, look, you haven't been out that long. Now it's day 5. Now we're over the 22-hour mark, well over it. Now it's time to say, okay, reconsider your own position and think about the positions of your fellow jurors. So essentially, it's a charge of open-mindedness, of self-reflection, of considering rather all of the circumstances, because the judge will hear her remind them, you are in the best position to come to a unanimous decision, not anybody
You're the
else.
best jury, and
as
you've been
know-
doing a great job, is what we usually hear from the judge.
I hope that lady fucking stubs her toe in the morning, bro.
And there's that line, right? Because the court can't go so far as to force.
First thing in the fucking morning, bro. Like, you know, like I'm the kind of guy that, like, when I stub my toe, I'm like, that must be karma for some shit I said or did. You know, I sit there and I fucking Peter Griffin that shit and go, and I start thinking about all the bad things I probably could have done, dude. Like, I hope that lady goes through the same fucking thing. And first thing when she wakes up, too, like getting up, going to fucking pee, and then like, I really hope that happens to Julie Grant. I hope it happens to her like at least 2 times a week. Like, fuck, ow. Like, I hope it happens at least twice a week. Seriously. She sucks so bad.
Force this jury. So that's why there are these limitations to make sure that the judge only reads and says certain things during this all-important moment where a jury is saying we just can't do it. You can't put them in the room and force them, because it would be prejudicial, right? If you're in this room, you can't leave and you have to come to a verdict, there's going to be people making decisions that aren't within what our standards are, what the legal standards are for deliberation.
The idea is to consider everything. Make sure you're considering all of the viewpoints of.
Thank you, Adventurous Ritz. This is the last time they could be sent back without their consent. It's the law. DUI guy just explained it. Right on. Cool. Appreciate it. Thank you, Adventurous Ritz. Yeah, this lady sucks. Julie Grant sucks. Like, seriously. Like, I hope that she gets food and they get her order wrong. You know, like, just I hope that a pile of fucking just like stupid little fucking things go wrong in her life that make it a bad day, bro. Like, I just hope, seriously, like, I hope she orders fucking, you know, like something with noodles in it and they don't give her utensils, you know, and she's like, fuck. Like, I really hope that happens consistently too, you know. Fairy Raven, thank you. Listened to you during my dental appointment, made it less painful. Appreciate it. Right on. That's awesome. Thank you. Yeah, I hope she steps on a Lego, right? For real. Like, fuck. Like, I hope her husband leaves the toilet seat up and then she sits down and just fucking falls in, you know. I hope she goes for toilet paper. There's none left.
Points of your fellow jurors, considering your own, and then also being mindful of your own intelligence, the evidence in front of you, and knowing that other people from the community, just like yourselves, members of the jury, will have to be picked if we have to retry this. And one thing they won't learn is the expense. They're not going to hear anything from the judge about how expensive it would be to do this whole thing all over again. That will not be discussed. But what will be discussed is the fact that they are in the best position to come to a finding here, Julia.
That's important. And what we were just showing you was a look outside of that courthouse there in Norfolk County, Virginia. All of the parties have already come inside. We understand they may be waiting for someone. The last thing that we heard is that the judge was going to bring in the jury. I'm a bit surprised that the jury wasn't easier to get into the courtroom. It's been about 5 to 10 minutes now. Let's bring in our guest who's standing by to discuss County, Virginia. All of the parties have already come inside. We understand they may be waiting for someone. The last thing that we heard is that the judge was going to bring in the jury. I'm a bit surprised that the jury wasn't easier to get into the courtroom. It's been about 5.
You see what they're fucking doing there, dude? You see the little fucking jabs they fucking take at the supporters outside? It wasn't easy for the jury to get inside the court. So how the fuck do you know that, lady? You're not even supposed to see the fucking jury, and you're sitting here throwing these little fucking subliminal bullshit little messages, spinning a narrative. Like, we see what you're doing, asshole. Asshole at Court TV. We see what the fuck you're doing. Stop it. We're not stupid. I'm surprised the jury didn't have an easier time getting back in the court. What the fuck are you talking about?
Five to 10 minutes now. Let's bring in our guest who's standing by to discuss this more. Josh Schiffer joining us from Atlanta, Georgia, criminal defense attorney.
Oh
Josh, you've been analyzing this case from the very beginning.
Okay. Let's just drink this dude in for a second, bro. I'm sorry. The fuck am I supposed to do with that, dude? That's not fair. That's not fair. The fuck am I supposed to do with that? Like, Jesus, man, calm down, bro. Like, you are not that happy. Stop it.
I want to get your take on whether it's strange to you or concerning that the jury only asked one substantive question about evidence. I mean, we see in some of these really big cases questions about everything. They want readbacks of testimony. They want to look at different evidence closer, even if they thought they wouldn't get it, even asking the judge to talk more about the jury instructions and perhaps the law. We only heard one request for a search report. The judge said you have all of the evidence, and we haven't heard anything else of substance on the case from them.
It leads me to believe that they were absolutely certain and confident with the evidence that they had, and the disagreement isn't based on some misinterpretation or anything like that. It's hard, obviously, to predict what's going on inside such an opaque room, but what
it's impossible, genius.
It appears to be, from my position, is that there's a very firm divide on the vote. And that vote didn't move when the judge came out and spoke last week. Whether the judge or whether the jury moves now that they're going to hear this variation of the dynamite charge, just like Julie called first thing this morning, that's going to be really the end game. Either they go back there and make the decision, hey, everybody, we need to get together, or it's going to be a full and final hanging of the jury. They aren't going to be able to come back with a unanimous verdict, and that leaves the judge with very little options.
Yeah, Julie, let's talk about that.
Bro, leave this guy up there while I talk to Tom. What's up, Tom?
Hey, Will, how's everything over there, bud?
Everything's going great. How's everything outside?
It's getting tense. You can feel the tension. It's getting amped up.
I mean, can you see my
screen? I mean, you tell me, Will. Will, you tell me.
Can you see my screen right now? I can't get over this dude right here.
What do you say to that, Will?
What do I say to what? Okay,
I take a picture with that.
You say,
what is happening out there?
It's Chloe.
Even my dog can't bury this cover up. I love it.
The people are just like,
How many people are out there, do you think?
got to be
Estimated.
350.
350
Got to be
people?
350, easy.
Give or take? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Will, it's deep the entire way to the sidewalk.
Now, word is
Huh?
that the counter protesters left. Is that true?
That's true. They
Right
bailed.
on.
There was only 14 of them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what does that tell you? You know what I mean? Like, what does that
And
tell you?
it's only half. They only did like half of an hour.
Wow.
But the best part is they were standing with their back against the fence, so that the signs they were holding, nobody could read them.
Wow.
It's just total cluster over there.
They didn't even put any effort into those signs. They just got like big fat black magic markers and white poster board. Like they don't believe in anything they're saying, man.
Again, everything is against Aiden. You know, they can't talk without mentioning his name. That tells you
Right.
everything you need to know.
Idiots.
Yeah. So, when Karen comes out, now they changed it up a little bit. When she comes out, everybody on the sidewalk just, how you doing? Erupt. And the feeling when that happens is, Will, it got so much better. That feeling is even amped up more.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Now,
tell me.
You want to hear something that I need to say? A
Yeah.
lady that lives up the street behind here, on one of the side streets, walks her dog. And she pulled me aside and said, I've walked my dog for the past 5 days past where you guys all hang out. And I haven't found one piece of trash, not even a bottle cap.
Amazing. That's awesome.
With this many people, that's how that, and you know what? It's not, people aren't littering because these are all good people. Every one of them.
Right. Everybody's respectful, man. Everybody's out there to be respectful. Everybody's out there keeping it classy, as Melanie Lowe would put it.
Hi, Will. I'm going to get Rita. Hold on. I want you to say hi to Rita real quick.
Yeah, let's talk to Rita.
Do you have a second to talk to Will? Say hi.
What's up, Rita?
Hey, Will, we miss you. We love you. How's Glover?
Glover's
What am I
great.
doing? You can hear it.
He's just sitting right here being a
Okay,
good
but then he
boy.
can't see me.
Yeah.
Well, just tell me what he says.
How's Clubber, she asks.
He's good. He's sitting right here. He's just being a good boy.
Yeah. All right. So you can't hear what he says.
What's his question?
Now, did you want to say hi? Do you have any questions for Rita?
No, I wanted to tell Rita that I said thank you for everything that she's doing out there. She's really expressing a sense of leadership out there, and that I know I can tell everybody appreciates, and everyone here appreciates. And it's her efforts are a big part of why everything is going so well out there, and everybody's setting such a great example for supporters of Karen Reed.
Yeah, I can't agree with that more, Will. She's almost taken charge, but she hasn't. She's actually just led the people the right direction, and she's done a really good job at that. Will, we haven't had an incident once, and we had the counter protesters 2 days in a row, and we haven't had an incident, not one. Not once.
Fantastic.
That says something.
We are
It
peaceful.
does.
We are peaceful, loving people, like we've said from the beginning. You saw it when you came here, Will. We absolutely love you. We love what you're doing to support this, to get the word out. That is so important. And I'm so proud of everyone in this movement, at this point in time. This is historic. And we have never had a case like this. This is role reversal with the prosecution and the defense. And this is the prosecution gaslighting. And there are so many learns that we're going to get out of this and make things better. And the people here have been phenomenal. We've had a half a dozen, anti-Karen Reed protesters come through. They're just looking for attention. And we don't give it to them. They go through, go have a party. They don't have the stamina. They don't have the passion. They don't have the integrity that we have. And these people here and everyone that supports us are the best people this country has. And this is a turning point in time. People have to line up behind truth and reject gaslighting. No more gaslighting. If it isn't fact, if it isn't supported by evidence, factual evidence, it just is gaslighting. We miss you. We wish you were here. But
oh, I would love to be
I'm
there.
going to get back down to Nashville because I love it down there.
Right on. Yeah. There's Scott McGinnis. What's up, Scott?
Hey,
There's no
Hi,
place
Will.
that I'd rather be.
Hi, Glare audience.
What's up?
Wish you were here, man.
I wish I was there too. Honestly, I really wish I could be there. There's no place I would rather be, honestly.
So listen, Scott, you get more access than a lot of people. What can you give us? How's the mood in there? Is it same as it out here, or is it more tense out there, or do you have that?
No,
feeling?
I think everybody's relaxed. I think they know after that Tui Rodriguez charge laid down by Canoni, this jury has to come to a decision. I think the Tui Rodriguez reading helps maybe the one or two jurors that are still leaning guilty to really look at their thinking and rethink it. You have to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt all these charges. So I'm hoping that it sways the one or two holdouts. If not, it's going to end in a hung jury because that Tui Rodriguez charge is it. The jury can't come to a decision, then it's going to be a hung jury.
Yeah.
I hope it doesn't happen.
I don't think that I hope that doesn't happen too. And I agree with you, everything you're saying, Scott. I have faith that it's just a couple of jurors that don't fully understand the concept of reasonable doubt. And it's just a question of explaining it to them and making them understand what reasonable doubt is. And hopefully they'll reach a decision that is in favor of Karen Reed's lack of guilt, Karen Reed's innocence. So I agree with you totally, Scott.
I agree. Yeah, totally. I mean, I don't want to see somebody that's absolutely dug into guilty being, coerced or pressured by other jurors. But at the same time, we all know this case inside and out. Like, how can a juror possibly be thinking guilty, even on the lower charges?
Right.
But at the same time, we are afforded more information than the people on the jury. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Right.
True.
That's a good point, Tom.
Yeah. So
frustrating. It's a waiting game.
But that you can.
I mean, Karen and her family are
holding up good. Yeah.
Fine.
But you can almost feel it's getting chatty out here. Will you know what I mean? Chatty. The noise is starting to pick up. You kind of get that tension starting to build.
Sure.
That's where we're at. Because we know lunch is at 1, right?
It should be.
And then that comes back at 2, and then they leave at what? 3? An hour?
Right. I mean, after those jury instructions, like I again, like if they take a while, I'm gonna feel better about them taking a little longer. Discussing this further.
Yeah. So longer is better.
Right. In my opinion, at least hoping the hopeful side of me dictates that,
No, and I agree, Will, with what you were saying earlier. Beverly Canoni's reading of the Tui Rodriguez charge was very powerful and apt for this situation.
Right.
I hope the one or two holdouts really look through everything close. Like to us, there's a smorgasbord of reasonable doubt everywhere, but they're not seeing it somehow.
Brian, real quick.
Hey, there's Brian LTL.
Brian's helping everyone today. He's been a busy guy.
Right on. Yeah, I sent a link to a bunch of different creators and folks. Oh, Tom jumped off. I sent a link to a bunch of people, so hopefully somebody, at least a few of them, will jump up and say hello. But awesome. Oh, there's Tom back.
Sorry
There we
about
go.
Will. The internet here is horrendous. Brian can't even get on.
Oh, really? What's
Yeah.
up, Brian?
What's up, Will? How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you, Brian?
I'm well. I'm well. You know, listen. You know, let's just get this done. You know, let's stop stressing Karen out, walking back and forth, walking back and forth. I almost feel like the judge sent the jury, you know, chastised them, then sent the sent the jury back to essentially get this done. I'm going to tell you right now, Will. The Commonwealth, if this ends up deadlocked today, the Commonwealth is not going to want to continue. They have no case, Will. They have no case. This needs to end. Let this poor woman go home. I'm telling you, it's probably one juror that's holding this up. It's got to be one juror, because you look at all the national polls. You look at all the polls that are out there. It's almost 90% of the people that respond to those polls, and these are hundreds of thousands of people that say that Karen Read is factually innocent. We shouldn't be here. We shouldn't be here right now. Karen Read should be home and able to grieve and get on with her life. It's frustrating. We're all frustrated. We're tired, you know?
You can feel that in the air, Will. Like, you can feel it. It's like enough.
Yeah, we can all, we can all feel it here watching, you know, but yeah, it's a different monster when you're there in person. That's for sure. I got to tell you guys, I appreciate all you guys. Brian, Rita, Scott,
taking a break from security too.
And being out there and supporting Karen and setting a great example for everybody who does support Karen. I mean, my chat has more people than I've ever had consistently on a daily basis, and everyone here acts so classy and acts so well here. And a lot of that has to do with how they're seeing you guys behave out there. And I'm really grateful to everybody for just showing that our sense of logic is enough to dictate our behavior. You know, it's a beautiful thing, and seeing you guys out there is really inspiring. And I want to thank you guys on behalf of everyone here for doing what you're doing.
Well, we appreciate everything you do, Will. I mean, I know that you've come into this community and you've been kind of the trial streamer. And I'm telling you, everybody down here loves you, loves your channel, loves all the support that you're giving, you know, back here at home. And I tell you, I couldn't walk through this crowd and not hear your name probably 10 times. So you're doing a great job. We appreciate it. And, you know, I'll tell you, much respect to come down here and meet with all of us when you took that time to do that. And I think that takes a lot. And you fully always have my respect, man. I appreciate it.
One of the best things I ever did. I wish I was there now. I really do. There's no place I would rather be right now than out there with you guys. I really wish I could be there.
No, we know that, but guess what? We need you where you're at to push this out to the people.
Yeah.
So that judge, we need you there, and you've been there all the time, Will. So thank you again for what you do for everybody, for all of us. We all get out of you, good stuff, and we kind of needed that for the whole length of this trial, because you know this will wreck you. This will, if you don't put a spin on it, it'll wreck you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Will is what I listen to down here.
Yeah. And that's
on
what
my speaker.
That's
I
what
always got
people
the glare on.
That's what they're streaming when they're listening to the trial. So you're almost here with us, like a cardboard cutout.
I
Man,
feel
we
like
should have done
I am,
that.
man.
Maybe we should have done that. We should have got broken. I'm gonna go mingle, Will. I'll check back with you in a while.
All right on, Brian. Thanks,
All right.
buddy.
Yeah. Let me...
That's Brian LTL, guys, from LTL Media. Make sure to subscribe to Brian. Yeah, take me around, man. Take me around, Tom.
Yeah.
Let's go say hi to a bunch of people.
Oh, I love your hat. All right.
Happy birthday to my friend Dottie.
You want me to sing happy birthday to Dottie?
Yes.
The whole song?
No, don't sing.
Oh,
Just say
happy birthday, Dottie.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Dottie.
But she's an ankle monitor. So
Okay. Ankle monitor?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Happy birthday, Dottie.
Happy birthday, Dottie. Don't get locked up.
Hey, I'm on with the glare.
Those people don't give a shit. They're like, yeah, who? Whatever.
Check out this shirt.
was because someone from Dedham District Court was in there doing their court thing, and the guy had the cuff taken off of him, and so he took off and bolted. So he bounced out of court, and all the cops were chasing him.
So that just happened?
Yeah, about 10 minutes ago.
Guy, they took the cuffs off. They took the cuffs off the guy in court, and he ran. All the cops were chasing him.
He figured he could fucking lose the cops in the crowd.
Opportunity right struck. He took it.
He tried to pull a Richard Kimball.
He bailed, and they caught him.
Nice.
I wanted to see the cops run personally.
Right.
That's all I want to see. I don't know. A guy got uncuffed and he ran. Yeah, that was an escapee. Yeah. Well, right now, a lot of people, like they've walked down the street to other places. Well, I'll come down here, then I'll cross. But I mean, it will, and people just keep coming and coming and coming. Just hanging out, right? And everybody's so nice, and everyone's meeting each other. This is the New England thing, Will. You wouldn't understand this. You know the Glera? Do you know who the Glera is?
No.
Oh, he's a streamer. Can I show them this? When you have lobster, Will, you put this a lobster bib.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, well, I got to cover up my.
Yeah.
Show me my show.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I got you. All right. That's a buffer zone protection.
That's pretty slick, huh?
It
How you
is.
doing? You like the Glera?
My father, he just went to go get his share. He loves it. Yeah.
Really? Where is
Come
he?
back and see him.
All right. Say hi to the Will, to the Glera. Yeah.
Hey.
Hi.
How's
I've been
it going?
watching you. More, I haven't even watched Netflix. I've been watching you for the past 2 months.
So it's what, the Glera and Chill?
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly. Yeah, the Glare and Chill. You're awesome. You're awesome. I wish I was here when you were here, Will. I feel like we would have been like BFFs.
Oh, that's sweet. Thank you.
All right.
Listen, thank you so much.
Yeah. Got it. Bunch of nurses.
Oh, they're all nurses. Don't worry, they'll like tape you up.
Thank you, unit.
It's right over here in this area. It gets spotty. Hi. There's so much internet traffic leaving here, Will, because everybody's on their phones, and the cell tower that we all connect to can only handle so much traffic, and it's maxed.
Wow. Yeah, that makes sense. Wow,
I
look at all
mean,
these beautiful folks, man. That's
Just
amazing.
hanging out, man. Just everybody's chilling. That's Mazza Media. Because of Glera?
Hey, Claire, what's going on, brother? Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well, bro.
It's great to see you, buddy.
How you doing? Good to see you. I'm doing great.
All right, I'm gonna keep walking. I'll catch up with you. Yep. See, we're on this side of the street because that side of the street's in the sun. This side's in the shade. So much cooler.
Yeah, make sure to subscribe to Mazza Media, guys. That dude is awesome. He's fantastic.
Aiden just went. I saw Aiden go into where they have lunch.
Right?
Aiden walked in there, so Aiden's even here today.
Right
You
on.
want to have the Glera?
Hey, Will, what's happening, man?
What's
Good to
up?
see you. It's been great watching you, man, and I love your laugh. I love your take on all these different things. So get back up here. If it goes on another day, maybe you can hop on a plane or something.
Man, I wish I could.
Yeah, I think his obligations are bigger than this.
Yeah.
I got
Sorry.
the gummies for you.
Yeah. All right, listen, we'll catch up with you, big guy.
All right, see you. See you,
Right
Will.
on, man.
Say hi to Will.
What's up, Will? Holding it
What's
down here,
up?
waiting for the verdict.
He's been here like all the time. Yeah.
I love it, man.
Say hi to Will. Say hi to Will, the Glera.
Hey.
And like, how you doing? Good. It's funny, Will. All the cops know my names, and I have no idea who they are. Oh, check this out. Can we show the glare of your shirt? Check this out. This will make sense, and this is sad. Right? But wait, it gets better. It says accusing the innocent.
Since
1692, right? Turn the back around.
Oh,
Salem
this
witch
about
trials, right?
Salem thing, yeah.
We did about bad things. Sacco and Vanzetti, and now Karen Reed.
Right.
There's
Wow.
room. There's room for more. Thank you
Yeah.
very much. Thank you. She says, say hi.
I will.
Hey,
I wish I met you the day you came. It was like the one day I didn't come.
I wish I would have got to meet you too.
Well, hopefully we don't do this again. So hopefully we won't meet.
Right. Well,
Take a shot, Mom.
the Sarah Birchmore thing's not over yet, so you might
Yeah,
see me
definitely.
again.
Hey, Will, while I was here, somebody came up to me and dropped 3.5 inches of paper on my lap. It's the whole case file for Justin Root.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I got the whole thing. So
Wow.
after
Okay.
when this is all done, I'm gonna go into that while other people do Birchmore. We'll do both at the same time.
Yeah, good
You want?
idea.
We'll gauge some content.
Yeah, I'm
Now,
very interested in the Justin Root stuff too.
so Will, check this out. 67-year-old ladies reading this.
That you know, overcome and maybe underdeliver.
She's reading sheet music to Queen because she's in a chorus. She's 67.
Is that Queen? Is that Queen Somebody to Love?
All Queen.
Oh, okay, right on.
So what was it? Someone to Love, Killer Queen, Bohemian Rhapsody. Yeah. Don't Stop Me Now. So those are all Queen songs.
Okay, cool. Right on. I love Queen.
He's 67 years old singing in a choir. Is that not amazing? Oh, by the way, check this out. Check this out.
I'm gonna buy it.
You're gonna buy it?
Yes.
Ryan's gonna buy this. She's doing a painting as we speak of Karen with a blindfold on.
Wow. This is beautiful. Like all that creativity and just, man, there's nothing but positivity there.
Is that the young jerk?
This is the Glera.
Hey, wow. She's really menacing. She's obviously a crazy cult member. She's dangerous. Lock her up.
She's burning cars in her free time, you know?
Yeah, totally.
I mean, I love the talent that's here, Will, in everybody. It's not, this is just one. It's everybody has this stuff. I don't know what else to say except hold the camera and show people and go from there.
I mean, yeah. Like they're painting on camera, but when they're off camera, they're making Molotov cocktails.
Yeah.
Get them.
We know they're bad somehow. They have to be bad somehow.
They have to be bad somehow.
I will.
I will.
Hi guys.
Miss you here.
Yeah, I miss you guys too.
Yeah.
Seriously.
So like it's just regular people, Will, that are just here trying to support Karen, right? But I'm talking, we're just trying to support Karen and be free Karen Reed. And there's a lot of people that just keep coming.
I mean, wild, man. Look at all that, dude. Look at all those people. That's crazy.
But,
look at all these passionate, beautiful people. It's amazing.
Wonderful. They made that sign. That was made last night.
That's wild, man. That's great.
Oh, you hungry?
Hell yeah, dude. Oh man,
Yeah.
I wish I was.
I'll take a hot dog. You ketchup?
No ketchup.
What do you mean no ketchup?
Oh,
You're killing me.
Tom, you don't put.
Oh, you're killing me. What's up?
Put yellow milk in it. It's gotta be brown.
Yeah, you don't put. Yeah, I agree with them, Tom. You don't put ketchup on that shit.
Oh, good. Oh, so good. So good. Yep. I got the people doing all the security work in there. That's from lady from Dateline. She's here. She runs the Dateline
Yeah,
thing.
Oh, tell me a little more about that, Tom. I noticed that there's a lot more cameras out there. Could you give a little insight as to
Oh yeah. Oh, I can talk to you about that. All right.
who's covering this, who's documenting this, who's memorializing this, who's reporting it, that you've seen out there? Give us an idea of who's trying to get this out to the world.
All right. So up front with the media stages, because they have us right at the railing, and we can't go past the railing, and they're looking to lock somebody up. Is what they're trying to do up there.
Right.
And they're being really tough about that. But the big crews, the media crews, bring ladders with them. So they put the ladder out and they get on the ladder and they stand on top of the ladder. Now, right now we can't get around them. And they're 7 feet tall.
Right.
So we're trying to work around that. And there's a lot of people. And they're from every local station. Plus, like, there's somebody from the AP. I think there's a New York Times guy. Yeah, but there is a lot. And before, when they had the scrum, when people would walk and the camera guys were walking backwards, hitting telephone poles and stuff, when Karen would come out, they stopped that. That ain't happening anymore.
Okay.
So now the cameras are now all stacked in one place, and we have to leave a middle, space for the people to get through. So it's really tight spaces, and I was standing on the first step, and I almost got arrested. Just by standing on his step.
Wow.
And they're getting testy, really testy about it. So, and I don't know why they are. It's just all of a sudden they're, wanting to arrest people. But that's only in up front at the media section, not anywhere near the Karen Reed section or the people. It's only up front. That's where they're really kind of busting down on us.
Well, what matters is they haven't arrested anybody yet, which is good. So that's good that there hasn't been any arrests. So
two people got $40 tickets.
Wow. Yeah, I heard about the one guy. So another guy got a ticket. I know the one guy got a ticket for honking his horn.
Oh my God. Oh, that's the right. Oh my God, I watch you every single day.
Thank you.
Can I do a picture?
Yeah.
I'll take it. I'll send it to you.
And Will, this is raw. This is what happens all day long.
Sorry, Tom.
Yeah, I know, man.
Thank you. Yeah.
It was happening when we were there, dude. Like, hey guys.
Nice to meet you too. I met you last time when you were here. I was on crutches and you got out of the car with Tom and gave a picture for me. Thank you.
Oh yeah, right on. Yeah,
I made her come down. I wanted her to get a picture. Yeah.
I'm glad you're doing better.
I watch you every single day.
Thank you so much. My pleasure.
Yeah.
Thank you for watching. Really.
Oh my God. I know you have to mute it, but I'm like, don't mute it.
I have to. I know.
We need to tell them about the disgrace of that POW flag being tatted up there.
The POW flag that's ripped. Yeah.
Yeah, they should change
the
that out.
POW flags seen better days.
Yeah, they should change that out of respect.
But I mean, this is that angry mob you're talking about, right? All chilling on their phones.
Yeah.
I mean, how are you? You get a bum knee, or is this just help it better? Yeah, so you won't be beating anybody up today? No?
No, I'm minding my own business today.
That's what I figured. Where you guys come from?
Marshfield, Mass.
All right, so you had a good ride.
Yeah, my wife told me I had to behave today.
Well, that's what matters, right? You gotta listen to the wife.
All right.
Thanks, guys.
Make sure to tell, I got people in my chat, Tom, saying make sure to tell Rita that Alabama says hello.
Okay, I can do that. I know Alabama. And he just says a thing. This is Gail. She started this whole protesting, but standing out at Legacy Place. That's where it all started, by her and Carol. I think they were the original people that started the standout thing.
Right.
Hi. I'm right here. And I got to give it up to the local police, Will. This is Brian. Come here. Say hi to Will DeGlara.
Hey, what's happening?
This is Brian Hale from the photographer.
Oh, Brian Hale. Yeah, that guy, super nice guy.
Yeah.
He took some great pictures.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
Check your Instagram messages.
Okay, yeah, I'm terrible about
He'll get on
that.
it.
Yeah.
He'll get on it.
I'm gonna pee my pants.
Later.
I'm terrible about checking my messages. I mean, but in my defense, people send me like the most ridiculous shit, and I'm just like, oh god, okay, and then I just like get discouraged with even checking them.
Alabama says hi.
No, that's okay. Oh my God.
All right. I mean, there's a lot of people.
Yeah, this is just great.
How are you?
Look at, I mean, so apparently none of the people who support Karen Reed in person, apparently none of the people who support Karen Reed in person have jobs. Look at the unemployment problem in America here, people. Look at the unemployment problem in America, folks. That's none of these people have jobs, folks, apparently, according to Krusty Panties and Kevin
and they're here also, by the way. So they should talk.
Right. Right. Exactly.
It's DeGlara.
Hi, Will.
How's it going?
Going. I wish it'd go faster.
Yeah.
Well, not guilty.
Yeah, but we want it to go right. We don't want it to go quick. We want it to go right.
Driving me crazy.
I feel you. I feel you.
Awesome. You guys see the painting this lady's doing over there? Oh my, huh?
Amazing.
Oh my, look at this, Will. We're gonna give you an update on this. This is gonna be done by the end of today.
It's not going to be done by the end of the day, but I'll send it to someone. I'll post it somewhere.
Dude. Yeah.
That's badass, man. I wish I had that type of talent. I just don't.
We all have talent.
That's
different kinds.
That's awesome.
That's right.
Brian said he's gonna buy it from her when she's done with it.
She's 100% correct. We've all got talent. It's just a question of figuring it out.
And that's what I will. Again, I think the outside story is bigger than the inside story. Hi. Okay. I think the outside story is so much more than people that have lifelong bonds now. People, they spend each day 24 hours a day together now.
Yeah. Yeah. This is.
Are you live streaming?
Yeah.
Turn this around. My mom didn't hear a little. Hi, Linda. It's your daughter and your husband. Jeez, that sounds weird. I didn't mean it like that. I love you, Mom.
On the Clara. Yeah. You should see it now. Peter Murphy, my man.
How are you, my friend?
Good. How are you,
Hey,
sir?
Peter Murphy. I love
Clara.
Who's that?
Clara.
Clara. Hey, what's up, buddy? How long you
Mr.
been?
Peter, I'm doing great. It's great to see you, Mr. Murphy. How are you?
Too. You too. We're all hanging in here. What do you figure, Tom? Maybe 250? 200?
I couldn't tell you.
At one time? Yeah. There's a big crew here.
Yeah. A lot of people.
Hopefully today's the day. Get some justice.
I love his I love your going through the motions t-shirt there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sean McDonough shirt. I love it.
And again, another great YouTube channel that helps the cause that we all give. You know, we're blessed. We really are.
Yeah. This is a
We
beautiful,
get a lot of great supporters here. There's no I in the word team. Everybody's in it together, and it's
but you
hopefully going to come to an end today. We can hope.
If I was in at day 0, you were in at day -300. So
we all jumped in at the same time, I think.
But no,
I gotta tell Peter Murphy something here.
Go ahead.
Mr. Murphy, I gotta tell you on a personal note, I really appreciate you with your law enforcement experience and standing up and speaking the truth the way that you did was very, very instrumental to bringing awareness to everything here. So I want to personally thank you for that, for everything that you've done.
Well, I appreciate the vote of confidence. It was I was one of the ones that believed in the system up until April of 23, and all of a sudden started seeing autopsy reports and hearing other reports, and I said, "Oh, there's something wrong here. This isn't the organization I work for, and it's not the one I'm going to go to bed to every night thinking that this is the real story being told." So here we are, a year and a half later, we're down here. But thank you for that. I appreciate the vote of confidence.
No, thank you. Thank
Yep.
you. We all appreciate you here.
We know we all have the same end game, and let's just hope it happens today.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. Let's hope. Let's hope. I still got faith.
Yep.
Still got faith.
All right, so it's almost 1 o'clock, right?
Yep.
They go to lunch at 1, right?
Yep. I heard the lunch was already delivered. They were already eating. I think you told me that.
Yeah, but don't they got to go in to dismiss the jury for lunch?
The jury probably.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Maybe Bev said, "Hey, why don't we go now?" I don't know. Yeah, 1 to 2.
Clara,
Not going to happen, right? No, 1 to 2. Unless the jury comes back
for
before.
lunch, the jury.
Right?
Does Karen have to go in to dismiss the jury to go to lunch?
12:54.
Do you know that question, Will?
No, I didn't hear her say anything about lunch. But maybe I was just still reeling over what was being said prior to that.
Allison.
Hey, there she is.
We wish you were here.
Thanks. Yeah, I miss you guys too. It's good to see you.
Over on the other side of the church.
And
We moved him over. Hello.
you know, Jen,
Yeah, Jen. Hey.
selectmen's meeting. Jen, the one that runs it.
Now that you're not standing here. What's your name? I have words.
It's good to see you.
I know, right? I can talk through the phone apparently. Now, nope, getting embarrassed. Gotta go. Hi to Will. I will. Blowing you kisses. Mwah, mwah, mwah.
Bring the dog today.
Thanks. Appreciate it. It's good to see you.
I mean, that tells you everything right there. That's the people.
Say hi to someone. Hey, Quinn.
Quinn. And there's, check this out. This is Renee. Yeah, bud, how are you? This is Renee. Renee does the Plymouth standout. You want to say hi? You want to say hi to Will?
Hey, Renee.
It was so certain we were gonna get a verdict last Tuesday evening, Wednesday, but really Tuesday. I gave out all the signs, like 35, 40 signs I gave out to the crowd. And now we have no signs. Sorry, but I don't think it'll go into this Sunday. Right, guys?
So she does the standout in Plymouth, and she gave her signs out for the people here because we figured it was the last week.
Yeah.
Now she's got no signs to go do a standout if it goes further into the week.
I know, I have a flag.
A flag will work.
I told you Diane from our standout.
Yeah.
She is going to be in the 4th of July parade on Thursday. She'll have her Karen Reed flag
Nice.
from her Jeep. She's going to be throwing out candy.
In a parade, we got a Karen Reed flag flying.
We're gonna Jeep, yeah, so if you guys hopping in, I'm hopping in. Yeah, and they're going to be throwing candy to the kids.
Nice.
So Lynn will be in there.
The Clara.
Oh, hey, Will. How's it going?
How's it going?
How are you, dear? How's your day going? Good.
Thank you.
Good. Yep.
Hi, Claire. Oh my God, my best friend is obsessed with you. Oh, you did? He's facing us. Oh. Hi.
How's it going?
My best friend is literally obsessed with you. She talks about you day and night and not obsessed.
I like the shirt.
It matches yours.
Thank you.
Right on. Yeah, I love the shirt. Right on. Yeah, that's great, man. Wow.
It will. These people make their own shirts here. Like,
I'll make you one, Will. Do you want one?
like really, like a real. I mean, how?
You gotta sign it though, the Clara.
and they're all amazing. I'm in awe at the shirt that you guys make.
Have you worn yours?
No.
Or did you give it away to someone?
No, I have mine.
Okay.
I'm not gonna wear it. Not yet.
You're gonna wear it?
Yes, you'll see. You'll see.
Picture, okay?
Oh, trust me.
We need a picture with
You'll
you
see.
in it. Okay.
What's down here? People all along the edge, just hanging out, chit chatting. I think it was this lady here. Was it you guys saying that you met lifelong friends already? You just met?
Oh, no, we didn't just meet. We've been friends 48
Okay,
years.
there was someone I was talking to earlier. They had just met
Yeah.
and they're best friends right now. Like they don't go anywhere without each other.
Oh, that's so nice.
Yep. Yep. They're frickin' frack.
We're freaking friends, but we've known each other
Frickin'
48 years.
crack.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a Boston thing, I think. But I mean, this is the crowd I'm walking into.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, this is amazing. Such amazing people, man. This is
And if you hear the level of the chatter, like the volume of it,
yeah. Everybody out there is very passionate about Karen Reed's innocence. It's amazing.
Say Will.
I will. Remember me?
Hey,
Bobby.
yes.
I'm
How
still
can I
gonna move to Tennessee and find you.
forget?
So I'm not going on a trip. I'm all
Okay.
spicy.
Smoky Mountains.
Yes, I want to go there.
Yeah. One of the most
Lady,
beautiful
you're
things-
scaring me.
Just joking.
Yeah. I drove through the Smoky Mountains when the sun was coming up. It was one of the most beautiful things I ever seen.
Yeah, no, I actually live like you could see the mountains real
So
good.
you know what I'm talking about. It's like going to heaven. No other way to explain it.
It's pretty
Driving
great.
to heaven.
I like where I live. No
You want to
doubt
say hi to
about
the
it.
Clara? Did I say hi?
Oh shit, you got Will on?
Yeah.
So I didn't mean to swear, Will.
Hi.
Yeah,
you
now you
talking
wave.
about?
Hi. I
How's
love
it going?
watching you.
I love that you watch me. Thank you. It's nice to see you. It's nice to meet you.
Thank you. It's nice to meet you too.
Hey, what was that we were going to do? No, someone else maybe. I said hi to Will.
Well, what's up, brother? What do you think of my shirt?
Yeah, I showed him the
love
shirt
it.
before when you were talking to someone. I didn't want to interrupt you.
Sidebar grill.
That's
I
the
love it.
Twitter handle.
If anybody opens that shit, I want a piece. I said it first.
So, how long have you been interested in this? In the very beginning?
Probably August of last year.
Okay.
That's when things really started cooking up.
Yep.
When I started reading about Turtle Boys.
Nice. All right, bud.
You got it.
Oh, wait a minute. Where are you from again?
Upstate New York.
So you traveled from upstate New York to come here, all the way down here.
That's right. It's our third time.
Third time, Will. And that's a ride. It's a good 4-hour ride. Solid.
For sure. For sure.
Hi, dear. Hi. Hi, how are you? Listen, you're meeting more than one person. You're going to meet the Clara, too.
Oh,
Say hi to Will.
Hey, oh, Matt, get over here.
Hey.
Can I have a picture of you?
Sure. Sorry. Hold on a second.
All right. Yay. You carried me so
No
much.
doubt. You're welcome.
Yeah, they love Tom out there, bro. Like, for real. Me and Tom were driving.
Thank
Me and
you.
Tom were driving. We're in his car. People were like seriously asking us to stop and take pictures with him. It was wild. It was wild.
I went out to dinner, and the lady next to me recognized me. So I was talking to her and her son, and we're talking about this and that. And she gets up and leaves. She paid for my meal.
Wow. That's really awesome.
Out of the
man.
blue. Awesome, awesome, awesome people.
It's crazy, man.
Yep.
Yeah.
And she's never been to the standout.
Everybody was so nice, man. Like, everybody was so nice when I was there. It was crazy. I didn't have one negative interaction with anybody.
You got Jackson Yannetti shirts. What's your shirt say?
Yeah, we're just saying Wednesday.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Sticker? Yeah, I want a sticker. Investigate the police. Investigate the investigators. I am. How are you?
Nice to meet you.
How's your day going?
Good.
You want to head to the Glera?
He knows me. Glare, it's pink.
You know Pink?
Hey, what's up?
Stop. I told you I'd fly you down.
He's big. He get off. He gets stuff. I wish you could just get in a car and go.
I would have flown you
can't.
down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
You
can't.
guys.
Yeah.
I
Positive
wish I
thoughts.
could.
Yeah.
They went to lunch, huh?
I think so. 103. Right? Right? They should have. I guess. I don't know. We don't know. And another thing, the people that bring the dogs they bring are the nicest dogs. And none of them bite, none of them nip. They're all like really friendly towards people.
Yeah, it's wild, man. Like everybody there has just been so amazing.
And it's just, I mean, everyone's just milling right now. You know, just kind of walking around. I love those. They're the Dunkin' Donuts. And they Eileen Unetti.
Hey, baby.
What's your last name, is it?
I wish it was my last name. I texted him.
Brian? He's sticking around here somewhere. I can't. If I see him, I think he had to go to the bathroom. It's like these people make their own. These shirts are awesome.
This film right here made.
Yeah, man.
Crystal.
Awesome job.
Go on the scooter.
She made me a shirt, right? That's the one that made me a shirt? Yeah, she made me a shirt, a CPU shirt. Yep. How you doing, bud?
Hi.
Good. Pizza.
Yeah.
Is it good?
Hey, what?
Can I have some?
Oh, we got that.
You're not going to share any pizza?
No, I had 3 pieces, absolutely.
Okay.
I need 2 to get through the rest of the day.
I wasn't going to take it anyway. I'm just messing with you. What's this button do? You don't know?
I'm not a truck operator.
You want to find out?
No. Did you see the guy run out of court?
The guy run out of court?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did not see the guy run out of court.
Yeah.
Did you?
I did, yeah.
What happened?
He escaped and ran. They chased him down. You got 20 state police officers on, bikes. You're not going to get away.
That's what it was. They were on bikes.
They got him in 2 seconds, yeah.
Yeah, he's not going far.
Not a good day to run out of court.
No, especially no. Not with that many cops. Extra details and everything. You're not getting far.
That's wild.
Yeah.
It was Richard Kimball, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
You know what's messed up is that other van, Will, the one that you saw, the Channel 10 van.
Yeah.
Will, they ran it out of gas. They had to go to the gas station to buy a gas can and bring it back to put gas in the truck. It hasn't moved. It just sits there and they run it, and it runs out of gas.
Wow.
It hasn't moved from before the trial. It's been there. That truck. The tires have probably got flat spots on them. Hi.
It's too bad you didn't get Richard Kimball on camera, bro. That would have been awesome.
We're great.
When I came home, there was a man in my house.
Yes, please.
Had
We watch you every morning.
Thank you very much.
I fought with this man.
Every morning.
Yeah, we love you.
Hey, where's your- you got to put it on.
You find this man.
It is. Hit the button at the bottom.
Oh. That's
There you
good.
go. Yeah.
Yeah, a couple of them.
Thank you. You're welcome, ladies. Free Can Read shirt. Channel 5. Dale. Not guilty.
Who are you talking to?
The Glera.
Hey, Will. Good to see ya.
Hey, how are you?
Yeah, do a great job. I love watching you.
Thanks. I appreciate
Yeah,
it.
it was nice when you came up.
Yeah, I
Today's
wish I
the
was
day.
there. I wish I was there. There's no place
Not
I'd rather be. I
guilty.
really wish I could make it.
Like lightning. Not guilty.
They all wearing not guilty shirts.
So I think that will work, right? It's gonna work.
Awesome. Where did you guys come from?
I came from the Cape.
Okay.
Crofton?
Okay. All right. So you had the farthest ride. Where'd you? Norwood. All right. So you didn't come from far. Nice.
I'm the furthest.
Yep.
Hi.
Oh, so you got it's a family thing now. Is that what that is?
I'm younger than him. I'm younger than him.
Well, you're at the good part. You can meet the family. You can bail and no one's gonna know, right? I'm all down with that.
John's a good guy.
I do my best. And even another Freak Karen Reed shirt, framed. Hi. She's here a wicked lot.
Still waiting.
Still waiting, right? Still waiting? It's Kevin right there. Let me say hi to Kevin.
Hold
Hold on a second. Kevin, you say hi to the Glera real quick.
Hey, Will, how you doing?
Hey, how's it going?
Him, Gail, and Carol. Those are the three people that started, quote, the standing out. She's over there in the chair.
From One Meadows Ave.
Wow.
Yeah, right down the street from One Meadows Ave. That's what they started this whole thing, these three people.
Wow.
So, a hung jury,
Yeah.
we're gonna stand on in front of Gail's house. She pays property taxes. They can't tell us to leave.
True.
We're gonna stand up. This is a hung jury. Hopefully the feds will go after the standout.
Yeah.
The corrupt jury. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Isn't it sick? Do you think someone in the jury's tampered with? Yeah, of course. Look at that. Of course.
Yeah,
Of course.
I'm not ready to go there yet.
No, I know they will. No. I know that. And it's everyone's got an opinion. And when, people are thinking that, Will. A lot of people are thinking that. And I don't know how else to knock it. How do I knock it down? Because it's, you
can't knock
don't.
it down. I mean, it's a valid opinion when you think about it. It's only because, considering the lack of evidence, I mean, how can anyone with any common sense think that Karen Reed is guilty? That's what it boils down to.
What if it was someone that had law enforcement experience that's holding out because he knows?
Maybe. I mean, maybe.
That would be like bad.
But I mean, I still have faith that something. I mean, this is what this process does. I mean, how do you figure out if somebody's shady? Well, you put them in a position to where they can't argue. So if they're in that jury room and they're just deadlocked, look, they're guilty, they're guilty, they're guilty, despite all of the pleading with them and saying, look, how can you say that beyond a reasonable doubt at this point? And then they sit there and go, well, I don't care, they're guilty. Well, then,
that's what we got. That to us out here, that's exactly what we have. One person who's sitting on their morals and saying, no,
right.
I don't care what the evidence says. I was told by my mom when I was 3, I'll never forget. He said, don't do this. So, and you can't change that person's opinion ever.
Right.
And that's where we're at, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So
I agree.
every time they send them back, go back in. It's like, all right, enough. Now, again, what they got presented by the prosecution for evidence and the defense is what they can make their decisions on.
I mean, I just don't believe at this point that there's a juror that's in there that hasn't heard of this case at this point. You know what I mean? Like, that's my personal opinion. I have nothing to base that on, but I mean, you look at all these people out here, I just don't see that being realistic, that nobody in that jury at least has never heard of Turtle Boy.
Have you gone to YouTube lately? Well, there's people, right, that have made streams and made content about I've never heard of them before, ever.
Sure, yeah. Oh, yeah. There's
so much of it out there. I can't believe it.
Right. That happens with every high profile case.
And they don't know anything. They just put it out there. They get some facts right, but some they're way off.
Right. That's welcome to YouTube True
Ah,
Crime.
frustrating.
Welcome to YouTube True Crime. Welcome to my world.
Yeah, no shit.
This is what I've been dealing with. You don't notice that it's not coincidence. They're not doing it because of the same reasons why people are hating on Turtle Boy, that people are saying that Karen Reed's guilty because they hate Turtle Boy, that they're doing the same thing with me. That's not the case. These are people, the usual suspects in YouTube True Crime, who I have a past with and calling them out. They're not doing it because of me. They're doing it because they're the usual trolls who decide to capitalize on the opposing opinion. And I've called them out before, and it's just no surprise that they're reemerging with this case too. So it's all that is. It has nothing to do with me. It's just that they figure that there's views to be had by going the opposition. And it's no coincidence that they're doing that, because it's what their usual MO is.
Well, they are getting views because I watched them.
Sure. Yeah. I mean
that's
right.
Yeah.
Right.
So I have a question. What happens after this, Will, with the other cases? Like, do people write books, make movies? Because Turtle Boy got he gave up his rights to his story, and I think he did something else or something like that. It's in his tweet, but he got he's got it going.
YouTube channel anymore. Okay, sorry, my internet went out there for a second. It's
But what happens typical after a case like this? What happens? How do they roll it up? How you doing?
I think that I would imagine that Turtle Boy sold his story to a movie producer.
Yeah,
that's usually how it works.
Something like that. He did good. Yeah.
Yeah. When I first started my channel, not long after I started my channel, I had a few live streams where I spoke with a guy named Colton Harris Moore. And he did the same thing. He sold his story to 20th Century Fox. But the movie never got made. It just all depends on whether or not, I mean, I'm talking, they had a screenplay written. They had, I mean, we're talking an Oscar-winning screenwriter who wrote it, an Oscar-winning director who wrote it, who was on board to direct it. Movie never got made.
Why? Why?
Who knows? Who knows?
What about other? All right. So, what do people write books like the jurors? Like, what happens usually?
I mean, that happens too. Jurors write books, and then they make movies based on the book. Or it's not even just jurors; attorneys do it, witnesses do it. People involved in the case who are victims or accused perpetrators do it. Karen Reed could write a book out of this and make a fucking make millions. If she's found not guilty, she could write a book. But there's something called the Son of Sam law.
Okay.
That if she's convicted, she wouldn't be able to write a book and make money off of it.
She can't make money off it, right? Okay. Right. That's the Son of Sam that made that.
Yeah, because Son of Sam basically trolled everyone, and I mean, he's absolutely guilty, but he acted crazy to make his story more interesting, and he wrote a book, and they decided, no, you can't capitalize off of the blood of victims. You can't do that. So,
wow. Well, what about like grief counselors? Because these people are going to feel a loss when they have nothing to do tomorrow.
Yeah.
You know, I'm serious. Like, what do? They're going to come here anyway and hang out, right?
Who are you talking about?
Just the people in general. Everybody. Everyone that's here. Everyone that's here has been following this case something fierce. When they stop and the case is over tomorrow, boom, what happens?
Well, they're going to go back to their regular lives, man. You know, I mean, and then hopefully find something else to feel passionate about and You know, hopefully it doesn't stop here with the Karen Reed case. You know, hopefully the same passion is behind, and I don't see any reason why it wouldn't be. Those people out there are not just passionate about Karen Reed being innocent; they're passionate about the corruption that they're living under, the umbrella of corruption that they're living under out there. So, you know, there's again the Sandra Borchmore case,
Yeah.
the
Justin Root.
the Justin Root case. I mean, there's stuff to be talked about and fight for still. So, you know, these are passionate people out there because of the corruption that they're living under, not just the fact that Karen Reed. It's they want Karen Reed to be innocent because they're pissed off about the reasons why she's accused in the first place.
Right. Right.
So I don't think that you know, once the Karen Reed thing is over, that this is going to be the last you hear of those citizens out there. You know,
there was somebody here earlier with a sign. I don't know where they went. There was another one, Will, right? No. They had a sign, and it says that their father was wrongly accused and wrongly convicted. And they're going to send me that whole case file, too. Same county, same people, same players.
Yeah, right on.
So, I mean, it kind of makes sense to a point.
Yeah,
But
I mean,
again, if she's found guilty, then what do we do, right? Fight the DA?
Yeah, continue protesting the DA, continue, you know, I mean, it's obviously at this point to the entire public. I mean, it's worldwide now at this point that she is falsely accused. So if she's convicted, that's gonna light a fire under the whole world's ass, especially people in this country. So, and especially around when the political climate is where it's at, we don't want to see injustice. We don't want to see corruption. We don't have a tolerance for it right now. So if she's convicted and the world is watching and the world understands that there's no solid evidence against her, well, that's going to spark a lot of controversy, and it's going to bring a lot more attention to the issues that are taking place locally there that you're living under, Tom.
You know, pickles or onions, Will?
Oh man, pickles and onions, man. Hell
You want some hot on that, Will?
Dude, everything that's there, I want it all except the lettuce. Lettuce is stupid.
But I mean, Will, this is what the movement is right here, right?
Hot dogs?
Everything from the people.
I'm just kidding, man.
The people, the people are amazing.
I agree with you. The people are fantastic.
And there's Aiden. So we have. Hi. How you doing?
His dad's watching the glare right now.
Hi. His dad's watching.
That is stupid. Oh, right on.
So we have Brian from LTL, Turtle Boy, Mazza Media, you, me. Who else are we missing? Mike from Young Jerks. So I mean, just between all of us, think of the people that we can reach, right?
Is Mike Crawford out there?
No, I thought he was, but it wasn't him.
Oh, okay.
Is that the glare still? Hi!
How's it going?
Just kidding. I'm just embarrassing my friend. Like
That's fine. Yes, they can do that. How you doing, guy? Love the freaking shirt, dude. Love it.
Thank you. Look at my sticker too.
I like the sticker. I got a sticker. Factually innocent.
How much longer do you think?
How much longer? I thought they'd be out at lunch at 1 o'clock. I really thought it'd be that.
You just said that
Well, Karen's brother came out. It's definitely an answer today, is what he was saying. So we'll see.
Hopefully he knows what he's talking about.
Well, definitely today.
Wait and see.
That's the word on the street. Can't, well, that's what we want. We're not guilty. So we're not sure about a hung jury. What happens there? Like, does the DA come back and then bring it again? Like, what? I'm not sure about that whole thing. The buffer zone friendly. Side bar, not the fan.
Not the fan again.
Not the fan again. What's up, bud? Oh, there's my Cindy friend. Oh, you guys shut that off. Say hi to Will.
Hi, Will.
Hi, Cindy.
We missed you.
Miss you too.
You need to be here, but it's okay.
Yeah, I know. You guys are making me feel really guilty about that.
No, we're just glad you're doing your thing every day and that we have you and Tom and everybody else.
We're blessed.
We are blessed to have you all.
I'm blessed as well. I'm very, very proud to be part of this, and I'm grateful. Thank you.
It's going to be a day today, isn't it?
Hopefully this is it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm here all day until it is, and if it goes on till tomorrow, I'll be here too.
It sucks waiting, doesn't it? And this is what we've been doing.
But I couldn't think of a better crowd to hang out with in the meantime.
It's a beautiful day today. It is the weather's amazing.
Yep.
It's a little less people, not 500 people, even though we love all the supporters, but it is a very calm day. And, you know, the protesters, it was even calm with that. So it's a great day today.
Yeah, we did good with the counter. No one bothered them. Let them do their thing, and then they left.
They're right to do that as well.
They're allowed to, right?
Yep.
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 No one messed with them. That was fine. No, it was a good day.
It was good. Yeah.
So that's one thing, Will, that I gotta say that is there water in the back? That the people here, is that full? No, it's not. The people are just amazing. I don't know what to say. And they keep on surprising me.
Yeah. I mean, tensions are as high as they're going to get out there, and everybody's just being great.
Gonna pour it into your mouth.
Where's your straw, guy?
It's in there.
That's the only straw.
No, you had a bigger straw. Where'd it go?
Yeah, that's good. Wait, you break the straw in half?
Yeah, drink the water. That's my buddy. Every time I see him, I fill his water up for him.
Tom, Jay Rollins says that Santa Cruz loves you all.
We love Santa Cruz.
And Santa Cruz is with you in spirit.
Oh. Again, will the people that are watching from home, I can't thank them enough for watching, because you are supporting us just by watching.
Absolutely.
So with that, I thank them, each and individual, everybody.
Come here, buddy. You want to say hi? Oh, look who's saying hi.
That's my big boy. Who's a good boy? Oh, he's getting big, huh?
Yeah, he's getting big.
Clubber, look how big he is.
Oh, Clubber.
He's big.
Love that good boy.
He's a good boy.
Hey, everybody.
How big he's getting.
He's so muscular.
He's such a good boy.
Does he like to go out and run around?
So good.
Yeah. Let him. He's got a pack of huskies he likes to play with.
Oh, good for him. Good. They'll play tag. Free Karen Reed.
Go lay down. Good boy.
Right? Is the main for.
Wow, man. Look at all those people. That's wild.
This line. Wait, you gotta get the back.
go for the FKR or the BOOBSs?
All the above. Hey, at least you're on. Here we go.
I'm very good.
Hey, bud, can I see your shirt real quick? Your shirt? I'm on the glare.
I love it.
You like that, huh, Will?
Isn't that
I
badass?
do. It's fantastic.
And this is nothing. The creativity has just been from the very start. Every day there's a new set of shirts and new signs.
Hey, buddy.
What's up, bud? What do you got? Frame. You think so? Really? Yep. All right, they got the fan going again.
Yeah, they still got the fan going. I'm keeping my eye on it, seeing
All
what's
right,
going
cool.
on.
How are you, sir? Good.
You do great. Watch all the time.
Thank you. You watch the Glare?
I do.
You want to say hi to him?
Sure.
How's it going?
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Let's go.
Not guilty. No doubt.
Let's go.
I'm doing a great job.
Everyone's doing a good job.
Hey,
Where'd you
how's
guys
it
come
going,
from?
guys?
I came from Leicester.
Leicester, that's a ride. Wow. How about you? Wow, Leicester's a ride. How long did it take you to get here? Yeah. With traffic or without?
Without.
Yeah, what's it with?
The way home is a lot longer.
How long?
Probably about an hour, 40.
Almost 2 hours, 45 minutes to get home
Where are they
from here. Leicester. Western
Wow.
part of the state. Leicester. Yeah.
Wow, that's wild, man. This is.
So I keep asking people where they're from, and it's just, I mean, Will, it's all over.
Oh yeah, I
man.
asked my chat where everybody was from, and man, there was stuff. There were people from all over the world, man. There's people from Brazil, people from Australia, from
There was somebody from Ireland here.
Yeah, it's somebody
Today,
from
I
Ireland.
met her.
Somebody from Iceland was in my
Oh
chat.
my. Wow.
Yeah, it's wild, man. It's wild. Thank you, Jen Del Rio, for gifting the membership. Congrats to Jenna Jam. Right on.
That freaking thing right there is what kills me right there.
My friend said, I just saw you on the Glare. I'm like,
Yeah.
great.
You saw, yeah, oh yeah.
Where's Christy? He's
Gone.
on. Okay.
Good luck.
Couldn't handle the heat?
There was no heat.
I'm like,
They got tired.
They got tired. Let's go,
Hey.
guys. We're not making a difference here.
I wish Jimmy had.
All right, so let's go count the cops and see how many are here. Because it doesn't seem like there's more police officers here than usual. Like there seems like the usual amount. Quincy. All right, so there are different people. That's right. You do. Sarge, what's up?
That's all
How many
part of
people are on the detail for today for like the bike? 15? 10?
No, more like 20.
20 bikes?
Yeah, something like that. I'm close to it.
Is that include the state or is that 20
No, not
total?
They're different.
State total. All right, so they're different. 20 regular.
Yep.
Okay. What about other? No one else. Just you guys.
No, there's some other
stuff.
Yeah.
5, 10.
Probably that. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a good estimate.
So, all right. 40
Probably.
extra.
Close to it.
Is that just today? Or was it yesterday? Every day?
We've just been here a couple of days.
Yeah. Cool. All right, guys, be safe out there. How you doing, guys? All right. You're gonna feed the drivers. You are so awesome. Cindy's got food for the limo drivers because they sit in their cars all day. That's Cindy.
Wow.
That's
WGN and
News Nation.
Huh?
Yeah, Chicago.
Yeah.
Hi, how are you guys? Hi. Channel 10's all set up over there.
I'm the worst at promoting myself too. Like, remember we were standing by the Channel 10 van and like you were like, you asked the lady, like, you want to interview the Claire? And I was just like, what the fuck does she want to interview me for? I don't what would she want to interview me for?
Just
I was like,
because.
you don't want to interview me. Like, you don't want to interview me.
No. Keep
I'm the
walking.
worst. I am the worst. I could have totally totally promoted myself. I just couldn't do it.
Unfortunately, I hate doing the same thing. I hate talking about myself, my channel. I just hate it. I hate my voice. I hate the way I look. I hate everything
I
about
just
it.
didn't see any logical reason for it. I was just like,
Yeah.
I'm probably gonna talk shit about you guys anyway. So,
Well, that's all right. We're from Boston. We expect that, right?
that's what I do. Like, I'm gonna I've already trash talked News Nation like 3 times on this one live stream. On this very live stream, I've already trash talked them.
But there's got to be some way, Will, that we can promote ourselves in a better, more efficient way that we don't do it ourselves.
You know what, man? Like, having your all support is enough for me. I could give a fuck about Court TV or News Nation or any of those fucking people. Like, I'm validated more than enough just by having your support. Seriously.
Oh, but Will, sorry, my brain kind of works a little different. Why not reach more people and take over the entire freaking news industry? Let's put them other people out of business.
No, you're right. And I just that means I gotta kiss fucking News Nation's ass.
No. We don't.
I'm just not wired that way. I can't
Well,
do it.
You want the people that listen? Do you want the people that watch News Nation to watch you?
I mean,
do you want that support? They're that type of people.
I guess. I mean,
no, you don't want them. Let them come. Let the good ones come over. They'll come.
That's what I'm saying. Is I'd rather have quality, not quantity. Like,
right.
Support.
So why not just bring us all together, bigger, and make a stab at it? Everyone consolidates one time or another. It's the way how life works, right?
Yeah.
I think we bite the bullet and do it preemptively, a bunch of us, and go after the freaking big peacock people.
Yeah. I mean, right.
We can do it.
Yeah.
We do it anyway. We're just not freaking organized. We got more content than they do. You kidding me?
Probably not, but
I think so. I think we do. Will, every one of our viewers has a camera guy. We win.
Yeah.
We win.
I mean, in theory, it's possible, but the likelihood is not. That's not there.
We'll talk about that later. All right. Hi, guys. Doing well. You got things for 4th of July, Will? They got fireworks out there?
Oh yeah, like, dude, I'm in one of the reddest states there are, dude. There's a lot of patriots out here, man. Like, this place goes nuts on 4th of July.
Nice.
Yeah, this
nice.
place like, people are already setting off fireworks like as soon as, like, it's not even like July yet. Technically,
yeah,
it's
they're practicing.
Yeah, last night there was fireworks going off in my neighborhood. So.
Turkey? Yeah. What do you want?
Turkey.
Go ahead. Are you a turkey kind of guy?
Yeah.
Okay. Does Will want turkey too?
No, Will doesn't want turkey.
Yes. Yeah. Hi. I don't want to go. No, I can't eat bread. Thank you. How you doing? Yeah, good. Really good.
Just check out the painting. Where are we at?
the occasional checking of progress of the painting. Love it. It's getting there. Oh, look at the light sources and the shadows. I see.
That's pretty awesome. Pretty cool. Hi. And another shirt.
That's my shirt.
And Karen Reed didn't delete any of her messages. Ain't that funny?
Fascinating, isn't it?
Not one.
She had so much to hide, yet didn't delete any of her messages. Didn't delete anything from her phone. Amazing.
Better yet, she told the cops what happened. And what did they do? They didn't do anything. She told them. Uh-oh.
Oh, they're interviewing Rita. Right on.
Who is factually innocent. It's a travesty and a mockery of justice. And what we put this jury through. This jury sat through 30 days of testimony. 29 days was the prosecution gaslighting and stalling and throwing words out, fractions of statements. They weren't even full statements. Go of what Karen said. Karen did not say, I hit him. Jen McCabe, Karen was frantic all night, worried about John. Jen McCabe said he never went in the house. And on that information, Karen said, would I have hit him? If he never went in the house, well, where is he? She knows she dropped him off. That is a logical thing for someone to say. But what did the Canton Police Department and the Mass State Police and the prosecutors say? They took a portion of the statement and they made that fact. That is not evidence. That is not truth. That is gaslighting. And Karen Reed was framed. And this should not happen in this country. And this happens in Russia. In Russia, we have the Wall Street journalist over there. That's Russia. That doesn't happen here. Yet it did happen here. And I want to say the people that are here represent the best people in this country. These are the best Americans in this country. It doesn't matter what the political affiliation is. People don't care. What matters is truth. And everyone has come together, children, bringing their children in this moment, in this historic moment in history, to experience standing up, bravery, courageous people standing up to support a woman none of us knew. None of us knew each other. We all came together. This case was a call to action. I live in Canton. I live in the neighborhood. I've been in Canton 45 years. My ancestry goes back 118 years. And this is not reflective of all the police. This is not reflective of all the Mass State Police. We have an awesome partner with Mass State Police. We have been here 10 weeks now, and that's the law. We have been here 10 weeks now, and we have been incident-free, and we want to keep it that way. And how did we do that? Because we partnered with the Mass State Police, with the Dedham Police, and anybody else that came in. They saw that we are peaceful, we are loving, we have compassion, and we are here to help someone that we don't know, because we need to be every one of us. And people in this country, if they don't think this impacts them, they need to think again. This impacts them. If the Canton Police can frame an innocent woman and the Mass State Police from Canton, who are friends and family with these people, can frame this person, then that could happen anywhere. And we cannot allow that in this free world. And it's time for truth to come back. And it's time to stamp out gaslighting.
Summed it up perfectly right there. Could you just do me a favor, say and spell your name for me?
Rita,
Yeah.
R-I-T-A, Lombardi, like that. L-O-M-B-A-R-D-I.
Pleasure to meet
Okay,
you.
nice to
so
meet you
much for your
too.
time.
Thank you,
Have a good
Rita.
one.
Suzanne W.
Wow, you should be on a podium somewhere. I got that already.
Thank you.
Smoke.
Yes, that was unbelievable.
So, okay, I got your name already. So tell me, are you gonna cry?
that the jury might end up deadlocked. I'm shocked. I'm shocked. Okay, but you know, we're going to accept it if it's deadlocked. We're going to accept it because why? We have to. But we need to learn from this because the defense, they were full. The prosecution, she was great, and there's nothing, no piece of evidence. You know, everything they did was incompetent, covering up. There's nothing in this case that it should convict anyone. Okay, of murder, and these are your standards, like this kind of sloppiness. It wasn't sloppiness; it was deliberately done to cover up. And so, you know, this case, this impacts everybody. I forget what you want. I'm shocked, yeah. So I believe, look, guilty was never on the table. This case was never going to deliver a guilty verdict. And the prosecutors knew it. And it's never, you were never going to get 12 people to say that Karen Reed killed John O'Keefe because it didn't. And the defense put on expert witnesses that are utilized by the United States Department of Justice, that are utilized by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the FBI, that are utilized by the United States military. These people were doctors, multiple degree, highly credentialed people from accident reconstruction that said it was impossible. She did not kill. The car did not kill John O'Keefe, and John O'Keefe's injuries did not come from a car. A first grader could have told you that. And so, you know, however many there are, and we're going to find out, that believe that Karen was guilty and hung this jury, we need to find out why. Because if juries, we have problems in the system. I come from the private sector. We are missing checks and balances in the procedures here. Missing. This case never should have went to trial. Nothing. Even in the evidence collection, the investigation, checks and balances, we don't have them. We need to get the checks and balances in there. And that goes for the jury. If we need to raise the standards for jury and we're going to learn from this case because that scientific evidence was unrefutable. It was from people the Department of Justice utilizes. These are their experts. And we're going to take the testimony of a foolish Mass State Police cop by the name of Paul, whatever his name was, who has an associate's degree, who said that, you know, John spun around. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. So I'd like to know the juror that bought that bullshit. And, you know, because that's exactly what it was. You know, throw stuff up against the wall and see what sticks. So if we have jurors that do not understand scientific evidence, that do not understand DNA, because we are in the digital world. If they don't understand that, they either need to be brought up to speed to understand it, or they should not serve on the jury. And so this case should be cut and dry. Those experts and the test, all the people that the defense put on, every single one of them, Lucky Loughlin said that there was no body there. Lucky Loughlin made enormous sacrifices to tell the truth. Everybody in Canton has made enormous sacrifices to tell the truth. Because when we tell the truth, we are terrorized. Our family is terrorized. Our families are split. Our loved ones, we have loved ones that won't talk to us because we speak out of the case that it costs them our loved ones have people that won't speak to them because of our speaking out. It ripples through the family. These people have terrorized my town. Trying to silence us. We will not be silenced.
Yeah.
When the people silence, the bad people take over. And we cannot allow that. We need the good people all over this country to stand up and say, this was wrong. And we need to learn from this and fix the system once and for all. People say police reform. I'm in the business world. You know, we transform business. It's time to transform our government, to bring the operating standards up to par with the practices, the best practice of the best corporations out there. It is time. We are living in antiquated times. They should find
that if the jury is this divided, it indicates that they didn't have open minds, that they had
absolutely. Is that a bird that just hit me? Bird. Yeah, I think it was bird. So it's good luck. It's good luck, but I don't know.
No, it's reindeer.
But anyways, yeah. So we're gonna find out because we need to know what and all the money that was put into this case, all the experts that were brought into the case from the defense, because the prosecution didn't have experts. They just had they didn't tell the truth, and we're okay with not telling the truth. So we need to learn from them. We need to learn how she was even charged. Where were the breaks in the system in the courtroom and breaks in the system of the jury? That is what we need to take away. We need to learn and we need to fix those and we need to transform our government, bring the operating standards up to the 21st century. What is this? Wait for us so in the opening statement, David Dinetti told the jury they were going to hit this, that, and the other thing, the prosecution. And he said, wait for us. Because when they spoke, they would tell the truth. And that's exactly, so we knew a lot of facts. A lot of the people that were here and have been here, I've been here every day since the day. And we used to go inside the courtroom. So we started coming out here, watching from the sidewalk, there's no room in the courtroom. And so we knew a lot of the facts in the case. We knew there's no way this was going. And David Dinetti said, wait for us, because when they put on their case, it would be crystal clear to the jury. So how are you feeling now? Are you anxious? No, I'm not anxious. I'm a little disappointed. I'm guarding myself. I'm protecting myself. I'm expecting a hung jury. And that's not what I was expecting. That's not what any of these people expected. But I need to look for the silver lining on that. And the silver lining in that will be, what are the learns? We have to learn from them. And do we need to change the standards of the jury? Do we need to raise, you got somebody deciding somebody's murder and they don't understand scientific evidence. That's a problem. We had somebody who just decided they were just going to say she's guilty because she's guilty. We got a problem. And, Brian Albert's pretty powerful. And, he went in there on the day that the instructions were given to the jury. He went in there, Jet McCabe went in there, Colin Albert went in there, and Kerry Roberts. Those are all four leading people in this case. They went in there to intimidate. That's what they would. He wanted them to. They sat with the O'Keefe family when the jury got there.
It's not crazy to think
they went in there to make a statement that we are here and we're not going here. And the same day, I thought any witness was not allowed to be in the courtroom. They are. It's at the end. The jury was getting the case. It went to the case. So as the jury was getting the case, you had Colin Albert, Jen McCabe, you had Brian Albert, and you had Kerry Roberts all sitting behind the Paul McKee. And they were there for a reason, to intimidate. That's exactly what they've done to my town. Intimidate and threaten. That's how they operate. And, we lost a juror. And the juror that we lost was, I believe, pro Karen Reed. And then we lost two alternates. So, who knows? We're going to find out. But it doesn't make
the truth will come out on that for sure.
Does not make sense.
Eventually, the truth will come out about that. All right, Tom's frozen. A little puppy dog.
Good. How are you guys? No, I didn't see the escape from the courthouse. I missed it. I'll catch the next one. I promise. There'll probably be more. Will, think about that. They let an inmate go with no cuff, with no cuffs, and it's gonna start raining out. Oh, damn it!
Oh, they sure made sure to cuff Turtle Boy though, didn't they?
Oh, hardcore. He wasn't going nowhere.
Right.
All right, I gotta get my umbrella.
All right. I'm actually going to I'm going to go over another video here while we wait for the verdict to come back, Tom. But I appreciate you joining and sharing the vibe of what's going on out there, man. We really appreciate it.
Again, Will, anytime, bud. You know you're more than welcome to come and hang with us. Just send me a link. I'll be more than happy to pop on.
Appreciate you, Tom.
The people here love you, man. So it's easy for me to do that.
I love all of you guys. Thank you, buddy.
Yeah, you too, man. I hope everyone's healthy over there.
Right on.
Be good. Send my love to all your viewers. Thank you all for being there. Subscribe.
Yeah, make sure to subscribe to Tom CPU, guys. All right. See you later, Tom. Thanks, buddy.
All right. Well, talk to you.
All right. Bye-bye. All right. Tom CPU, y'all. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. And Tanya, thank you for the super chat to get Clubber a treat. He's so good during the lives. Yes, he is awesome. He's fantastic. All right, while we wait for court, let's go back to this dude. Oh my God, dude. Like, I cannot get enough of this guy right here, bro. Like, it's not even his fault. It's not even his fault. But yeah, let's hear what he has to say. Oh my God.
About that case, because we talked about the ruling, we talked about kind of how this will play out, but in your experience, have you seen a change for jurors after the dynamite charge, after the judge actually goes through the way it's worded? Every state can be different as far as how they word their version of the Allen charge, but how often do you see a change? Or do they typically come back still and say, yeah, we still can't reach a unanimous verdict?
I've seen it. I've seen both. I mean, so as far as cases on court TV, we've had this circumstance before. We have had it. I'd have to look back at the exact cases, but I want to say there was a California case where we saw the dynamite charge given by the judge. So it does happen. And the idea is that there will be unanimity reached. And another important point to clarify here is that we know that there can be a mixed verdict. There can be, there's a lot of ways this can go, right? It's not, the jury has options here, is what I want to say. The jury has options. It's not only one charge.
Verdict slip.
Right.
We've got multiple charges and then lesser included. So
exactly, Julia. There's a lot.
They could split the baby, as we say it. If everyone is split on just not guilty versus guilty of something, then they could come to a lesser included charge to perhaps get those who are on one side to the other side. But sometimes if you feel firmly about someone being not guilty, it's going to be very hard to move them to the other side. Josh, your thought on that? If we learn the split inside of this jury room, the court no doubt will know if they ask how many are on one side or the other. Julie mentioned it this morning on opening statements that the judge would likely bring in the foreperson to see what is going on inside of the room, perhaps the numbers, perhaps what could help, and if there are any problems, but they can't go too far with that. But if there's a mistrial, the judge declares a mistrial, how important is that split to what happens next?
Well, the split's really important because of how the litigants and the stakeholders are going to interpret how they put their case together, what portions of the defense landed the way that they wanted. And there's always an opportunity to poll and speak with a jury after they've been discharged of their duties. What I think y'all are talking about right now is something we hammer all the time in criminal defense. There are two fears of jurors. Jurors are afraid of wrongful conviction, and jurors are afraid of wrongful acquittal. That's really the driving force. And when you look at a intractable jury,
Josh, I'm going to ask you to pause. We have movement inside of the courtroom, so we are going to go in and listen to the judge.
All right, this is old, so don't think that this is happening right now because it's not.
Court of session, please be seated.
All right. So, jurors, I am in receipt of your note. Judge Canoni, despite our commitment to the duty entrusted to us, we find ourselves deeply divided by fundamental differences in our opinions and state of mind. The divergence in our views are not rooted in a lack of understanding or effort, but deeply held convictions that each of us carry, ultimately leading to a point.
All right, shut up.
Just looking there at John O'Keefe's family, you can only imagine what this must feel like. The weight of coming in and out of this courtroom every day, hoping that the end is going to be, in the least, a resolution, and it's looking more and more like we won't get a resolution in this case. Court TV anchor Julie Grant is still with us. Criminal defense attorney Josh Schiffer also standing by. Julie, that letter from the jury, it was deep, it was thorough. They are expressing in the most heartfelt way they can to this judge that they just can't reach a decision. I heard the word fundamental differences. What are you thinking when you hear this jury saying we're fundamentally on different sides?
Julia, I think they're pouring their hearts and their minds into these deliberations, and that they are doing everything they can to diligently work through the evidence, but they're conflicted. Internally, they are conflicted. It is very clear. I heard sadness, when I heard the words "we're deeply divided," because we could tell these are people who have taken their oath very seriously to do this job that is of utmost importance to our criminal justice system, the job you take when you agree to serve on a jury. And you hear them saying, we're trying, we just can't. But, we know, considering the length of the trial, considering the number of witnesses, I mean, Julia, we've got 74 witnesses they heard from, 675 exhibits to go through. This isn't that long. The judge is right to give this instruction and say, keep going, keep working. You're in a position to do this job. Just like you heard her say, any other person, would have to be big. Nobody's as intelligent, competent, equipped as all of you are, members of this jury.
Yeah, she gave them kudos outside of their presence, but she was telling the other lawyers, this is one of the greatest juries that I've seen in the way that they have been acting. Josh, I want to get your thoughts on it, but let's listen back to that moment. Just this letter that was read inside of open court by the judge, coming straight from the jury.
All right. So, jurors, I am in receipt of your note. Judge Canoni, despite our commitment to the duty entrusted to us, we find ourselves deeply divided by fundamental differences in our opinions. And
Josh, when you're hearing things like deeply held convictions, I mean, it sounds like they likely spent some of Friday and all of this morning writing that letter, crafting it to sound as convincing as possible to this judge to just let them go.
It is one of the most powerfully written jury messages I've ever read, and clearly they spent a lot of time choosing the right words, respecting the process deeply, respecting all the other jurors involved, and taking a very high road, which is great. It's fantastic. It shows the seriousness of this jury and what they've gone through. On top of the sadness that Julie notes, I am also feeling there's some frustration there, because they have put in all of this work over weeks and weeks, 74 witnesses, all of this effort, and now they're frustrated that they can't complete their duty. And I don't hold out a lot, because it feels to me that there's an ideological divide that's...
Did someone say duty?
Ever going to be jumped with these particular 12 jurors. It seems to me that there are people who believe they cannot leave without a conviction and cannot leave without an acquittal. And that's unfortunate.
When you have a fundamental difference like that, it is a tough decision. We're talking politics, religion level. It sounds like coming out of that courtroom.
Politics, religion level. Shut up. Hold on here. Let's see what else we can find here. Where do they find these people at? This guy's cracking me. Yeah, me too. Thank you.
But that doesn't mean behind closed doors
Let's see what
things went
Vinny's
really,
saying.
really bad. Like really, really bad.
Oh, shut up, Vinny. Jesus fucking
But-
Christ, man.
They were all grown up when this was happening. Like all grown up.
Oh, he's talking about the
With,
Menendez brother. Okay, never mind.
Within psychological damage. Maybe you feel like still under his control. I get it, but you cannot put the stamp of approval on that. Court TV did. You can find it. WW coming in late and catching up, but this note from the jury makes me believe 100% that there's an attorney on the jury, which is possible given how well stated and carefully and crafted the language is. The language is it's the most well written jury note of all time, and covers all the things that need to be covered when it's time for explaining where this jury is. But the way this note is written, and then you listen to the instruction afterwards, there's a complete conflict there. All right, folks. So here's where I am. I just want to quickly. I'm going to have to go like a lightning round here. The rest of the
lightning round
super chats I didn't get to. I like to get to all of them, so I appreciate it. Tishku, I 100% believe she hit him, but if I were on the jury, I could not find her guilty. Commonwealth proved nothing. The investigation was a complete disaster. Right? Commonwealth has the burden of proof. So you would have to
bro.
not guilty. Yobi, yes. Mount Rushmore. If you were Lally, would you be happy with a hung jury? Yes, based upon the way this case came in. Yeah. Because I would redo it next time. I'd go streamlined. Second life for the prosecutor would be huge here. All right, I got to all the super chats. Thank you, everyone. Over 9,000 hanging here as we wait and wait and wait. Don't forget tonight, whatever happens today, 8 o'clock tonight, we will take the deep dive. We may need a moment to put perspective on it. We could still be in a jury deliberation. We could have a hung jury. We could be guilty. We could not. We just don't know. We don't know. Only 12 people know, and they're behind closed doors right now. Thank you for watching. Thank you to Frankie Figs, Gen X, and Melly. Working hard. I have to go now, but I will be on at 8 o'clock tonight. And who knows, if something crazy happens, I might be back on here this afternoon. So in the meantime, have a great day. 8 o'clock Court TV. Please don't forget to hug the kids.
Okay. What was I waiting for?
Are tampered with,
Wait,
threatened,
what?
or otherwise.
And-
That's just completely undermining. So from day one, I have expressed this concern because you could see it. You could see it happening in the streets.
Expressed what concern? The fuck is she talking about?
And that the jurors, extra attention has to be made to protect the jurors, that their names will be sealed, and there's an investigation underway by the court itself for tampering and release of jury information. So while I fix my light, you can respond to that, please, Jen.
Well, I tell you what, if this is accurate.
Okay, stop. I gotta
Because
hear
they are
that.
aware of the mob outside. The state of mind reference that was in that note has nothing to do with guilt or innocence. It has to do with fear. There are jurors that have expressed concern that if they agree to the guilty vote, they are in danger because they are aware of the mob outside. At least 2 jurors were visibly upset after.
Plevin, what's wrong with you, dude? Like, seriously, what the fuck is wrong with you, dude?
I'm retarded?
Well, I mean, we know that, but what the fuck besides the fact that you're fucking retarded is wrong with you? What is it?
After the reading from the judge and aware that as they cast a guilty verdict, they feel that their safety is in danger.
I mean, you know, this doesn't age well when I just spent the last God knows how fucking long with Tom CPU going around, walking all around the courthouse fucking area, showing the people outside who you're calling an angry mob. Like, really? Man, that lady who was fucking painting, man, she was really fired up, wasn't she? Jesus. She was, I mean, that mob was so angry, Plevin. I mean, dude, like, I just sat here, like, you're sitting here and you're lying to your audience, flat out fucking lying. You know why? Because I just showed the proof that what you're saying is absolute 100% bullshit. It is absolute bullshit. All bullshit. Done. Stupid. Gone. You're stupid. You're stupid. I just showed everyone out there. Random people. You think that was what? Rehearsed? That was fucking rehearsed? You think that was set up? That there was everybody read their lines, you know, prior? You want to say hi to the Glera? I want to say hi to the Glera. Gonna try this again. Have you heard the new cleaned up 911 audio? Jen says they found John's face down in the snow. Yes, we have gone over that. Thank you, unit. I appreciate it. We have gone over that. We have gone over Jen saying that they found John face down in the snow. I will go over it again, but we know that. We know that she said that. And we know that he was found face up. Now, it makes sense. That's not suspicious to me so much because it makes sense that they would have to roll him over in order to perform CPR on him. I mean, that's yes, that of course. I mean, whether he was face down or face up, it really doesn't matter. What I want to know is how his phone was found underneath him. Now, that right there, again, that could be that his phone was right next to him, and then they rolled him over, and then he ended up on top of his phone. His phone could have been next to him. They rolled him over. He ended up on top of his phone. We don't know. I don't think that that's what happened. I don't believe that that's what happened. I believe that Jen McCabe went in that house to get John's phone. That's what I believe happened. But I'm saying it doesn't prove anything.
Also, court staff will need a minimum of 1 hour to vacate the courthouse from the time the jurors indicate their readiness. And they're also adding that increased police presence, which we do see in the videos, a likely order from the court to expand the buffer zone. That's not going to help that much. In order that only credentialed media will be allowed inside the buffer zone, that's supposed to already be in effect. And that the jurors' extra attention has to be made to protect the jurors, that their names will be sealed, and there's an investigation underway by the court itself for tampering and release of jury information. So while I fix my light, you can respond to that, please, Jen.
Well, I tell you what, if this is accurate, it has to be addressed. I mean, this is what can be a federal charge. This is unbelievable if there's any jury tampering involved, and certainly after a
right
verdict is rendered, if
Shame on
any
you,
of them
sir.
are
Agreed.
threatened or harmed in any way.
Nobody's doing that, stupid.
You know, it's from day one, I have expressed this concern.
Oh my
because
God.
you could see it. You could see it happening in the streets. You could hear it in social media.
You can't.
I don't know what is going to need to be done to YouTubers and to the mob that are on the streets. I don't know how to prevent this from happening in other cases, and that is really concerning. Because Kevin,
you can't prevent it, first of all, stupid. You can't prevent it. Albert, thank you. Sure, the guilty thing. Jurors are scared because they couldn't convince the rest of the jury for benefit of Albert's and McCabe's, not due to supporters. I mean, right. The supporters have nothing. We just watched, dude. We just fucking virtually walked through that entire crowd via Tom CPU. We just did it together. The 4,000 watching on YouTube, the 7,000 watching on Twitter. I mean, people. We just virtually walked through the mob out there, and this lady's talking completely out of her ass. Like, this is like we're watching this woman talk out of her ass in real time right now. Like we just had something in contrast, pure proof that is contrast to everything that she's saying right now, because she's factually fucking retarded. I am convinced that there is nobody more useless in this case, and anybody talking around, anybody surrounding this case, there is nobody more fucking useless than Jennifer Twattendorfer. She is a fucking moron, an absolute bona fide asshole, and an idiot. There is no, I mean, I don't even know how to, like, that doesn't even express it into words properly. I can't find the words as to how fucking incompetent and retarded this woman is, dude. I don't have the words. Listen to her. Dude, you all just watched what this so-called angry mob looks like. You just saw them. Alex, thank you so much. Hey, Coffin Breath and Kevin Gin. It's called Murica. Agreed. Thank you so much. I mean, listen to these fucking morons. Look.
Kevin, you really get to the fiber of justice if our jury system, in other words, if jurors are tampered with, threatened, or otherwise.
Nobody's doing that.
Completely undermining our whole system.
Yep. And that was the goal from this defense team and that strategy of Karen. I would say even Karen. This may have begun with Karen, but going back to April 18th, when the first Turtle Boy story came out on this, that was
that's what they say, D-Fox.
That was the goal. And they've succeeded, it looks like. We know they've succeeded because the juror dismissed last week that was the case.
So you see the bullshit narrative they're spinning right now? They think that the reason why they're at an impasse right here, the reason why these idiots are saying that the jury's deadlocked is because somebody tampered with the jury and threatened the jury on the Karen Reed support side. Why would we do that when the facts are on our side? Why would we do that? Why would anybody who believes Karen Reed is innocent do that when, I mean, you just listen to everything Rita just said. Rita just fucking laid it out. Like, is it coincidence? Now, I don't know. I'm not ready to start accusing anybody of jury tampering just yet. I'm not ready to do that just yet. But if I had to, if it turns out that the jury was tampered with and I had to guess as to who, I'm going to guess the people who just happened to show up. And the one day that they sat in the gallery, the entire trial, people, pre-trial to now, right? The entire trial are the people who showed up the day of jury instructions to sit in the gallery and face the jury. That would be Brian Albert, Kerry Roberts, Jen McCabe, and Colin Albert. The four people that are considered the biggest fucking most suspicious of all the people that have taken the stand this entire trial. Those four people, the four most suspicious people of all, happened to just show up the one day that they're giving jury instructions to sit in the fucking gallery and face the jury. Give me a fucking break, dude. But the lady painting and the lady who's on the Queen chorus must be tampering with the jury, right? Are you fucking kidding me right now?
So,
well, and if anybody doesn't think that was the goal, just go onto my Twitter. I have 2 videos that I've posted where
if anybody thinks that wasn't the goal, if you don't believe me sitting up here on this bullshit channel with a dude whose channel, the guy's name all over the internet is known as Plevin. If you don't believe me on the Plevin channel, well, just go to my Twitter, because all the facts have to be on my Twitter, right? Just go to my Twitter for the facts. Lady, like, you are, I mean, you're the epitome of stupidity. You are a factory of stupid, Jennifer Coffendoffer. A factory of stupid that's going 24/7. Stupidity clocking in and out, taking shifts, and just producing stupid, on a fucking conveyor, just producing stupid after stupid after stupid is what your brain does. You are a factory of fucking stupid.
on a megaphone, the blogger Carney is walking down the streets shouting that this is his purpose.
yeah.
To tamper. I mean, these are his words.
Really? 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 So you have video of Aiden Carney, aka Turtle Boy, yelling through a bullhorn that his intentions are to interfere with the jury. I love to see that video. Someone produce that video for me, please. Because, surprise, surprise, Twattendoffer has me blocked. So I can't access her Twitter right now and call her out on her bullshit. But it'd be nice if I could. But I promise you, I guarantee you that no such video exists. Because if that such video exists, the Commonwealth would have had Turtle Boy arrested and charged with jury tampering. Okay? Because they trumped up a bunch of other charges on him. They lied about that. I mean, why isn't in that list of charges that are based on fucking lies, why isn't jury tampering one of them? Anyone? 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 All right, I have it in the background, guys.
And it's the reality.
I have it
It's
in the
reality
background.
of
When
what
they
happened
come on,
in this
I'll
case.
switch it.
I don't know if there's going to be a verdict or not. I still think it will be hung. But if your sources are saying otherwise, are you?
They're just saying there's one holdout. So we don't. But that one holdout could.
Twattendoffer, that would be the only thing hung that you have ever been associated with. Nothing hung would ever touch you with a 10-foot pole.
Have her feet dug in, and that's so we'll have a hung jury.
Yeah.
So
Well, if her feet are dug in because she believes in Reed's innocence after hearing all of the evidence, that's one thing.
Right.
If her feet are dug in because she is afraid she will be harmed or otherwise hurt, whether it's in the media or whether it's physically, that's a whole nother, situation.
So Law and Crime just replayed from a little bit earlier.
Of course
Interviews
not.
with some of the
Of
counter
course.
protesters. I don't know all their names. Obviously, Kate is leading this. There was a nice young woman there, Julie. I didn't catch her last name, and she spoke for a while to the reporters.
Oh, was she the one with meth mouth? Because she sounded real credible. Cam Vat, thank you. Karen Reed is on the way back in the courtroom. Yes, thank you. I appreciate it. I have it on the background. I have the courtroom playing in the background. If anything happens in the courtroom, I will hear it. Switch to it.
And this is where the benefit to what they're doing, I think, is most helpful, is just by being there and having the media come over and you're rational. See, the media is just getting so much of this from one side. They're getting the most salient points put out, not just by Turtle Rider, but by so many other sources. So it's very valuable when you have articulate counter protesters there, like obviously Kate, but then this woman Julie and whoever else is
who left, by the way. They're gone. They left. they're gone. They don't have the stamina because they have no conviction. Like, compare those people. This is the second day that they were out there, and before fucking lunch they packed up and left on the second day. They didn't even last 2 whole days out there protesting, right? Because they have so much fucking conviction behind what they believe in, don't they? They believe her to be guilty so much, and they believe in justice for John O'Keefe so much that those people couldn't even last 2 days out there to counter protest. I find that fascinating. I find that incredibly interesting. In comparison to the people that were out there that have been out there for fucking 11 weeks. And some of them even longer than that. Some of them even longer than that. Rita's been out there for every standout, every protest, Rita's been out there. Scott McGinnis has been out there. Tom has been out there. Dana, Tracy, Paul, all of them have been out there consistently. Consistently. All right, here we go. Hold on. Like, I hear some chatter in the background, but they haven't. All right. Sorry. I'm hearing some chatter, but I'm not hearing the Okay, so there's another note. So Ted Daniel tweeted that there's another note. So let's see what happens here. It's 2:27, y'all. A lot of people predicted there'd be a verdict at 2:27. Let's see if y'all were right. Wouldn't that be eerie? It's almost up. It's 2:28, guys. So much for that. I mean, we don't know if there's a verdict yet, folks. There's a lot of noise going on in that courtroom. There's some commotion happening.
Okay, smartass. Let's see what this mystery's all about.
Oh my God. There is no sound yet, Wendy. Of course I would share sound if I could. The thing is, okay, I get why you asked that. It's because like with my headphones on, I can hear like it's not muted, like it's muted, but you can still hear some noises. It's just not clear as to what's being said in the background. Lisa, thank you for the Venmo. Appreciate it. Everything you said today about gratitude helped me so much. I love your spirit and your show. Right on. Thanks, Lisa. I'm glad. I'm glad that helped you out. There's nothing to describe. I just hear it sounds like a bailiff talking. I mean, we all want to we all really want a not guilty verdict. Andrew, thank you. A hung jury is coming. So sad for Karen Reed. I mean, that's what it seems like. I mean, that's what I'm expecting. It's not what I'm hoping for, but it's what I'm expecting. I agree with Rita. I'm expecting a hung jury here. I mean, the anticipation is just like, fuck, dude. Killing me. Oh man, I get in trouble on Twitter all the time. Amba, thank you so much. Member for a month. Is there a difference in a hung jury and a mistrial? Well, no. If there's a hung jury, yeah, there's a significant difference between because it's not one or the other. If you get a hung jury, there's the possibility of a mistrial. It's whether or not Bev declares a mistrial or dismisses the case. It's up to her once there's a hung jury. So if it's a hung jury, she's not going to get convicted today. So there's that. That's great news. But if she declares a mistrial, that means that Lally can pursue this further and pursue another trial, and then everybody has to go through this bullshit all over again. But an eclectic mind, is there if there's a mistrial, maybe Jen will change it to I bid him, I bid him, I bid him. That's funny. Thank you, an eclectic mind. Appreciate it. Right. And the thing is I don't fully agree with what Brian was saying. Brian from LTL. He was saying that, there's no way that Lally is going to try to pursue this again. The only reason I doubt that, because I agree with him, logically speaking, he's right, but the thing is none of this is logical. The fact that Karen Reed is even on trial in the first place isn't logical. The fact that it even got past the grand jury is not logical. So, if they're willing to put on this fucking show this whole time, I wouldn't put it past him to move forward and try to retry this. I wouldn't put it past him. And the thing is if the defense is right and there are in their motion to disqualify, Michael Morrissey needs this conviction. He needs there to be a guilty verdict. He needs there to be. So if he has the chance to get that guilty verdict again, that he believes, according to the defense's theory, that Michael Morrissey believes that this will exonerate him in the federal investigation. That since he's under federal investigation currently, if he gets this guilty verdict, it will justify. It will validate him. It'll justify all of everything that's happened here. It'll justify all of his actions and his manner in which he conducted this investigation. That's what he believes. But we'll see. Well, the courtroom is always packed. If that happens, I think the protests will ratchet up 10 notches. Probably. Thank you, Microdots. Elizabeth, thank you. Glare, thank you for covering this case. Been watching you every day from Plymouth, Massachusetts. Grew up in Dedham, where my family is also watching. Hi, Waters family. Thanks, Will. Free Karen Reed. Hi, Waters family. A lot of people watching right now in anticipation. No, I don't think Bev will dismiss either. Here we go.
Unmuted.
Here we go, guys. See what happens.
Thank you. Be seated. Closing session. 22117 Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right, the jury is at an impasse. So we'll bring them in.
The jury's at an impasse. This is it. This is it, folks. Hung jury.
Please rise for the jury.
This is crazy. Freaking out.
Closing session, please be seated.
All right, Mr. Foreman, I am in receipt of your note. Judge Canoni, despite our rigorous efforts, we continue to find ourselves at an impasse. Our perspectives on the evidence are starkly divided. Some members of the jury firmly believe that the evidence surpasses the burden of proof, establishing the elements of the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Conversely, others find the evidence fails to meet this standard and does not sufficiently establish the necessary elements of the charges. The deep division is not due to a lack of effort or diligence, but rather a sincere adherence to our individual principles and moral convictions. To continue to deliberate would be futile and only serve to force us to compromise these deeply held beliefs.
Wow.
I'm not going to do that to you folks. Your service is complete. I'm declaring a mistrial in this case.
Fuck.
I'll be in to see you privately in a few minutes. So thank you so much for your service. Okay.
All rise for the court, please.
Thank you. Be seated. Court is still in session.
All right. I'd like to pick a status date to find out what our next move is. So I'd like to come back sometime maybe the end of July. I understand people have vacation schedules.
Wow.
Can we come in the
We're gonna
week
have
of
to
the
wait a month.
21st?
That's fine.
I'll explain what happens now in a second, guys.
Could we do the 22nd at 2 p.m., Your Honor? And I would appear for my client.
All right, is there another day that week? Could you do the 25th or 26th?
Unfortunately, I think I'm supposed to leave for vacation on the 25th.
Okay, the 22nd and the 24th are not great dates. So
What about okay. What about the 19th and 9th? Is that whole week?
no, that week's not good. The teaching that I cannot get out of.
Can we do August 7th, 8th, 9th? Any of those days?
No, we'll do the 22nd. We'll go back to the 22nd at 2. I can't let it go that long.
Your Honor, so the court knows,
Motherfucker.
Ms. Lulu and I are not available on the 22nd. We had a hearing in Los Angeles on the 22nd.
Okay.
We're proposing to appear remotely anyway.
Okay.
But for a status conference, I don't want the court to think it's disrespectful to the court, but Ms. Lulu and I probably will not.
Okay. So you and your client will be here in person, Ms. Giannetti.
Yes.
All right. All right. Thank you. We'll see you then.
All rise.
And now we have an official ruling in the Karen Reed murder trial. It is a mistrial declared. And you see there Karen Reed hugging her father shaking Alan Jackson's hand. Behind him in the red tie is attorney David Yannetti. And you can see off with their backs turned, that would be the O'Keefe family, who seemed, that's his mother right there in the blue and white striped shirt in the far background that you can see also hugging. They seemed rather emotional today. A mistrial after 2 notes. The first one came in at 11:30, saying in part, we find ourselves divided by fundamental differences in our opinions. The divergence in our views is not rooted in a lack of understanding, but deeply held convictions that each of us carry, ultimately leading to a point where consensus is unattainable. The judge, however, Judge Canoni, sending the jury back using the Tui Rodriguez rule. It's also known as the dynamite charge, which has her strictly saying to them, please, there is no jury who can do a better job than you can. We need a verdict in this case. They came back then at 2:30, and the note says, despite rigorous efforts, our perspectives are firmly divided. And they went to go on to say some feel very strongly that there has been proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Others, the exact opposite, that there has not been proof beyond a reasonable doubt. This indicates that most likely it is more than just one juror who is the holdout in the division among these 12 jurors, 6 women, 6 men. And it says, since adherence to our convictions are deeply held beliefs, that this would not be worthwhile to continue to deliberate. This is after 9 weeks of testimony, more than 600 pieces of evidence, 29 days of testimony, and they spent about 5 days deliberating. The Commonwealth was charging Miss Reed with second-degree murder, motor vehicle manslaughter while driving under the influence, leaving the scene of a collision causing death. Manslaughter was also, as you see, motor vehicle manslaughter, but the lesser included charges were in there as well. The jury's instructions from the judge was that you can't argue with the law. It's not what you want it to be. It's what it is. The presumed innocence of Miss Reed, unless proven beyond a reasonable doubt. She doesn't have to explain herself or provide any evidence at all. That is up to the prosecution. And again, what it appears to be, and until we hear from the jurors or Judge Cannoni herself, what it appears to be is that there was a deep division, more than one, within this jury of 12 who could not come to an agreement as to her guilt or innocence. She went on to make sure that the must be unanimous under reasonable doubt doesn't mean proof beyond all possible doubt. You need to have moral certainty. If after looking at all the evidence, you do have reasonable doubt, then the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. Still, despite all of that, they could not come to a conclusion. They had a half day of deliberations on Tuesday after closing arguments by both the prosecution and the defense. They deliberated Wednesday, let off a little early around 4, all day Thursday, all day Friday. Matter of fact, extending their deliberations until 4:30. Asked to think about it over the weekend. They came back and it did not take long. They were in there at 9 by 11:30. That was the first note to the judge, that they just couldn't come to an agreement. And once again, around 2:30, once again, the judge got that similar note that despite their rigorous efforts, their perspectives are firmly divided and that further deliberations will not budge one side or the other. Judge Cannoni then declaring a mistrial. On July 22nd, they will be back in court at 2 p.m. to figure out what is next. In terms of Karen Reed's lawyers, David Yannetti will be back with Karen Reed in the courtroom. And as for Mr. Jackson and Ms. Little, they're not available. They'll be out in LA. We have our courtroom insider, Sue O'Connell, on the phone. Sue, can you give me a feeling in that courtroom what it was like when it was officially declared a mistrial by Judge Cannoni?
JC, I think you could pretty much feel the relief of the jurors when the judge declared this mistrial. There's been one juror who has been crying on a regular basis when she goes into the courtroom.
Yeah, lady, you need to shut up. We need to hear this. Yeah, thank you. Get the sound better.
We can't seem to hear it. We are recording this right now. Of course, we'll get it to you. Sue, continue to talk to me about the relief that you say the jurors felt.
Okay, give me a second, guys.
They have been a pretty poker face looking crowd all through. I mean, occasionally, as we've been reporting on Canton Confidential, we see faces, they make motions, and we can only, guess what we think that is based on our human experience. But today they actually came in looking bleary-eyed, looking like they had the weight of the world on their shoulders. And when they came in this afternoon, there was absolutely no doubt about it that they had tried as hard as they could. Everyone in the courthouse, all the people that I have talked to, have talked about how hard this jury has worked, and that there should be in no way, shape, or form any look at that they didn't complete the task that was given to them for whatever reasons. Obviously, we will learn more about what went on in the jury room when we find out who the jurors were and if some of them would like to talk to us.
There's Dina.
But there was a feeling of relief. And also, some jurors looked really pained when they were walking out. Certainly, again, we don't know what the issue was. We don't know how many people are split. But they walked out feeling, I think, by looking at them, that they had worked really hard, and some of them were pained and looked disappointed that they didn't get to the conclusion that they were hoping for, JC.
Sue, what about the O'Keefe family? I could see Mrs. O'Keefe in the background. She's been emotional, but not overly so. I imagine that she saw this coming,
Thank
as
you, a
we
neglected
all
mind.
sort of did, based on the note that was sent to the judge on Friday and then again this morning. But did you get any sense from the O'Keefe family?
Now, I
what
tried,
this
I
verdict
checked
meant
on
to them?
Crime, I checked
I saw
Court
them when they
TV. There
walked
was
into
nothing
the courtroom,
live as
JC. I
far
didn't
as
get to see their faces when
what Alan Jackson was
declared
saying outside
the
that
mistrial,
courthouse.
or basically said that the jurors were stuck
But
and
as
they
soon
weren't
as
going
I
to go
get
further, and
a
then
clear,
declared a mistrial. But coming in, you can just imagine the trudging in,
as
back
soon
and
as I
forth,
get a
back and
clear
forth,
sound
waiting to see if there's going to be the
footage,
answer that you hope
footage
for.
with clear
It did
sound,
look
I'll
like
play
that
it.
this has been really just wearing them down. You could probably hear the cheers in the distance of the Karen Reed supporters. But all in all, this has been just very difficult for them, and you could tell by the weight of the world has been on their shoulders as well. I talked to a number of law enforcement outside today, and they were just saying that regardless of the verdict, the fact that they're not going to get any.
Give me 1 second here, folks.
Order in place. Order in place.
Here comes Turtle Boy.
Unreal.
Jess
What do you think,
Machado,
Ted?
Ted, Daniel.
He shakes his head in disgust.
A box does. Yeah. So I don't know where's the box? Where's the box?
Okay, so
Commonwealth did their work. They bring false charges against the minister. This is what it looks like. Bring false charges against the minister. The Commonwealth did their work. They brought the weight of the state based on spurious charges, based on compromised investigation and investigators, and compromised witnesses. This is what it looks like. Guess what? They failed. They failed miserably, and they'll continue to fail. No matter how long it takes, no matter how long they keep trying, we will not stop fighting. We have no quit.
there you go.
Go ahead. Hey, folks. Number one, I am in awe of the strength and courage of this remarkable client that I've had the privilege of representing since day one. And number two, I want to send a message to all of her supporters out there. Your support was invaluable. We are touched, and we ask for your continued support. I'm not from Texas like my colleagues here. I'm a Boston kid. I'll repeat what he said, which is, we ain't got no quit.
Yeah. Yeah, people. Okay, listen. This is a win. Okay? All right, let's hear what Turtle Boy's saying here. Sorry. Yeah, Tom's connection isn't the greatest. So he's skipping out here and there, but this is yeah, people, this is a win, okay? And let's hear some more footage from
prosecution.
Now, Judge.
But on the second trial, it's unclear. Now, Judge Jack Lew, we do want to thank you for your perspective and helping to give our viewers a little bit more of understanding about what could be next. But we do want to take you back out to WBZ's Christina Rex, who also has been covering this trial from day one. Christina.
She's got no sound.
Now, it does appear we're having some technical difficulties here with audio, so we're just going to hang on because we know we are going to come back to Christina. She would have a lot of.
Do you have us now?
There we go. There she is. We can.
Yeah, I'd like to hear what
Christina.
Lally
Christina,
says too. Like if Lally doesn't address the public, that's very telling. Yeah, we can't hear you, lady.
Okay, so right now it does appear that we lost Christina again, but we are going to keep trying because, again, Cheryl, she has been following this case from the very beginning. She's been in the courtroom. She's been outside of the courtroom. She's been following and helping to make this case digestible for everyday viewers. So we will get back to her shortly.
Right. And I'm sure she's gathering information, talking to the families, talking to supporters, talking to the prosecution, talking to the defense team, just getting a perspective from everyone here about what's happened. I think that, you know, part of what when you look at this and how polarizing the case has been, I don't know that there is any real surprise that this has happened. I mean, we saw the jury came back not once, but twice saying that they weren't able to make a decision, that they were really struggling with their convictions. The judge issuing what's called the dynamite instruction. It's called Tui Rodriguez also, which basically says to the jury, we need you to make a decision. You have all the evidence that you need. You have all of the information. No other jury could come forward that would have more information to make the decision in this case. And yet they still came back and said, we are still very settled in our convictions and we're not able to come to a unanimous decision.
Now, I do think it was interesting for our viewers as well, Judge Lew bringing up the fact that defense could appeal.
Right. So they can appeal based on what the sufficiency of the evidence, basically saying that this jury could not find that there was enough evidence to convince them beyond a reasonable doubt that she's responsible for the death of John O'Keefe. And at this point, I think we have Christina Rex outside. So let's go back out to the courtroom and see the courthouse and see if we can chat with her.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, Cheryl and Courtney, hopefully you guys can hear me now. I've been inside that courtroom every day for 10 weeks during the trial.
Okay, this is what we all have to understand, folks. Before I continue this, let me share some of my thoughts with you. Because my mind is racing right now, just like all of yours. Okay. And someone brought up, you know, how, you know, I pointed out earlier that I try to focus on things to be grateful for. I'm grateful that this was not a guilty verdict, even though there's no way on blue perfect hell that there would be a guilty verdict, that 12 people would ever reach that conclusion. There's just no way that they would unanimously do that. This is something we all predicted because of the not just the lack of evidence, but the exculpatory evidence from the defense as well. Now, this is what you've got to understand, folks. This is what's keeping me fired up, okay? Fired up as far as optimism goes, all right? What keeps me fired up is if this were to go to trial again, right? If this were to go back to trial, all of you guys think of all the exculpatory evidence that they still haven't gone over, because I promise you, I guarantee you, that any evidence that the prosecution thinks that they had, they went over it. There is so much exculpatory evidence that they didn't even go over all of it. How many times did we sit here and go, oh my God, why didn't they talk about this? Why didn't the defense bring this up? Why didn't the defense call this person to the stand? Blah, 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 blah. We all did it. If this goes to another trial, that's just going to happen. This same defense team is going to do exactly what they just did with fresh eyes and a fresh defense. I mean, not even a fresh defense. It's still going to be a third-party culprit defense to some degree, I'm sure. I mean, you can't escape that. The facts dictate that if Karen Reed did not do this, then you have to look only one other place that you can look, and that is inside 34 Fairview Road on the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022. There's no other way to go. There's no other where to go, people. That's it. So the fact, think about it this way. This is a blessing that it's not a conviction. And yes, we all wish that it could be over for Karen Read right now. I wish that this never even went to trial in the first place. I wish that with all my heart. But the fact of the matter is here we are. Where my mind is, when I focus on these things that Glare stands for, acceptance is one of those things. I accept this already. I'm not happy about it, but I accept it. And once I accept it, I think of things to be grateful for. And now I'm grateful for the fact that now that this is not a conviction, and even if this does go to trial, there is more exculpatory evidence that exists versus damning evidence against Karen Read. That is a fact. That's an absolute fact. That's not even up for discussion.
When the judge just declared a mistrial in that courtroom, and have been careful not to, really certainly looked defeated. The judge was somber, just kind of a heavy air in that courtroom this afternoon when that mistrial was just declared. And then there's really no better way to describe the difference from the course of this trial until today's end result than out here today. Every day, right? It's been beautiful sunny weather. The defense attorneys have been very forthcoming about speaking to the media, even celebrating what they called their wins over the course of this trial. Today, you come out.
Let's talk about that for a second, because it was sunny as fuck when Tom was giving us a tour of everybody out there. And now that this happened, it's pouring rain. Now it's pouring rain. Take that how you want to take that, folks.
Come outside, it's absolutely downpouring rain, some thunder, and then the defense attorneys came out. Alan Jackson gave a very brief statement, didn't take any questions. David Yannetti also gave a very brief statement. Both of them really, to a degree, calling this a victory on their end and saying the prosecution
And Adam Lally snuck out the back of the courthouse.
Failed. Different environment out here, and that we tried to ask Karen Read how she felt now that this actually isn't over the course of this trial. She's been willing to speak with reporters. I've spoken with her many times outside, and she's said, I just can't wait for this to be over. It's not over. A mistrial is the opposite of this being over. There's already another court date for the end of this month scheduled, and Karen Read said nothing on her way out of court. We don't know if the O'Keefe family maybe exited privately. They have been very private in not speaking with media folks or really engaging in anything going on outside of this courthouse. And as you know, there has been so much activity outside of this courthouse, so we don't know if they'll be coming out this front door or if they exited privately out the back door. But you go through a trial that lasts this long, and all parties involved just wanted some kind of resolution. Obviously they wanted different resolutions, and this really provides no resolution, no closure for anybody here. So we're outside the courthouse now. We're kind of waiting to see what happens, reaction from folks involved in this case, and we're going to bring it all to you as it comes.
WBZ's Christina Rex reporting live outside of the courthouse in Dedham. We do want to just say one quick thing before we get you over to WBZ Tammy Mutasa. Cheryl and I just looking at this, just coming into our inbox here. We have the Norfolk DA's office officially declaring this a mistrial, but also pointing out that the Commonwealth intends to retry the case. This just coming into our newsroom. But we do want to get you right at the WBZ Tammy Mutasa, who also joins us live in Dedham right now. Tammy.
Fuck.
Okay, we are having
Yo,
some technical difficulties,
y'all
but
need
we
to
do
get
want to
your
get back
shit
to
together.
this email here from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office. So it does state that Judge Beverly Canoni, she did set a conference date, which we spoke about that status update of July 22nd at 2 p.m. And right now we have our producer telling us that we do have some new sound from Karen Reed right outside of the courtroom after this announcement. Let's take a listen.
The Commonwealth did their worst. They brought the weight of the state based on spurious charges, based on compromised investigators and compromised witnesses. This is what it, guess what? They failed. They failed miserably, and they'll continue to fail. No matter how long it takes, no matter how long they keep trying, we will stop fighting. We have no quit.
Go ahead. I just have two things to say, folks. One, I am in awe of the strength and courage of this remarkable client that I've had the privilege of representing since day one. And number two, I want to send a message to all of her supporters out there. Your support was invaluable. Touched, and we ask for your continued support. I'm not from Texas like my colleague here. I'm a Boston kid, but I'll repeat what he said, which is we ain't got no quit.
Yeah.
And what you just heard there, you're hearing from Karen Reed's legal team. Now, Cheryl, we have talked a lot about, Rex included, that there's no resolution here. There's no conclusion, but the tone we're hearing there sounds like a celebratory one. You just heard, remember her legal team say, you know, we ain't got no quit, and they're thankful to the supporters.
Right. Right. And you know, they're saying that they believe that the prosecution failed. So they're considering the mistrial a win for them.
Mm-hmm.
Tammy Mutasa is outside of court, our WBZ reporter. She's been covering this quite a bit too, and she shares what she's learned in this case.
Cheryl and Courtney, we were out here with this.
I mean, dude. And you know what'll probably happen before that happens, folks? Before this trial gets set all over again. I mean,
FBI, open up!
that's probably gonna happen. Like, I mean, this is probably gonna come to a point where, like, think about it. None of the FBI wasn't even allowed to be brought up. The federal investigation into Michael Morrissey's office wasn't even allowed to be brought up yet. Imagine once that gets brought up. Imagine if that gets allowed in the next trial. Think about the heads that are going to roll. The fact that this even went to trial in the first place. Imagine what that's going to do. Think about that.
With this big crowd when that mistrial was declared, a lot of mixed emotion, a lot of tension. You can see right behind me, state police are still here barricading this area where a lot of Karen Reed supporters have been camping out, have been cheering, have been chanting. We talked to many people today after this mistrial was declared. Some people say they are ecstatic. Other people say they were convinced for a not guilty verdict. But we also talked to supporters for Officer John O'Keefe who have been showing up in the last few days to challenge Karen Reed supporters and their behavior, saying, you know, a hung jury is better than a not guilty verdict because Officer John O'Keefe deserved justice and he was the victim in this case. Again, a lot of Karen Reed supporters have mixed emotion. You can definitely feel the tension, the anxiety as they've been waiting for days for the verdict to be announced, only for this to end in a mistrial. A lot of people are still here, still chanting, and still want to see what the outcome will be after all of this. But again, a lot of mixed emotions from both camps after this mistrial was declared. For now, live in Dedham, Tammy Mutasa, WBZ News. Back to you guys.
Tammy, thank you. And at this hour, still a lot of questions, still a lot of feelings, still a lot that is unresolved. If you're just tuning in, Judge Beverly Canoni declaring this a mistrial after the jury was just unable to come to a unanimous decision. She does, you know, thank them for truly trying and truly putting time into deliberation, but they were still deeply divided.
They were deeply divided, and from basically the get-go. I mean, they had only been deliberating for a very short time when they came out and said that they were having some serious problems coming to some kind of resolution in this case. She instructed them then to go back and continue to deliberate. Let them take she even asked them to take the weekend and said, don't talk about it, don't do anything, just come back fresh and keep an open mind. And even today gave them another instruction, trying to push them a little more. It's a controversial.
Okay, let me check this out, folks. Give me a second here.
We find ourselves divided by fundamental differences. A mistrial after 2 notes. The first one came in at 11:30, saying in part, we find ourselves divided by fundamental differences.
So this is the footage that people are saying Paul O'Keefe said something to Karen Reed. I don't know what he said. I'm going to put it here, but I see he said something, and I see Karen Reed said something back, reacted to it. No, it's going to play over and over again on a loop. So
a mistrial after 2 notes. The first one came in at 11:30, saying in part, we find ourselves divided by fundamental differences. A mistrial after 2 notes. The first one came in at 11:30, saying in part, we find ourselves divided by fundamental differences. A mistrial after 2 notes. The first one came in at 11:30, saying in part, we find ourselves divided by
I can't make it out.
fundamental difference.
Yeah, I can't make it out. Okay, now here, watch this. Hold on. And his wife saying, stop it, supposedly, according to this one here. So Paul O'Keefe walks by. Hold on. Let me slow it down. Let's slow it down even more. Let's get it down to the slowest it can go. Hold on. I want to make sure that I have it on the, there we go. All right, so there's Aaron. Yeah, that right there, she said, stop it. Or, I mean, it looks like she could have said stop it, but Karen was definitely not happy by, I mean, there was obviously some venom there coming from John O'Keefe. Obviously some venom there. So, okay, I'm not streaming Turtle Boys live. I mean, like, I'll go back to it on a future stream, but I'm not going to snipe his live right now. Mark S., thank you. He said, congrats. Enjoy July at the beach. Okay. I mean, could have. I mean, he could have said anything. Maybe he didn't say anything at all. I didn't see anything. I mean, I don't know. But yeah, Nick Rocco will know. Maybe somebody. I mean, there was a bunch of people there. I mean, yeah, that's another bright side. I've got a reason to go back to Boston now. That's for sure. That's for sure. Wow. It's just crazy, man. This is just fucking crazy. Yeah, like I can't believe Lally didn't make a public statement on the steps of the courthouse. I mean, silly. I mean, it's very telling. It's extremely telling. I mean, the fact of the matter is, I mean, this is yeah, people, this is a win. Okay? This is a win. Period. They failed to convict. We're talking about, let's look at the grand scheme of things. Let's look at the big picture. Thank you, Kelly R. I appreciate it. Let's look at the grand scheme of things, right? The prosecution presented their best case. The prosecution presented all of the evidence that they had, anything that they felt was solid. We all knew it to be insufficient. We knew it before the trial even started because we were privy to it already. Lally did not pull out anything new. Lally did not present any new evidence that we weren't already aware of. And we were sitting here this whole time going, where's the big bombshell? Where's the rabbit out of the hat? Where's the smoking gun evidence that they kept hidden up their sleeve this whole time? Never happened. It never happened. Yet, look at the mountain of exculpatory evidence that the defense produced. Right? Look at the mountain of exculpatory evidence that they produced, and look at the mountain of exculpatory evidence that we were already aware of that never came out in trial. Think about that. It's insane that Adam Lally plans on taking this further. It's insane that Michael Morrissey plans on taking this further and trying this again. It's insane. The prosecution presented the case that they had, and they failed to get a unanimous, beyond a reasonable doubt conviction. There is no way that she will be convicted if retried. There is no way. The only loss here, folks, the only loss here, and it's a big one, but it's for Karen Reed. Karen Reed does not get to put this behind her just yet. This is just this is prolonged that much further for it to hang over what was said. Microdot says he knows what Paul said to Karen. So what did he say? If you can say so, if you can tell us, Microdots, that would be great. If you can't, I understand as well. Oh, wow. 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 Did multiple people hear him say this? So Nick Rocco confirmed this. Okay. All right. Thank you, Microdots. I mean, that's just fucking shitty, man. I mean, I can only defend the O'Keefes as far as being victims, family members of a victim for so long until they start making threats. I can't get behind that. You know, like I just can't get behind that. The only way that I can even begin to try to justify that in some way and trying to be empathetic towards him is, or I'm not done with you. Okay. His exact words were, I'm not done with you. The only way that I can find the empathy to try to understand where he's coming from is the fact that it's an emotional moment. They sat there for months and months and months, and then there's no conviction. So, but the bottom line here is that he should be expected to conduct himself just as anybody else should be expected to conduct themselves. So, I'm definitely not going to defend Paul O'Keefe for saying things like that to anyone. That's not something that I'm ever going to sit here and make play devil's advocate and help him make excuses for. And that doesn't mean that I'm just like, fuck Paul O'Keefe and the O'Keefes. That's not where I'm at. I'm just saying there's no fucking way that you're ever going to get me to defend him for behaving like that. That's a grown man, and he should know better than to do that. Apparently, Microdots says that Nick Rocco confirmed to him that as Paul O'Keefe was walking out of the courtroom, he said, I'm not done with you to Karen Reed. Yeah, the trash talk. I mean, I can only defend their behavior as far as feeling grief so much. That shit's not fucking okay, man. That shit's not okay. Grow up, man. Grow the fuck up. Listen to your wife. She says to knock it off. And it's funny because I don't hear the O'Keefe or I don't hear the Reeds saying things towards the O'Keefe family. I know there's a lot of accusations about people harassing the O'Keefes coming from Karen Reed supporters, but that doesn't make any of the Reeds responsible. If that is happening, that doesn't make any of them responsible. But for Paul O'Keefe to directly say something directly to Karen Reed herself like that is just it's gross and it's disgusting and it's underhanded and it's childish. And so, I haven't heard the Reeds engage in any of that behavior whatsoever. I haven't seen that. I mean, that's the only explanation. You know what I mean? Like, that's the only explanation. Everybody that listen, I'm just going to be very candid with you guys. And I've said this many times, and you're going to hear me saying it up until the next trial's over, folks. Anybody who thinks that Karen Reed is guilty is a fucking idiot. Is an ignorant, bona fide douchebag schmuck. Anybody who genuinely believes that Karen Reed is guilty of this crime is an ignorant fuck. Period. Like, there's no way to sugarcoat that shit. There's no way to sugarcoat that shit. Like, there's so much evidence made available that absolutely exonerates her that you have to be fucking retarded to be convinced of Karen Reed's guilt. You've got to be factually fucking retarded. I cannot, I don't have it in me to express myself properly as to how strongly I feel about that opinion. My opinion of you, if you think that Karen Reed is beyond guilty or even just guilty, my opinion of you is that you are factually fucking retarded. You are dumb. You are willfully ignorant to the point to where it is frustrating that anybody with common sense who listens to you talk wants to rip their own face off. I mean, that's just truth. Tammy, thank you so much. Will they fabricate more evidence though? Is AJ going to stay on this? Thanks for all you do, Will. I've watched your channel since the trial started. Right on. I appreciate you. Thank you. That's a good question. Will they fabricate? I mean, I wouldn't put anything past them. You know what I mean? I wouldn't put it past them. I wouldn't put past anything that under the umbrella of Michael Morrissey. I would not put anything past anything that is under the umbrella of Michael Morrissey and his Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. I would not put anything past anybody that works under that fuck. That fat, bloated shit bag of a fuck. I wouldn't put anything past him and anybody that works under him at this point. I don't know how else to express that. And no, I mean, as long as, and I've got it pinned to the top, folks, because she's gonna need it, and I think that that's what they're hoping for. I'm hoping I think what they're hoping to do is wear out Karen Reed's bank account, make it to where she can no longer afford representation, and that way they think they can mop the floor with her in the next trial. That's the only chance they have. So I do have at the top of the chat pinned, if you find it in your heart, you think that today was a miscarriage. This entire time, the last 2 years have been a miscarriage of justice, and it is continued to the next trial, which we don't even have a date on yet, which we won't even know until we won't even have a chance of knowing until the 22 days from now. We just won't. So, I mean, if you strongly believe and you have it in your heart, I have it pinned to the top of the chat. That is a link set up by Alan Jackson. That is a link set up by Karen Reed's defense. That goes directly to her defense. That doesn't go towards her gas tank. That doesn't go towards her 7 drinks at the bar. That doesn't go towards any of Karen Reed's personal shit. That goes directly to her defense. So if you think that you want to cushion these next God knows how many months now for her a little bit, then the link is there at the top. You have the option. The link is up there at the top of the chat. The link isn't working. Let me see something. That was the link. That's been the link. Oh, that makes perfect sense. Okay. So I'm going to keep that pinned up and you'll be able to see it on the replay. So that makes perfect sense. There's too much traffic for that link right now. There's a lot of people donating right now. So I think David Yannetti's message went well. So a lot of people are donating right now. So I'm very grateful for that, man. That means the whole world to me right now, thinking about that. Just it's actually a very, very comforting thought, you know, is the fact that website is so flooded that they can't it's crashing. D Fox, thank you so much. If the FBI finds the McAlberts liable for John O'Keefe's death, then no trial, right? I would assume so. Yeah, I would assume so, but we can't count on that. You know, we can't. I do not recommend putting all your faith and hopes into that. You know, I mean, you can have hope for it. I'm hoping for it, but realistically, I'm not counting on it. I would recommend the majority of you do the same. Frankly, if I'm being completely honest. And it would be nice to get a new judge. It'd be nice to get a new venue. Absolutely. I'll feel a hell of a lot better if this gets a new venue. This will be a landslide. You'll have a not guilty all around if this goes to another venue, I think. And I don't see how it couldn't. This is, at this point, this is so public. There's so much public attention on this. But yeah. Okay. Well, folks, again, looks like many of you are stuck with me for an indefinite period of time. But I got to tell you, I can't think of a better group of people that I'd rather be stuck with. This is the best community that I've ever been a part of, and I mean that. So let's make the best of it, yeah? Let's do that. You guys got me for the long haul. I am committed to this case. I'm committed to seeing it through. And I hope you guys stick with me. So, and I appreciate all you guys. You guys all mean the absolute world to me, and I'm really grateful for you guys, and I'm really grateful for all the support. And all you new subscribers, it means the world to me that you guys are subscribed to me. I really hope you enjoy the channel. If you guys could hit the like on your way out, if you haven't already, it really helps me out. Let's get the ball rolling and get more exposure on this case. Guys, I love you so much. You guys are absolutely fantastic. I am going to wrap this up. I love you very much, and we will do this again very soon, my friends.